Chapter 491. Who is it? Motherfucker, come back here. I'll skin you alive. Ludo was furious to be called a clown by others. Recently, the Liu family had risen in power. Many matchmakers had brought their daughters to the Liu family to flatter him, making him feel as if he was on cloud nine. Which matchmaker didn't say that he was a rich, handsome, and talented young man with matchless magic skills? Now he was actually insulted. He, young Master Liu, was very angry, and the consequences were very serious. A young man and woman were slowly walking over, and the woman was carrying a sprite child. Weren't they Ling Xiao, his wife, and little Ling Tian who had rushed back from Guzhai City? Ling Xiao looked at the sorry state of his courtyard and the dozens of people lying on the ground. A few of them were even more miserable and couldn't move. A monstrous rage involuntarily rose in his heart. Originally, returning home was a very happy thing, but he didn't expect something like this to happen. His good mood had been ruined. Son, is that you? Meng Xiyun crawled up and rubbed her eyes. Mother! Ling Xiao looked at Meng Xiyun and cried out. He instantly went to her side and helped her up. Meng Xiyun looked at her son, who she hadn't seen for a few years, and tears couldn't help but fall from her eyes. Child, you're finally willing to come back to see your mother. Mother, your child is unfilial. Ling Xiao knelt down in guilt. Now that he saw his mother again, Ling Xiao felt a warm current flow in his heart, making him feel very comfortable. Elder Qin, help me bring him over here. I want to cut open his face and see who the clown is. Seeing Ling Xiao's handsome appearance, Ludo was almost driven mad with jealousy. Ling Xiao's handsome appearance made Ludo mad with jealousy. At the same time, he also recognized Ling Xiao. This was the genius who had won first place in the clan's competition 4 years ago. However, he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. With a king-rank expert behind him, he could do as he pleased in Meteor City. He despised Ling Xiao in his heart. So what if he's a genius? When he left Meteorite City, he was only a middle-stage mystic cultivator. Even if 4 years have passed, he'll only be a spiritual master at most. Can he still threaten my Liu family? As Ludo's voice fell, a high-ranked soul master shot out with a kick and grabbed at Ling Xiao's back with one hand. Young master, be careful. Several voices cried out in alarm at the same time. Xiao, be careful behind you. Meng Xiyun didn't even think before rushing in front of Ling Xiao to take the blow for him. Who knew that Ling Xiao would grab Meng Xiyun's shoulder with both hands and take the blow without even turning his head? That person didn't think that one blow would succeed. Just as he was about to grab Ling Xiao back, he found that he couldn't pull him back. That person's expression was a bit serious, and he struck out again. 10 layers of spirit force slapped at Ling Xiao's back. Ling Xiao still had his back to him and didn't move. Bang! Young master! A few more screams rang out at the same time. They all felt that Ling Xiao was definitely done for. However, in the next moment, they discovered that Ling Xiao was still standing there like a pine tree. He didn't move at all and wasn't sent flying. That high-ranked soul master realized that something was wrong and was about to retreat. How could Ling Xiao, given the chance? Stop right there. Ling Xiao turned around and yelled. That voice was like the voice of a demon. That high-ranked soul master really did stop his body. Die for me. Ling Xiao yelled at the high-ranked spirit master again. That high-ranked soul master was fiercely sent flying, and a large mouthful of blood sprayed into the air. He fell more than 10 meters away and died. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao could make a high-ranked soul master die with just one sentence? This kind of strength was too terrifying. Even a low-rank king-rank soul master couldn't directly kill a high-rank soul master with just pressure. Could it be that Ling Xiao had become a mid-rank king-rank soul master, or even higher in just a few years after leaving home? Ludo, let's go. This person is very strong. The king-rank soul master of the Liu family furrowed his brows. As a king-rank soul master, he couldn't sense Ling Xiao's true strength. There was only one possibility. Ling Xiao's strength was above his. Ludo didn't dare linger. He pushed Luo Qingxuang out his arms and turned to flee. The low-level king-stage cultivator also pushed away the 2 women in his hands, intending to escape from this place first. Whoever flees dies. A clear and cold voice rang out, and a powerful aura locked down the entire courtyard. Lu Do and the people he brought couldn't move. Even the king-rank soul master who had just jumped fell down heavily. The king-rank soul master was shocked. Is this the aura of an Earth sovereign? Aside from an Earth sovereign, he couldn't think of anyone else who could confine them all. Don't kill me. I'm the future head of the Lu family. If you kill me, my Lu family won't rest until your Ling family is dead. Lu Do said while trembling. Ling Xiao didn't have time to pay attention to the Lu family. He walked to Lone Eagle's side and found that he only had half a breath left. Killing intent flashed through his eyes. Good thing you're not dead. Ling Xiao shoved 2 pills into his mouth, then carried him to the side and laid him flat. He then went to Li Kuanghu's side. Li Kuanghu didn't faint. It looked like he was exhaling more than he was inhaling. Young master, I'm useless. Li Kuanghu struggled to say something. Ling Xiao interrupted him. You don't have to say anything more. Rest well. Young master knows everything. He then stuffed 2 pills into Li Kuanghu's mouth and let him rest. When he saw Lung Shi, he was the most heavily injured. Fortunately, he was still breathing and could be saved. After feeding the heavily injured people the pills, Ling Xiao walked to his father and helped him up. Father, I'm back. It's good that you're back. I'm fine. I'll go and see your grandfather and Elder Chun. Ling Zhan hid his excitement and patted Ling Zhao's shoulder. Ling Xiao nodded and fed Ling Cong and Ling Chun high-quality healing pills. Seeing Ling Zhao's return, Ling Cong and Ling Chen's eyes were filled with relief. Grandfather, Elder Chun, you don't have to worry. I'm here, Ling Xiao said as he stood up and walked in front of Bai Yushi and Wei Dyer. The 2 women's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, and these tears contained the yearning they had for each other over the past few years. Thank you for your hard work. I'll catch up with you after I'm done. Ling Xiao looked at the 2 women in front of him, his heart filled with love and guilt. He should have come back long ago, but he had too many things to worry about. Ling Xiao turned and walked towards Lu Do. Luo Qingxuang, who was beside Lu Do, stared at Ling Xiao without blinking. Her beautiful eyes were also filled with tears. He's back. Why did he come back? Luo Qingxuang's heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. She used to want Ling Xiao to come back to see them as soon as possible, but she had waited for 3 or 4 years. When she had given up on this relationship, he actually came back. Her mood was extremely conflicted, and she was extremely sad. When she saw that Ling Xiao did not even look at her, she knew that she could not go back to the past. Her heart had already died at this moment. You want to steal my personal maid? Ling Xiao asked Lu Do calmly. Lu Do's body kept trembling as he replied, No, this is a misunderstanding. Young Master Ling must have heard wrongly. We were just joking. Oh, so it was a joke, Ling Xiao replied calmly, and then said, Then I'll also joke with you. After saying that, he lifted his foot and kicked towards Lu Do's 3rd leg. Ah! Lu Do let out a scream, and his whole body flew out like a prawn. This kick is for my maid to vent her anger, Ling Xiao said faintly, and then walked towards him. Lu Do hugged his lower part and revealed an extremely painful expression. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his eyes were full of begging as he looked at Ling Xiao. This kick is for my mother. After saying that, Ling Xiao stepped on one of Lu Do's legs. Crack! Ah! Lu Do's leg was trampled out of shape, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. This kick is for my father. This kick is for the sake of the Ling family. This kick is for me to vent my anger. Crack! Crack! Ah! Lu Do's limbs were all broken by Ling Xiao's stomp, and he had already fainted from the pain. The Lu family's people all broke out in a cold sweat. Didn't the Ling family only have one king stage? And that king stage had already left to travel. How old was this young man now? He could even kill a high-level spirit master in an instant. And that young woman was even more terrifying. She could directly imprison so many of them. One could imagine how terrifying her strength was. They were now extremely regretful. Young master, We were forced to do this. Please let us go, and we will obey you in the future, the king's stage old man said. Is that so? Ling Xiao replied, and then waved his hand and slapped King Stage. Pa! King Stage was sent flying a few meters away, and a few of his old teeth were knocked out. You pieces of trash, you don't even want to be my dog. Ling Xiao shouted, and 8 flames shot out from his 8 fingers towards the Liu family's people. The flames ignited as soon as they touched them, and the Liu family's people were quickly burned to ashes. Even the Ling family's people felt a chill when they saw Ling Xiao's killing methods. Ling Xiao walked in front of the King Stage old man and stomped on his dantian. The King Stage old man let out a miserable scream as his spiritual energy leaked out. His dantian had been crippled. Take that clown back and have your people wash their necks and wait for me to slaughter them, Ling Xiao said faintly as he kicked the old man to Lu Dou's side. The old man crawled up with difficulty and shouted at Ling Xiao, "You're so cruel. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." With that, he picked up his sword and committed suicide in front of everyone. Obviously, he couldn't bear the fact that his many years of cultivation had been crippled just like that. So he chose to commit suicide. I'm not even afraid of gods, so why would I be afraid of ghosts? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Chapter 492. Meteor City's Liu clan. They were originally just a small clan in Meteor City with only a few dozen people. Only 2 or 3 of them were spirit masters. They never thought that one day they would reach the top of Meteor City and become the #1 clan in the city. All of this was brought about by the Liu clan's second master, Liu Quanxiang. Liu Quanxiang left home for 15 years and returned as an intermediate king. Within a year, the Liu family had expanded its industry by dozens of times, and the total number of people had reached more than 300. The expanded manor was also the largest and most imposing in Meteor City, and even the Ling family couldn't compare in this aspect. In the Liu clan's cabinet, several high-level members of the Liu clan were gathered. Sitting in the main seat was not the Liu clan master, but the Liu clan's previous elder, Liu Quanxiang. Liu Quanxiang was only in his 60s or 70s. To be able to reach intermediate king at this age, one had to say that he was extremely lucky. 15 years ago, he went out alone. At that time, he was only a high spirit master. In the early years, he went to many places and met many strong people. Only then did he realize that he was really a frog in the well. He sighed in his heart that it was worth it to go out. Later on, he joined a mercenary group with his high spirit master strength. At that time, the leader of the mercenary group was already intermediate king, and he, a spirit master, could be considered a team leader. It was also because he joined the mercenary group that he ran into good luck during a forest hunt. When their mercenary group was hunting a rank 4 spirit beast, they happened to encounter a rank 5 python. The result could be imagined. After that battle, their mercenary group was almost completely devoured by the python. He was lucky enough to escape. While the python was chasing their leader, he obtained a precious rank 5 spirit herb of the same attribute. This made him extremely happy. At that time, he was only a spirit master. To be able to obtain a rank 5 spirit herb was simply a gift from the heavens. He took the spirit herb and ran away, ignoring his companions. Then, he hid in the forest, found a place, opened a cave, and closed his eyes to absorb the rank 5 spirit herb. This time, after coming out of seclusion, he directly stepped into the peak of Lo King. This made him ecstatic. However, his luck didn't end there. Not long after he came out of closed-door cultivation, he actually encountered an Earth Sovereign Realm expert fighting a 5th-grade spirit beast. In the end, although the Earth Sovereign stage cultivator managed to kill the 5th-ranked spirit beast, he himself was severely injured and on the verge of death. He didn't even have the strength to retrieve an elixir. The Earth Sovereign Realm cultivator begged Liu Quanxiang for help. As long as Liu Quanxiang could save his life, Liu Quanxiang would help him reach new heights in the future. Unfortunately, how could Liu Quanxiang believe him? Without a second word, he killed the earthly sovereign steel and obtained its treasures. How could the treasures of an Earth Monarch rank be simple? There were many medicinal pills, spirit herbs, and dark crystals. With these treasures and the corpse of a fifth-grade spirit beast, it would be hard for him not to be rich. In the following years, Lu Quanxiang once again broke through to the mid-stage king stage. With strength, Lu Quanxiang's arrogance also increased. Therefore, he began to recruit those rogue cultivators and established a mercenary group like the others, beginning his career as a mercenary. In the beginning, everything went smoothly for him when he formed the mercenary group. Later, in order to compete with another mercenary group for a stock of fourth-grade spirit herb, he had a conflict with the other party. In the end, the two mercenary groups suffered a lot of casualties, but Lu Quanxiang's mercenary group still won. Just as they were about to harvest the fruits of victory, another mercenary group unexpectedly came out from the shadows. Lu Quanxiang's mercenary group was defeated by the other party, and Lu Quanxiang himself almost died in that battle. Fortunately, his group of brothers were still reliable at the crucial moment and didn't leave him alone. It was also after that battle that Lu Quanxiang and his group of brothers became somewhat disheartened. They were tired of this kind of life of fighting and killing. In their hearts, they also developed a kind of phobia, afraid that one day they would lose their lives. Therefore, Lu Quanxiang proposed to return to his hometown and establish his own territory there to live a stable life. Therefore, Lu Quanxiang brought his group of brothers back to Meteorite City and began to establish a world that belonged to their Lu family. With Lu Quanxiang's strength, it was easy to sweep through Meteorite City. However, in order to establish a long-term dynasty, a firm foundation must be laid. Therefore, after returning for more than a year, he trained all the people of the Lu family who could be reformed and gave them some third-grade spirit herbs to help them increase their strength. At the same time, he began to devour the properties of some small and medium-sized families in the city to expand himself. After a year of devouring, he began to move against the Ling family. He also heard that the Ling family had a king-level alchemist a few years ago, but what he really cared about was not that king-level alchemist, but the genius who became a third-grade alchemist at the age of 18, who had already become a disciple of the Purple Sky sect. With his Tenbin, he would definitely be greatly valued by the Purple Sky sect, so he had no choice but to take action against the Ling family seriously. Therefore, he sent Lu Do to probe the real situation of the Ling family. As long as the kid who went to the Purple Sky sect didn't bring back strong reinforcements, everything would be easy. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't take the risk so easily. After all, Meteorite City was also under the jurisdiction of the Purple Sky sect. He wasn't arrogant enough to fight against the Purple Sky sect. Lu Quanxiang, who was sitting at the head of the table, glanced at the Lu family's head and asked, "Doer hasn't returned yet?" The Lu family's head replied, "I haven't seen him yet. That child is very playful. I think he'll be back in a while. I hope nothing unexpected happens. I feel that it's not the right time to make a move against the Ling family," Lu Quanxiang said indifferently. "Second uncle, you're thinking too much. I've already asked around. That old bastard from the Ling family has long since left to travel, and I don't know when he'll return. Furthermore, how could that old fellow be a match for you, second uncle?" The head of the Lu family said disapprovingly. In his heart, he somewhat despised this second uncle of his. If he had such great strength, why didn't he kill his way over earlier? Why did he have to take things one step at a time? What do you know? I'm not worried about that old fellow, but that kid from the Purple Sky sect. Lu Quanxiang glared at the Lu family's head and shouted. At this time, an old man opposite of the Lu family's head said, "Big brother, there's no need to worry. Third brother has already accompanied Lu Do." This person was one of the two low-level king stage experts that Lu Quanxiang had brought back. They were both members of the mercenary group and sworn brothers with different surnames. "I hope I'm just being paranoid," Lu Quanxiang replied. Not long after, Lu Quanxiang sensed a lot of auras fluctuating in the direction of the Ling family. He knew that the Ling family must have clashed with Lu Do. There's no strong aura. Could it be that I'm overthinking? Lu Quanxiang asked doubtfully. He had experienced too many near-death situations, and now his courage had shrunk. He had no choice but to treat everything with caution. After a while, His eyelids kept twitching. Suddenly, he stood up and shouted in surprise, "Why did third brother's aura suddenly weaken? Could it be that something really happened to third brother?" The other king stage expert frowned and asked doubtfully. The Liu family's head strength was low, and he couldn't sense the aura fluctuations from far away. He didn't know what his uncle was talking about, but from his expression, he could tell that the situation wasn't good. "Uncle, what happened?" The Liu family's head asked. Liu Quangxiang didn't answer, but his expression was extremely solemn. "Something must have happened to third brother. What should we do? Could it be that the Ling family really has strong reinforcements?" The king stage elder said, "Big brother, why don't we go over and take a look now? We can't even sense the other party's aura. If we go over rashly, I'm afraid." Liu Quanxiang revealed a timid expression. The other king stage elder hesitated for a moment and said, "Then let's wait and see. There will definitely be news." The Liu family's head was restless and said, "Uncle, could it be that something really happened?" "Shut up," Liu Quanxiang roared. The Liu family's head was so scared that he didn't dare to make a sound. He said unhappily, "Isn't a middle stage king stage? Why is he so scared? What a coward." Not long after, a guard hurriedly ran in and shouted, "No, not good. Patriarch, what the hell are you panicking about?" The Liu family's head shouted at the guard, Young master, he's been heavily injured." The guard pointed outside. At that moment, Luo Qingxuang walked in with Lu Do in her arms. "What happened to Do-er?" The Liu family's head instantly appeared next to Luo Qingxuang and looked at Lu Do. Luo Qingxuang handed Lu Do to the Liu family's head and said, "He was injured by the Ling family. The others are all dead." "What, all dead? Who did it? I'll go kill them." The Liu family's head roared angrily. "You piece of trash! What kind of strength do you have to be able to kill them?" "Let me see Do-er," Liu Quanxiang cursed from behind. The Liu family's head didn't dare to make a sound. He looked at his youngest son's miserable state and felt extremely uncomfortable and angry. All four of his limbs are broken, and his manhood has been destroyed. How vicious! Liu Quanxiang revealed a panicked expression and then asked Luo Qingxuang, "Who did it? Didn't they say that the Ling family only has one king stage? Even if my third brother can't beat them, he can still escape." "Haha, you'll see that person soon. He told you to wash your necks and wait for him to come and kill you," Luo Qingxuang said with a maniacal laugh. "Stupid girl, what did you say?" Liu Quanxiang grabbed Luo Qingxuang's neck with one hand and said angrily, I'm just telling the truth. If you have the ability, then kill me. I don't want to live anymore," Luo Qingxuang said with a red face. When she saw Ling Xiao return, when she saw Ling Xiao ignore her, her heart died. Now, she only wanted to die. Liu Quanxiang didn't kill Luo Qingxuang, but just threw her away. "Second brother, let's go. The Ling family must have strong reinforcements. We can't stay here for long," Liu Quanxiang said to another king stage cultivator. He hadn't even seen the other party and was already running away. It was clear that he was extremely afraid of death. "Uncle, you can't leave now." The Liu family's head immediately hugged Liu Quanxiang's body and begged, "Get out of my way." Liu Quanxiang kicked the Liu family's head away and was really about to leave the Liu family. Who knew that, just as Liu Quanxiang flew out the door, he seemed to have hit something and was fiercely bounced back. Chapter 493. Liu Quanxiang crawled up from the ground with a panicked expression. He didn't dare to escape from the front door again, so he flew straight to the roof and crashed through it. Bang! Just as he flew out, he hit something again and was bounced back again. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was in a sorry state. "Lord, please! Lord, please!" Liu Quanxiang didn't have any integrity at all as he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Everyone in the Liu family was scared silly. Was this the very powerful elder from the previous generation? Why did he become so cowardly now? At this moment, a young man slowly walked in from the door. Who are you?" Liu family's head tried to calm down and asked. "I'm the one who crippled your son," Ling Xiao said indifferently. You're from the Ling family. Lu families had exclaimed. Ling Xiao ignored him and glanced at the higher-ups of the Lu family. You want to replace my Ling family with just these people? You're really overestimating yourself. How arrogant. You're just a mystic warrior, and you dare to be so arrogant. The king-level elder shouted, and a powerful aura pressed towards Ling Xiao. He didn't understand why his brother was so scared, but the kid in front of him looked like he was just a mystic warrior, so it was fine if he killed him. Who knew that the kid ignored his aura and still stood in the same place, as if he wasn't hurt at all. You can all go die. Ling Xiao glared at the king-class cultivator, his aura surging out from his body. Not only the low-level king-level elder, but even the Lu family's elders couldn't withstand Ling Xiao's aura and were sent flying far away. Lu Quanxiang took the opportunity to escape in one direction. Unfortunately, how could Ling Xiao let him escape? Ling Xiao raised a blue flame in his hand and covered everyone in the Lu family. None of the Lu family could escape. They were all caught in the fire and kept rolling on the ground, trying to put out the fire. However, the fire grew bigger and bigger. In the end, not even their ashes were left. The only woman Ling Xiao did not kill was Luo Qingxuang, the woman he once had a relationship with. Ling Xiao grabbed her in his hand and rushed out of the cabinet of the Lu family. Ling Xiao escorted Luo Qingxuang out of the Lu residence. Luo Qingxuang's heart felt extremely comfortable as she sensed the familiar aura. She thought happily in her heart, "Don't tell me. He doesn't dislike me." However, in the next moment, her fantasy was shattered. Ling Xiao put her down and said lightly, "Go back to your home. I'm sorry." After saying that, he flew back to the Lu family. Luo Qingxuang looked at the departing figure and squatted on the ground, crying out loud, "I'm laughing at you for not leaving. I'm laughing at you for not leaving." Unfortunately, no matter how loudly she shouted, that figure would never return. Ling Xiao hovered in the air, looking down at the panic-stricken Lu family disciples, his eyes filled with indifference. "Since you want to destroy my Ling family, then you will have to suffer my wrath," Ling Xiao murmured, and the surrounding spiritual energy moved without any wind. As a strong spiritual energy gathered, Ling Xiao slowly spread out his palms, and a strong flame condensed in the air above him. "Go to hell, all of you!" Ling Xiao threw a huge fireball at the Lu family's manor. Boom! The huge fireball smashed into the Lu residence like a meteor, forming a huge pit. Many houses were directly smashed into smithereens, and a heavenly fire continued to spread in all directions, burning all the buildings near the Lu residence. The Lu residence became a scene of purgatory. Everyone in the Lu residence, regardless of their gender, age, or gender, was rolling and screaming in the sea of fire. Ling Xiao looked at them coldly and flew back to the Ling residence. Facing such cruel behavior, Ling Xiao did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. Since the Lu residents wanted to eradicate the Ling residents, they had to accept the consequences of their own actions. Ling Xiao had always thought of himself as a kind person, but if anyone dared to touch the people around him, he would become a demon. Moreover, this time the Lu residents dared to hurt the people closest to him. If he did not destroy the Lu residents, how could he swallow this anger? The Lu residents became a sea of purgatory. This news instantly attracted the attention of everyone in Meteorite City. For a moment, all the gossip and rumors began to spread. The Lu residents wanted to devour the Ling residents, but now it was destroyed. Could it be that the Ling residence's great elder has returned? Even if the Ling residence's great elder returned, he wouldn't be able to fight one against three. I think it might be young Master Ling Xiao who brought the Purple Sky Sect's great elder back to destroy the Lu residents. You're all wrong. I saw it with my own eyes. It was young Master Ling Xiao. He destroyed the Lu family with just one move. His current power is too terrifying. That's impossible. The Lu residence has 3 monarchs. Even if young Master Ling Xiao returned after studying for 4 years, he shouldn't be this powerful, right? It's up to you whether you believe it or not. In any case, this is the truth. While the outside was in an uproar, Ling Xiao returned to the Ling residence's inner courtyard. Although Ling Xiao's original courtyard was destroyed, the Ling residence had many courtyards, so he moved to another courtyard to settle down. When he returned to the courtyard, Meng Xian was hugging little Ling Tian and playing with him. "Little darling, what's your name?" Although Meng Xian felt that the little guy in front of her was very similar to her son, before her son admitted it, she was too embarrassed to randomly recognize him. It would be embarrassing if she recognized the wrong person. Little Ling Tian obediently replied, "My name is Feng Ling Tian." When Meng Xian heard that the child's surname wasn't Ling, her expression became somewhat unnatural. "Did I guess wrong?" Meng Xian was puzzled. Ling Xiao walked in and said to Meng Xian with a smile, "Mother, there's no need to doubt it. Tian, is your grandson." Then he waved to the priestess who didn't dare to sit. "Yin, come here. This is our mother." For a moment, everyone in the room was stunned. Although they guessed that this fairy-like woman and child should have a deep relationship with Ling Xiao, when Ling Xiao personally admitted it, they were still shocked. The priestess shyly walked to Meng Xian's side and greeted, "Wife." "Wife Feng Xianyan greets mother." The priestess grew up in Guji City. As a princess, she didn't have many friends and wasn't good at socializing. Now that she saw her mother-in-law, she couldn't help but be nervous, so she hesitated. Good wife, quickly get up, quickly get up." Meng Xian was naturally very satisfied with this wife. Aside from her outstanding appearance, she also had a terrifying cultivation. Most importantly, she gave birth to a good grandson, so of course she was very happy. Bai Yushi and Wei Dyer's eyes were filled with envy. Although they bitterly waited for Ling Xiao for a few years, they knew their own identities. They couldn't become Ling Xiao's main wife. Who told Ling Xiao to be such an outstanding man? It was like this 4 years ago, and it was still like this now. He was always so outstanding. It wouldn't be normal for a man like this to not have 3 wives and 4 concubines. "Xiao, why did your good grandson follow your wife's surname?" Meng Xian asked in confusion. This was the Ling family's bloodline, so why did he follow his mother's surname? Meng Xian was definitely unhappy. The priestess was a bit nervous when she heard Meng Xian's question. In any place, children would follow their father's surname, so following their mother's surname wasn't a big deal. She was afraid that if Meng Xian insisted on keeping her son in the Ling family, what would she do? Of course, she couldn't use force against the Ling family, but it wouldn't be easy to explain her grandfather. "Mother, this is my decision. Yin has been living with her grandfather since she was young. Now that grandfather is old, and I have taken Yin away, I have decided to let Tian'er be adopted by grandfather so that he will not be too lonely. Mother, if you like children, Yin and I can have a few for you." Ling Xiao said as he held his mother's shoulders. Then you don't plan on raising Tian'er in the future?" Meng Xian hugged little Ling Tian tightly, as if she was afraid that her grandson would disappear. "Mother, Yin grandfather is quite pitiful. Don't fight with him over this brat. He's very mischievous and hard to teach." Ling Xiao continued to persuade. "Father, Tian'er isn't mischievous." The little fellow wrinkled his nose unhappily. "It's none of your business. Shut up." Ling Xiao fiercely said to little Ling Tian. "Go to the side. Who dares to bully my grandson? I won't play with him." Meng Xian firmly stood on the little fellow's side and scolded Ling Xiao. "Mother, don't spoil this brat too much." Ling Xiao was a bit speechless and muttered in his heart. "Even mother likes this brat. My good days are coming to an end. I also spoiled you like this when you were young, but I didn't spoil you too much." Meng Xian rolled her eyes at her son. Ling Xiao was speechless and lamented in his heart. Now that you have a grandson, you don't want a son anymore. At this time, Feng Xian knelt in front of Meng Xian and said, "Mother, I know it's unfilial for the Ling family to let Tian'er follow his grandfather, but I beg you to pity his lonely grandfather. Don't fight with him, okay? Yi'er will serve you for the rest of my life." "Child, hurry up and come. I can't make the decision. Let Xiao talk to his father. It's just a pity for my grandson." Meng Xian carried little Ling Tian with one hand and helped Feng Xian up with the other. The kind-hearted Bayushi stood up and said, "Godmother, just agree to young mistress. Young mistress can give birth to a few fat grandchildren for you to raise." The priestess looked at Bayushi with gratitude. Bayushi took the opportunity to bow to the priestess and said, "Yushi greets young mistress. I'm young master's personal maid. If young mistress needs anything in the future, just tell me." Bayushi's feelings for Ling Xiao couldn't be understood by others. Thinking back to the past, Bayushi's heart was filled with endless sweetness. Even though Ling Xiao had a wife now, she still put Ling Xiao first. She would always be the young master's only maid. Chapter 494. On the third day after Ling Xiao returned to the Ling family, the entire Ling family was filled with jubilation. This was because the Ling family was still the #1 family in Meteorite City and the only big family in the city. The other small families could only rely on the Ling family. Otherwise, they would end up like the Lu family. The Ling family had reached an unprecedented peak, and this was all because of the glory brought by their 14th elder, Ling Xiao. The 14th elder had already replaced the Grand Elder as the true stabilizing force of the Ling family. They believed that as long as the 14th elder existed, the Ling family would prosper and no one would dare to provoke the Ling family again. Before this, those who were injured by the Lu family's King Jie had all recovered and were temporarily out of danger. During this time, Ling Xiao also spent a lot of effort to convince his father to let little Ling Tian marry the high priestess. Ling Zhan and Meng Xiyun were both reasonable people. Even though they were reluctant, they still reluctantly agreed. Furthermore, their grandson was still theirs, and it was just a change of surname. Their son was still young, and it would be a good thing for them to have a few more grandsons in the future. Currently, the courtyard of Ling Zhao's house was bustling with noise and excitement. The elders of the Ling family were all here. Those who didn't know would think that Ling Zhao's house was where the Ling family's cabinet was located. They had all seen Ling Zhao's methods. As a member of the same family, they naturally had to curry favor with Ling Xiao. Moreover, Ling Xiao had the identity of an alchemist. They were more or less hoping that Ling Xiao would reward them with some medicinal pills to help them improve. Ling Xiao was still a junior, so he naturally couldn't reject them. He could only bite the bullet and come out to greet them. Otherwise, others would say that he had grown capable and didn't even want the people of the family. After exchanging some pleasantries with the elders, Ling Yuan, as the patriarch, ordered most of the people to leave first. In the hall, there were only a few people that Ling Xiao was familiar with. Grandfather Ling Song, the previous elder Ling Chun, god-grandfather Li Su, Uncle Ling Yuan, Father Ling Zhan, and third Uncle Ling Tao. Li Su narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Good boy. I haven't seen you for a few years, and you've become so powerful. Tell me, what realm are you at now?" The others also focused their gazes on him, as if they all wanted to know the exact answer. Ling Xiao could only honestly say, "I barely reached the high-level king level." High-level king rank? The few people from the Ling clan all sucked in a breath of cold air. They clearly remembered that Ling Xiao was only a mid-stage mystic realm cultivator when he left Meteor City, yet he was a high-level king realm cultivator now. In these 4 years, he had actually crossed 7 minor ranks and crossed 2 major ranks. This advancement speed seemed to be a little too fast. All of them had cultivated for most of their lifetimes, and the most formidable amongst them was only at the half-step king rank. However, Ling Xiao was still so young, yet he'd already left them far behind. How could they, the seniors, endure this? Good boy, worthy of being our Meteor City's genius. Li Su slapped his thigh and praised. Ling Tsang also nodded with satisfaction. Good. As expected of a disciple of my Ling clan. You must have a high position in the Purple Sky sect, right? Ling Xiao replied, "It's all right. This time I came back mainly to see my parents. I'm preparing to go on a long journey." "You've just come back, and you're already thinking of going on a long journey?" Ling Chun asked, puzzled. In his heart, he was still hoping that Ling Xiao would help him raise his cultivation to the king rank. "The Northwest is too small. I want to go to the central region," Ling Xiao replied with a light smile. He then continued, Grandfather's elder Chun, if you have the chance in the future, you must go outside and take a look. Meteor City is too backward, and if this continues, it will be difficult for your cultivation to progress. Although Ling Xiao's words were a bit direct, they were also stating a fact. In Meteor City, Mystic Realm cultivators belonged to the ranks of experts, Spirit Masters were first-rate experts, and King ranks were absolute experts. However, in the outside world, Mystic Realm cultivators weren't even guards, and Spirit Masters were barely qualified to guard the door. As for King ranks, they weren't that rare. Now that he had become stronger, he didn't want his clan to remain a small, backward clan. One day, he would make the Ling clan a first-rate clan. Xiao is right. Blindly cultivating is not a good idea. If you have the chance to go out, you won't have lived in vain. Ever since Ling Tsong had stepped down from the position of clan leader, his state of mind had become much more open-minded. This was also the reason why he was able to become half a step into the king rank. Now that he heard Ling Xiao say this, Ling Tsong felt that it was very reasonable. We're just a bag of old bones. Where else can we go? Ling Chan said somewhat dispiritedly. If he was still 20 or 30 years old, perhaps he would agree with Ling Xiao's words. However, he was now nearly 100 years old and no longer had that exuberant drive. Elder Chun, don't be discouraged. At your age, breaking through to the king rank is still very young. In the future, you may have a chance to step into the king rank. Ling Xiao said very seriously. Ling Chen shook his head. It's only half a step, but breaking through half a step is easier said than done. Even the Grand Elder only took that step after extreme misfortune. Ling Yuan's eyes flashed. Elder Chun, did you not understand Xiao Er's words? Ling Chan was a bit startled for a moment, and then he came back to his senses and said to Ling Xiao, Xiao, you have a way to help me break through? At this time, Ling Tsong also seemed to be very excited. Half a step into the king rank was still half a step, and there was still a large gap between it and the Real king rank. If they could break through to the king rank, then their lifespan would greatly increase, and they would then have more time to train. It's not difficult to help you break through to the king rank, Ling Xiao said lightly. Ling Chun and Ling Tsong's bodies trembled, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Even Li Su, Ling Zhan, Ling Yuan, and Ling Tao's eyes were filled with passion. Xiao, are you a level 4 alchemist? Ling Xiao's father, Ling Zhan, asked from the side. Ling Xiao nodded his head in acknowledgement. He was now much more than a level 4 alchemist. Hearing Ling Xiao's confirmation, everyone in the room became very excited. Ling Tsong even praised, the heavens really are protecting our Ling family. The heavens are protecting our Ling family. If the Grand Elder heard this, he would definitely be very happy. Grandpa, there's nothing to be happy about. Listen to me first, Ling Xiao said with a smile. If it was before, Ling Xiao would definitely be very arrogant and say, what's a level 4 alchemist? I'm already a level 5 alchemist. Now, he was a man who had lived for more than a year. He was a man who already had a wife and a child. His personality had become slightly more stable, and he didn't seem too arrogant in front of his family. This time, I've come back not only to help you increase your strength, but also to give you some cultivation resources. Once I find a place to settle down in the central region, I'll bring you back. One day, the Ling family will be famous throughout the world. Ling Zhao's voice was filled with unprecedented lofty aspirations. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but that he wanted to advance towards this goal. Everyone in the room revealed an expression of disbelief. How could they have imagined that Ling Xiao would have such great ambitions and thoughts? They asked themselves in their hearts, would their Ling family have such a day? They only thought that Ling Xiao was joking, but in the future, they would witness this joke becoming true. After sending away the people who were in a daze, Ling Xiao walked into the courtyard. Meng Xiyun, Feng Xianyun, Bai Yushi, and Wei Dyer were all playing around little Ling Tian happily. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao felt very comfortable. He was glad that Feng Xianyun was able to get along well with Bai Yushi and Wei Dyer. As long as there wasn't a fire in the harem, Ling Xiao felt much more at ease. Ling Xiao admitted that he was very good at fighting and killing, but how to deal with the relationship between women was a problem that needed to be investigated. Therefore, the fact that they could get along with each other saved him a lot of trouble. Ling Xiao called out to Bai Yushi and Wei Dyer and asked them to follow him. In these 3 days, he was busy taking care of the injured and catching up with his family. He didn't have a chance to have a good chat with the two ladies. It had been 4 years, and he still missed them a lot. In the room, Bai Yushi and Wei Dyer looked tenderly at the handsome man sitting down. Their hearts were filled with apprehension. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would say something heartless and leave them far away. "Why are you guys standing there? Come over to my side," Ling Xiao said with a charming smile. The two women glanced at each other, then slowly walked over. The current Ling Xiao was already a high and mighty king that they could only look up to. In their hearts, they had a little more respect for Ling Xiao. Of course, Ling Xiao noticed their strange behavior. He stood up and opened his arms to embrace the two ladies. He said indifferently, "It's been hard on you guys these few years." The two ladies' hearts trembled. They were happy in their hearts. So he didn't forget about them. Looking at the two ladies in his arms who were crying, Ling Xiao said, "What's wrong? Are you touched by this young master?" "Screw you, we're not." Wei Dyer laughed through her tears. Bai Yushi nodded honestly and said, "I thought young master didn't want me anymore. I was so scared. Now I'm not afraid because young master hasn't changed. He's still the original young master." Ling Xiao touched Bai Yushi's head pitifully and said, "Of course. I spent a lot of money to buy you. You can only serve me for the rest of your life." He then said to Wei Dyer, "Sister Dyer, you're even sexier now." When the two ladies heard Ling Xiao's words, their hearts were filled with joy. The apprehension they had before disappeared. "Good brother, can I follow by your side in the future? I don't want to think about you every day and night," Wei Dyer said as she hugged Ling Xiao's waist tightly. Bai Yushi nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, young master. Take us with you. We're very powerful now. We won't be a burden to you. Besides, young master and young mistress also need people to take care of them. All right, you guys can follow me from now on. I'm just afraid that you'll feel wronged." Ling Xiao agreed without thinking. "No, as long as I can follow young master, I'll be very satisfied." Bai Yushi quickly replied, "Brother is so outstanding. There will definitely be many women in the future. I'll be satisfied as long as you have a little place for me in your heart," Wei Dyer replied. Chapter 495. After settling the two women's thoughts, Ling Xiao shut himself off for a few days. 5 days later, Ling Xiao came out of seclusion and headed straight for the inner pavilion. The younger generation of the Ling family looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of worship. "That's the 14th elder, right? I heard from my father that he's already at the king level, and he destroyed the Lu family by himself. The 14th elder is even more powerful than our grand elder. He'll be my idol from now on. Tisk, my father always tells me that a son should be like the 14th elder. I've already placed the 14th elder's memorial tablet in front of me. In the future, I'll definitely be half as powerful as the 14th elder. If I'm a third as powerful as the 14th elder, then I'll be satisfied." Within the inner pavilion, the elders of the Ling family were anxiously waiting for Ling Xiao to appear. When Ling Xiao ran into the hall, all the elders of the Ling family showed a rare smile. Their smiles were filled with respect and flattery. "Everyone's here," Ling Xiao said casually. He muttered to himself, "Didn't I tell Uncle not to inform so many people? Why are they all here now? But that's fine. I don't have to wait for someone else to relay the message." Just as Ling Xiao was about to find an inconspicuous place to sit down, Ling Yuan called out, "Xiao, why are you sitting so far away? Come sit with your grandfather." Ling Tsong sat at the front, and there were a few elders from the previous generation sitting with him. Now that he had allowed Ling Xiao to sit with them, it was clear how much Ling Yuan valued his nephew. The other elders naturally didn't have any objections since the 14th elder was so powerful. "Today, I've called everyone here to announce something. After discussing it with the previous elders and the previous family head, we've specially appointed the 14th elder as our family's guardian elder. In addition to protecting the family, he also has the authority to clean up anyone who disobeys or betrays the family. If anyone has any objections, you can voice them now, Ling Yuan said faintly as he glanced at the people seated. None of the elders present would object to this, unless their brains were caught in a door. What kind of strength did Ling Xiao have? If he became their clan protector elder, it would be like giving them a powerful protective umbrella over their heads. That was exactly what they were looking for. None of the elders had any objections, and all of them approved it. Ling Xiao was too lazy to say anything. It was just a title. This was his family, so it was natural for him to protect them. However, he couldn't take care of them for the rest of his life. Only when their strength increased would they have the ability to protect themselves. Xiao, why don't you say something? Ling Yuan looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and stood up. He looked coldly at the elders who were sitting in the room. The elders suddenly felt as if they were being stared at by something terrifying. They felt a chill in their hearts, and the smiles on their faces disappeared. Everyone here can be said to be my uncles. I, Ling Xiao, am your junior, but today I have to say something unpleasant, Ling Xiao said in a low voice. He paused for a moment before continuing. You're really too weak. In this most backward city, you almost lost your position. Don't you feel ashamed? Whoosh. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the middle-aged and elderly people all had ugly expressions on their faces. They all felt uncomfortable in their hearts, and they all sneered in their hearts. Could it be that you're planning to go back to the family and flaunt your strength just because you've made some achievements? I know you might think I'm flaunting, but I can tell you that I'm not in the mood to flaunt in front of you. I just want to ask you one thing. Do you want to become a king one day? Become the earthly emperor? If you do, then from today onwards, focus on your cultivation. Don't always think about fighting for power. I will satisfy your wishes, but only if you have the qualifications. You don't need to doubt anything I say, Ling Xiao said calmly. He then turned to Ling Chun and said, Grandpa, Elder Chun, this is a king rudiment pill. It can increase your chances of breaking through to the king level. With your half step into the king level, with this king rudiment pill, you'll definitely be able to break through to the king level. King rudiment pill. The Ling family members were all stunned. Ling Tsong and Ling Chun each received the pill, their eyes flashing with excitement. Ling Xiao was so angry that he almost fainted from the expressions of the elders in his family. He felt a sense of powerlessness and defeat, which made him feel sad. He had originally thought that they would all cry out in surprise and crave for such a high-grade pill. However, from their expressions, it seemed that they didn't know what a king rudiment pill was. It had to be said that their standards were too low. It was also the first time that Ling Chun and Ling Tsong had heard of a king rudiment pill. However, this pill was related to their chances of becoming king-level cultivators, so of course they would accept it first. They trusted Ling Xiao's words completely. This is a level 4 pill. We'll continue after my grandpa and Elder Chun break through, Ling Xiao said, and left the inner pavilion without looking back. He had made up his mind that he would change his family members from this ignorant state. 2 days later, 2 powerful auras rose from 2 different corners of the Ling family. The entire Ling family could feel these 2 powerful auras. Ha! I've finally broken through to the king level. A figure rushed into the sky, laughing wildly. This person was the previous generation's Elder Ling Chun. The other figure also rushed up and said loudly, I've also broken through. This feels so good. Elder Chun and the previous clan leader really broke through? That's great. Our Ling family has 2 more king-level cultivators. Exactly. Let's see who dares to provoke our Ling family in the future. Right, this is the pill for the Guardian Elder. I want to become a king-level cultivator as well. I'm going to ask the 14th Elder for help. I want to go too. I want to become a king-level cultivator as well. For the next few days, Ling Xiao's courtyard was filled with people. They were all the clan elders in attendance. They had personally witnessed the birth of 2 king-level cultivators in front of their eyes. That was the goal of their entire lives. Once one entered the king level, they would gain 200 years of lifespan and a powerful body. Who didn't want to become a king? However, Ling Xiao didn't have the time to waste with them. He gave the spirit-breaking pill and king rudiment pill to his uncle, Ling Yuan, and asked him to come up with a reward system. Whoever contributed the most to the family would be rewarded with a spirit-breaking pill. At the same time, whoever reached the peak of the Spirit Master level the fastest would also be rewarded with a King Rudiment pill. Ling Xiao believed that under the stimulation of this reward system, it wouldn't be long before the strength of their clan's elders would increase by a lot. At the same time, Ling Xiao gave some profound crystals, 3rd and 4th tier profound weapons, and some azure and green tier cultivation techniques to his grandfather, Ling Tsong, and asked him to make arrangements. When Ling Tsong received these high-grade profound weapons and profound skills, he was so excited that he almost went crazy. However, Ling Xiao didn't care at all. He had plundered the spatial rings of many experts over the years, obtained many benefits from the secret Mirror Heaven Suppressing sect, and plundered all the treasures of the rank 7 Heavy Sword sect. Right now, Ling Xiao was a huge treasure trove. In the eyes of others, high-grade items were insignificant in his eyes. He took out these treasures so that his family could grow stronger and make plans for the future. After Ling Xiao handed over the spatial rings to Ling Tsong, he said, "Grandfather, our Ling family is still very weak. We absolutely cannot let outsiders know about these things, or else you will definitely attract a fatal disaster." Ling Tsong nodded and said, "An ordinary man is innocent, but he will get into trouble because of his wealth. Grandfather understands this principle." "That's good. Although Meteor City is a bit behind the times, it will be beneficial for our family to gradually grow stronger without outsiders knowing about it. In the future, when I have a place to settle in the central region, I will move my family there. Of course, if others want to stay here, I won't force them," Ling Xiao said. And you're right. After all, not everyone is always filled with fighting spirit like you, and there are many people who like to be content with the status quo. However, Grandfather will always support you. I believe that one day, you will lead the family to a height that others cannot even look up to," Ling Tsong said in a gratified tone. He knew that his grandson was a genius, but he had never thought that he would become so strong in such a short period of time. This was simply not something that could be described as a genius. Even calling him a genius was not an exaggeration. After Ling Xiao explained everything that needed to be said, he entered the study with his father, Ling Zhan. "Good boy, your father is bitterly cultivated for a few years, and I thought that I would surpass you, but you've left me far behind. You are truly worthy of being my son." Ling Zhan happily patted his son's shoulder. Ever since Ling Zhan had recovered his ability to cultivate, he had been desperately cultivating and advancing very quickly. Now that he was a high-rank spirit master, he had thought that he would be able to catch up to his son's footsteps, but he had never expected that the gap between them would only grow wider and wider. He felt somewhat sad, but he was even more happy for his son. Ling Xiao naturally didn't want to destroy his father's confidence. He took out the 10,000-year stone milk and handed it to him, saying, "Father, you should have noticed the extraordinariness of the 3-part origin returning chi. As long as you continue to work hard, it will definitely be of great benefit to you. So it's best if we don't rely on medicinal pills to advance. This is the 10,000-year stone milk, and it can cleanse and expand your meridians, making it even better for your future cultivation." At the same time, Ling Xiao handed over a spatial ring to Ling Zhan. It was already filled with a lot of high-grade healing pills, hundreds of thousands of low-grade profound crystals, several high-grade profound artifacts, and blue-tier profound skills. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't be stingy towards his own father. When Ling Zhan received the spatial ring and saw the things inside, he almost cried out in excitement. The spatial ring itself was a rare treasure in Meteor City, and everything inside was extremely precious. How could Ling Zhan not be excited? "Father, I'll be going to the central region soon, so you have to stay at home and take care of Mother. Once I find a place to stay, I'll bring you over," Ling Xiao said. Don't worry. Your mother is like your father right now. She often cultivates to pass time, so she won't be lonely. When the time comes, you should hurry up and give birth to a few grandchildren. When we reach the central region, your mother and I will be even happier, Ling Zhan replied. A man's ambition was to travel far and wide, so Ling Zhan naturally wouldn't stop his son's fighting spirit. Chapter 496. Ling Xiao had already done his best to arrange everything for the family. The people of the Ling family were all happy. Many elders obtained the spirit-breaking pill, and their strength greatly increased. Those who were originally high-level spirit masters all entered seclusion, hoping to reach the peak of the spirit master level as soon as possible. At the same time, they also told their children to cultivate well or work hard for the family, so that they could obtain the generous rewards of the family as soon as possible. For a time, the Ling family showed a scene of prosperity and unity. At this time, Ling Xiao gave his mother and the two women a 10,000-year pearl. After the three women found out about the effects of the 10,000-year pearl, they almost jumped in joy. Bai Yuxi and Wei Dyer even gave Ling Xiao many kisses. As a mother, Meng Xiun was naturally praising her son for giving her such a good gift. After the three women consumed the 10,000-year pearl, they each emitted a bright and beautiful light. In an instant, the surrounding scenery became a lot dimmer. Meng Xiun was originally a beauty. Although she was already in her early 40s, she had always maintained herself well. She looked like she was only in her 30s, the age where she was full of charm. Now that she consumed the 10,000-year pearl, her temperament and skin color became even more dignified and elegant, full of nobility. She did not look old at all. Instead, she looked more like a mature woman in her 30s. Bai Yuxi was originally a pitiful beauty, but now she became even more charming and alluring. Her face that seemed like it could drip water became even more radiant and alluring, and her temperament rose by more than a level from before. If she was considered a first-rate beauty before, then she was now a genuine top-grade beauty. Wei Dyer had also changed a lot. Her original charm and sexiness were already attractive enough to attract men. Now, regardless of whether it was her appearance or her figure, she was glowing with radiance. She was truly a stunner in every man's fantasy. She gave people the urge to embrace her and violate her. Godmother, you become really beautiful. Bai Yuxi looked at Meng Xiun and praised. Wei Dyer also praised. That's right, Godmother. You're so beautiful that I'm jealous. When Ling Xiao left, Wei Dyer also acknowledged Meng Xiun as her godmother. Since Ling Xiao kept calling her sister, she might as well be his god-sister. Silly girls, you two are even more beautiful than Godmother. Godmother is getting old. Meng Xiun blushed slightly. If she had a mirror, she would definitely take a good look to see if she had really become younger and more beautiful. In any case, she felt that Bai Yuxi and Wei Dyer had really become more beautiful. When Feng Xianyun saw the changes in the three girls, she couldn't help but remember that she hadn't taken the 10,000-year pearl that Ling Xiao had given her. They've all become prettier. I'll also become prettier when I get back. I can't lose to them, Feng Xianyun thought to herself. All women had a competitive heart. Feng Xianyun was a normal woman, so naturally, she didn't want to be outdone by others. Ling Xiao looked at the chattering women and was very happy. He tactfully turned around and walked out of the house. Outside the courtyard, a 1.5-meter tall black bear was playing with a mischievous little fellow. There were a few servants following beside the black bear, as if they were afraid that the little fellow would fall off the bear's back. When Ling Xiao walked out, the black bear ran towards Ling Xiao with clumsy steps. Little Ling Tian, who was on the bear's back, shouted happily, "Oh, Uncle Little Black, you're too slow. You're too far behind Uncle Little Gold." The black bear came in front of Ling Xiao and stuck out its tongue to lick Ling Xiao's face. Ling Xiao could only use his hand to guide it and let it lick his hand. He then rubbed the black bear's head and said, "Little Black, I haven't seen you for a few years and you've grown so tall. It's time for you to improve." After saying that, Ling Xiao took out a level 3 Earth attribute beast pill and placed it in front of the black bear. "Daddy, what's this? It's so shiny and beautiful. I want it too." The little fellow on the bear's back asked. "You have a share in everything. Hurry up and get down. Otherwise, don't cry when you fall." Ling Xiao reprimanded in a bad mood. "Uncle Little Black is great. It won't throw me." The little fellow wrinkled its nose and said. At this time, the black bear swallowed the beast pill. Following that, the black bear let out a long roar towards the sky. A ball of earthen yellow light bloomed, and its aura suddenly increased. The little fellow on the black bear's back was caught off guard and was knocked away by the black bear's aura. "Young master!" Lone Eagle and Li Kuanghu cried out in alarm and chased after the little fellow. They didn't want to see the little fellow hurt from the fall, who knew that they would be imprisoned by an aura before they could even run a few steps. "It's fine. Let him go." Just as they were about to resist, Ling Xiao's indifferent voice sounded. Lone Eagle and Li Kuanghu really didn't understand why their young master was so heartless. He actually allowed their son to fall. They couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the young master isn't young master's biological son? However, just as they had this thought, they immediately dispelled it. This was because they saw the little fellow, who had fallen a few meters away, climb up and touch his little butt. "Uncle Little Black is so bad. He made my butt hurt." Lone Eagle and Li Kuanghu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. A child who was only 1.5 years old falling so heavily should at least have broken his arms and legs. Otherwise, he should have cried loudly. However, the little fellow only wrinkled his nose and touched his butt. Unexpectedly, nothing happened. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts, as expected of the young master's son. He is indeed different. Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to his evildoer son. Instead, he looked at the black bear that was advancing. This black bear was the little black bear that he had personally delivered in the desolate mountain range. Unfortunately, its parents were killed by mercenaries. It was almost captured by others as a pet beast. Fortunately, he had snatched it back. In the few years that he had left, he had asked by Yushi to take care of it. Now, it was already a rank 2 spirit beast. After swallowing the rank 3 beast core that he gave it, it should be able to condense a beast core and become a rank 3 spirit beast. It continuously patted its chest with its paws and let out a series of roars. Everyone in the courtyard was alarmed by it. After 2 hours, the black bear finally stopped roaring. It had grown from its original height of 1.5 meters to 2.5 meters. It looked majestic and mighty, and its black fur was glossy and shiny. It kept sticking out its tongue and licking Ling Xiao's hand, looking like it was trying to please him. "All right, Lil Black, you will become even stronger in the future. Go play on the side," Ling Xiao said as he patted the black bear's chest. Following that, Ling Xiao turned to Lone Eagle and said, "Lone Eagle, Kuanghu, gather the 8 generals here. Also, bring Cold Snake over." "Yes, young master." The two bowed and immediately went to gather the people. The 8 generals were freelance mercenaries and rogue cultivators that chose to follow Ling Xiao when he left Meteor City. They were all between 22 and 35 years old. They were all people that Ling Xiao felt had strong willpower, which was why he took them in. Back then, he had set a 3-year agreement with them. As long as they didn't leave Meteor City, he decided to take them in. Now that 4 years had passed, they had all reached the Spirit Master level. It had to be said that they had cultivated with all their might in these few years. Looking at the 8 people filled with killing intent, Ling Xiao was quite satisfied. In the 4 years that he wasn't here, Lone Eagle, Kuanghu, and the others had already carried out cruel jungle training on these 8 people. The 8 of them had experienced countless life and death situations in these few years to force out their potential and break through to the Spirit Master level. Of course, their Tenbin was also the upper class among ordinary people. I'm very happy that all of you can still stay in my Ling family today. I'm also very happy for you because you all stayed and I will fulfill your hopes. Ling Xiao said as he glanced at the 11 people with satisfaction. Everyone's eyes became fanatical, especially the 8 generals that hadn't received any benefits from Ling Xiao. They had waited bitterly for 4 years and thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't return. However, they had decided that Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, and Cold Snake were the 3 bosses. This was because the 3 of them were far stronger than the 8 of them. They felt that even if Ling Xiao returned, he wouldn't necessarily be worth following. However, Ling Xiao's strong return made them firm in their wavering thoughts. Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, and Cold Snake naturally wouldn't have any doubts about Ling Xiao. The 3 of them had all witnessed Ling Xiao's true methods. Everyone report your attributes and come forward to receive a spirit-breaking pill, Ling Xiao said as he held quite a few spirit-breaking pills in his hands. One by one, starting with Ling 1. Lone Eagle said from the side. These 8 people's names had all been changed to code names from 1 to 8, using Ling as their surname. This was because they would be Ling Xiao's 8 most loyal generals. The 8 of them each received their own spirit-breaking pills with joy on their faces. It's best if you don't take the spirit-breaking pill yet. Save it for when you break through to the high spirit master level. Ling Xiao reminded them. He then took out 11 bottles of 10,000-year stone emulsion and said, "Everyone take 1 bottle. It will give you an unexpected harvest." After taking out the 11 bottles of 10,000-year stone emulsion, Ling Xiao didn't have much left. However, for the people around him, he felt that it was worth it. When the 11 people received the small bottle, they were all puzzled. What is this bottle of water? Will it really have any effect? Find a quiet place and take it first. I'll protect you, Ling Xiao said. He didn't explain the effects of the 10,000-year stone emulsion because they would find out after taking it. The 10,000-year stone emulsion had a powerful icy power, and it wasn't something ordinary people could withstand. However, with Ling Xiao protecting them and guiding them, they could easily absorb it. The 11 of them glowed once more, and their strength had unexpectedly broken through. Lone Eagle, Cold Snake, and the 8 generals had all broken through, while Li Kuang, who had stepped into the realm of Half-Step King. They felt as if their bodies had been cleansed once more, and there was an indescribable feeling of comfort in their bodies. All of them immediately bowed to Ling Xiao. "Thank you for your help, young master. Cleansing your marrows and opening your meridians will be of great benefit to your future cultivation," Ling Xiao said. He paused for a moment before saying to the 8 generals, "You can take the spirit-breaking pill now." Chapter 497. Never in their wildest dreams had the 8 generals imagined that they would rise 2 ranks in a single day. They only felt as if they were jumping on a springboard, jumping wherever they wanted. That kind of feeling of energy accumulation almost made them cry with joy. 4 years of waiting and perseverance had finally brought them what they longed for. What else could they not be satisfied with? In their hearts, they firmed their resolve to pursue Ling Xiao. "We are young master's people for the rest of our lives." If Ling Xiao had heard this, he would have immediately fainted and said, "I'm not made of glass." Seeing the 8 generals jump 2 ranks, Solitary Eagle, Li Kuanghu, and Lungshi did not feel the slightest bit of jealousy. They only felt lucky to have followed the right master. "Ling Xiao, come out." At this time, Ling Xiao called out to the only woman among the 8 generals. This woman used to be called Gue Sanyang because her face had been scratched by someone a long time ago. No one knew who could be so cruel as to scratch a woman's face like this. It was terrifying to look at, and coupled with her terrifying killing methods, people called her Gue Sanyang. Gue Sanyang had her own difficulties that no one else knew. She did not speak of it, and no one asked. But these men all treated Gue Sanyang as a brother. They did not reject her because of her appearance, but instead gave in to her in many things. "Ling San is here." Gue Sanyang walked out from the crowd. "This is an extra reward for you." Ling Xiao took out a 10,000-year-old pearl and handed it to Gue Sanyang. Gue Sanyang stared blankly for a moment before taking the pearl. She really did not understand why Ling Xiao would give this to her. "Take it and see if it has any effects," Ling Xiao said lightly. Gue Sanyang did not hesitate and immediately obeyed Ling Xiao's instructions. Even if Ling Xiao gave her poison, she would not hesitate to take it. After taking the 10,000-year-old pearl, Gui Sanyang's body blossomed with a pure and flawless halo, and her scarred face actually began to change. The scars on her face gradually changed and finally disappeared, revealing another beautiful and exquisite face. The men nearby watched Gui Sanyang's transformation with their mouths wide open. They never thought that the ugly woman who was with them every day would have such a beautiful face. Gui Sanyang sensed everyone's strange gazes and couldn't help but rub her own face. What are you looking at? It's not like I've never seen ugly women before. If you're an ugly woman, then I'm afraid most women in this world would have to hit the wall. Lone Eagle couldn't help but exclaim. The others all agreed with his words and nodded in unison. Gui Sanyang smiled bitterly. What are you doing? I'm already used to this ugly appearance. I don't need you to comfort me. Although she said that, she was actually very touched that she had a group of good brothers around her. Ling Xiao pointed with one hand, and an ice mirror appeared in his hand. See for yourself, Ling Xiao said to Gui Sanyang. Gui Sanyang hesitated for a moment, then walked over to Ling Xiao's ice mirror and looked at her reflection. Gui Sanyang actually cried out in alarm. She seemed to be frightened by herself. Then, she rubbed her eyes and carefully looked at herself in the mirror. Tears of joy rolled down her beautiful eyes. She heavily knelt in front of Ling Xiao and loudly said, "Many thanks, young master. Many thanks, young master." Apart from gratitude, she really didn't know how to repay her young master. She had never thought that her young master would actually be able to cure her ghostly appearance. She seemed to have returned to her youth when she was 20 years old. That kind of feeling was truly beautiful and comforting. All right, get up. You need to pay attention to your image in the future. Don't let those fellows take advantage of you. Ling Xiao teased her as he helped her up. The others all laughed, as if they had seen a little sheep fall into a wolf's den. Although Gui Sanyang's appearance had recovered, her fiery temper was still there. She immediately turned around and placed her hands on her hips, shouting, "What are you laughing at? You ugly men! Whoever dares to take advantage of me, I'll chop off his hand." Hearing Gui Sanyang's words, they all laughed even louder. Because Sanyang was still the same Sanyang, she hadn't changed just because she had become beautiful. After laughing, Ling Xiao distributed other things to everyone. Each of them received a spatial ring, and then Ling Xiao laid out a large pile of mysterious great artifacts for them to choose from. This time, all 11 of them were completely shocked. They had never seen so many good things before, and were almost dizzy from their young master's continuous supply of high-grade artifacts. The 11 of them each chose a suitable, profound artifact, and their expressions all became spirited. They were all cheering wildly in their hearts. As long as they followed their young master, he would absolutely not treat them unfairly. They had originally thought that the things Ling Xiao had given them would be finished. Strength-enhancing pills, the best quality vein cleansing and meridian cleansing elixir, spatial rings, and high-grade profound artifacts, all of which were extremely rare treasures in the Northwest. They were already very satisfied with these. Who knew that in the next moment, another surprise would come? Ling Xiao threw out a large pile of green and blue rank profound skills for them to choose from. The 11 of them were shocked to the point that their eyes went numb. Following that, the 11 of them continued to snatch as though they had gone mad, searching for a profound skill that was suitable for them. At this time, Ling Xiao said to Solitary Eagle, "Solitary Eagle, you don't need to look anymore. The profound skill that suits you is here." Solitary Eagle trembled as he received the profound skill that Ling Xiao gave him. He knew that the young master would definitely not give him an ordinary thing. Eagle Tracking 9 forms Red Rank Wind attribute profound skill. This was a high-level profound skill that he had obtained from the secret Mirror Heaven Suppressing sect. Solitary Eagle was a dual wind and fire attribute cultivator, so Ling Xiao gave him this red rank profound skill. Solitary Eagle was ecstatic as he knelt down on one knee towards Ling Xiao. "Many thanks, young master." A red rank profound skill. Even in the entire Northwest, it would be extremely difficult to find a second copy of this book. He didn't expect that his young master would give it to him without so much as a frown. This made Lone Eagle very touched. His loyalty to Ling Xiao was almost unshakable. This is what you deserve. As long as you follow this young master loyally, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. One day, you will make everyone admire you. Ling Xiao said as he slightly revealed a golden aura. The 11 of them bowed together and exclaimed, "We pledge our lives to follow young master." Ling Xiao was quite satisfied with this. What he wanted were subordinates that were absolutely loyal to him. Even if they had the slightest bit of wavering, he would not easily let them stay. Therefore, cruel leopard and poisonous scorpion who were not by his side had to be properly trained. I will give you 5 days to comprehend your profound skills. When the time comes, I will personally bring you into the desolate mountain range to train. Ling Xiao said as he turned and left. The faces of the 10 people showed a bit of joy, but their eyes were full of disapproval. They had entered the desolate mountain range many times, and each time it was not easy to leave. Now that they were allowed to enter again, of course there was nothing to be afraid of. Ling Xiao returned to the alchemy room that he had temporarily booked. He had an extra spirit grass and 5 spirit fruits in his hand. The spirit grass was the immortal vine that he had obtained from the Zhao family's earthly emperor in the Thousand Beast City. The immortal vine was a non-elemental spirit herb, and it could be refined into a top-notch 5th-tier medicinal pill, the heavenly immortal pill. Aside from allowing martial artists below the king stage to advance continuously after consuming the heavenly immortal pill, it could also allow martial artists to form immortal astral battle chi, which could increase a martial artist's combat strength and lower the opponent's battle intent. It was a top-grade medicinal pill. The 5-colored gourd holy fruit was also a high 5th-level spirit grass. Its effect could increase the martial artist's pure attribute by 30%. It also contained pure spiritual power, which could allow any king stage to advance by 1 level or spirit master to advance by 2 levels. It could increase the range of spirit master's perception of spiritual power and increase the probability of king stage to enter the emperor stage without shaking the martial artist's foundation. If it was refined into a gourd holy pill, its effect would be even more abnormal. Ever since Ling Xiao obtained these 2 precious 5th-level spirit grass, he had not touched them. Now it's time to use them. Ling Xiao sighed softly. The space ring in his hand turned into the shape of a cauldron and fell to the ground. 1 day later, bursts of medicinal fragrance wafted over a radius of several kilometers. Everyone in the Ling family could not help but want to rush over to see what kind of elixir had appeared. The pill fragrance produced by the 5th-level elixir was something that even spirit beasts could not help but want to snatch. Ling Xiao waved his hand to isolate the pill fragrance, and then carefully put away the elixir. Sigh, a 5th-level elixir can only be condensed into 2 pills in each furnace. What a waste. Ling Xiao sighed. If this was heard by other alchemists, they would immediately bang their head on a wooden stake and die. If others could refine a 5th-level elixir, they would thank the heavens and earth. Now that he could refine 2 pills in each furnace, it had to be said that his alchemy level was already steadily increasing. Now he had 2 immortal sky pills and 10 gourd holy pills. These 12 elixirs were obviously for his parents and his women to enjoy. His strength had increased, and he did not want his women to be further apart from him. Otherwise, he was afraid that one day he would lose confidence in them, or their attitude towards Ling Xiao would become reverence and not love and care for him as equals. Moreover, Ling Xiao had already decided to bring his women out of Meteorite City, so it was very necessary to help them improve. Ling Zhan used the 10,000-year stone milk to reach half-step monarch level, and Meng Xian also used the 10,000-year stone milk and the spirit-breaking pill to jump 2 levels and become a high-rank spirit master. Wei Dyer used the spirit-breaking pill before, and now, with the 10,000-year stone milk, she became a high-rank spirit master. As for Bai Yushi, with the help of the Water Moon Divine Art, she broke through on her own and now, with the 10,000-year stone milk, she reached half-step monarch level in one go. Everyone's strength had increased greatly, and this made their mood very good. The other people in the Ling family felt the energy waves of leveling up in Ling Zhan's courtyard, and they were really envious. From now on, the Ling family would use this phrase to motivate their descendants. A child should be like a guardian elder. From now on, the Ling family would use this phrase to motivate their descendants. However, everyone's leveling up was not over yet. Ling Xiao called his parents by Yushi and Wei Dyer over. Now, he was really going to help them level up. Chapter 498. Xiao, is there anything else you want to give us? Ling Zhan asked happily. Ever since he had obtained the benefits of his son, Ling Zhan had been grinning from ear to ear for the past few days. This was especially so when he saw that his wife seemed to have regained her youthful beauty. This caused him to put aside his cultivation for the past few nights. Every night, he would play with his wife until late at night before falling asleep in satisfaction. All of this was the second spring that he, their son, had brought to them. Meng Xiyun heavily patted her husband's shoulder and said, "How can you be so thick-skinned? You actually want something from your son? You're really shameless." "He, who told our son to be so capable?" Ling Zhan laughed happily. "You're not serious at all." Meng Xiyun looked at her husband's loving eyes and couldn't help but think about the torment he had been going through every night. Ling Xiao opened his mouth and said, "Father, mother, it's only right for me to give you something to show my filial piety. Moreover, I don't know when I'll be back." Meng Xiyun's beautiful eyes dimmed for a moment, and she said, "Shower has grown up. This small place can't trap you. You just need to remember that your father and mother are here. However, you must remember to be careful and don't easily clash with others. Your life is the most important." As Meng Xiyun spoke, everyone revealed a strange expression. She was too naggy. "Sister Yin, don't say any more. Your son is already an adult and understands. He's so strong, so as long as he doesn't meet a super expert, he should be fine." Ling Zhan couldn't help but interrupt. His wife was too naggy. She had been talking for so long. "What? Are you bored of this old woman's nagging?" Meng Xiyun glared at Ling Zhan. Ling Xiao put his arm around his mother's shoulder and said, "Mother, Xiao knows how to take care of himself. Don't worry." With his family's concern, Ling Xiao felt warm inside. "Your son is still the best." "All right, why did you call us over?" Meng Xiyun asked. "Your current strength is still a bit weak. I'll only be able to feel at ease if I help you," said Ling Xiao indifferently. Next, a few medicinal pills appeared in his hand. Ling Zhan, Meng Xiyun, Bai Yushi, and Wei Dai were speechless. It was unknown how many people were envious of their continuous advancements. With their strength, they were definitely top experts in Meteor City, but they were actually called weak. This was truly a blow. However, when they saw the pill in Ling Xiao's hand, they all revealed looks of excitement. They could all guess that what Ling Xiao had given them was definitely a treasure. "Father, this is an immortal heaven pill. It can directly allow you to break through to the mid-king realm." Ling Xiao handed over the first pill to Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan's body trembled as he asked, "You reached the mid-level king rank in one go?" "That's right, and it might even have an unexpected effect," Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. He then placed 2 water-type gourd saint pellets on his mother and Bai Yushi's bodies before taking out a fire-type gourd saint pellet and placing it in Wei Dyer's hands. This is a water-type gourd saint pellet. It can also allow you to reach the mid-stage king level. This time, it wasn't just Ling Zhan, but the other 3 women also became excited. They who had already reached the high spirit master level were now going to jump to the mid-stage king level. This kind of leveling up was simply like playing house. It seemed too simple. Others might not be able to reach that height, even if they struggled for 100 years, but they could easily do it. This made them feel like they were dreaming. Ling Xiao didn't have the time to pay attention to them. He would let them slowly get used to it. In any case, when he became stronger in the future, this kind of leveling up would be like playing a game. After all, he was a respected alchemist. After returning to his room, Ling Xiao saw Feng Xianyun sitting at the head of the bed, looking tenderly at the little fellow who was sleeping soundly. Ling Xiao went over and gently pulled her into his arms. He lightly asked, "What are you thinking about? Are you not used to it?" Feng Xianyun leaned into Ling Xiao's embrace and replied, "No, father and mother are very good to me. They like little Ling Tian very much, and I'm also very happy." "That's good. I was afraid you wouldn't be used to it." Ling Xiao nodded. "It's just that I feel sorry for father and mother," said Feng Xianyun. "Why do you say that?" Ling Xiao asked. "They like Tianer very much. This is their grandson, but I made it so that they can't be together." "I feel very sorry," said Feng Xianyun with a guilty expression. "Didn't we agree on this earlier? Can't we just give them a few more grandchildren?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. "But I still feel very sorry," said Feng Xianyun. "All right, don't think too much. Our father and mother are still young, and we are also very young. In the future, we will definitely give them a house full of grandchildren. At that time, they will be very happy every day," comforted Ling Xiao. "Yes, that's right. I've decided to go to the central region with you," said Feng Xianyun seriously. Before this, Ling Xiao had asked for Feng Xianyun's decision. He wanted to go to the central region with her, but she wanted to stay and raise little Ling Tian. Now that she had suddenly made up her mind, Ling Xiao felt that it was a bit strange. "All right, I was just worried that the journey would be lonely. With my wife accompanying me, the journey won't be lonely," Ling Xiao replied with a smile. But in his heart, he was feeling a bit unhappy. "If Yin comes, then I won't have a chance to flirt with the beauties of the central region? How depressing." The next day, Ling Xiao summoned Solitary Eagle, Li Kuanghu, and Lung Shi. "Greetings, young master," the three respectfully greeted. "There are no outsiders here, so there's no need to be so polite," Ling Xiao said with a smile. He took out 3 gourd Saint pills and said, "These are top-notch 5th-grade pills. They can help you break through to the mid-stage king level." The 3 of them couldn't help but tremble a few times, and their eyes revealed excitement as they received the pills. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao looked at Solitary Eagle and said, "Solitary Eagle, you're the first person to follow me. I once said that so long as you follow me sincerely, I won't treat you unfairly. This is what you deserve, and I'll still say the same thing. So long as you continue to follow me, you'll definitely be able to stand at the peak of this world in the future." As Ling Xiao spoke, a glass-like golden light flowed around his body, and he seemed extremely noble. Solitary Eagle couldn't help but kneel down and say in a sonorous voice, "Solitary Eagle vows to follow young master until death." Solitary Eagle had been subdued by Ling Xiao's methods a few years ago. At that time, Ling Xiao was only 17 or 18 years old, but now he had become existence that he looked up to. If this kind of ambitious future figure wasn't worth following, then who was worth following? Ling Xiao nodded at Solitary Eagle, and then his gaze landed on Lung Shi. "Brother Lung, you and Wei are both people who have gone through trials and tribulations with me. You're my good brothers, but I still want to say that if you choose to be with me, you must continue to grow stronger and not lose face for this younger brother of yours in the future." Lung Shi had never dared to call himself Ling Xiao's sworn brother, so he simply knelt down and said, "Rest assured, young master, even if I die, I won't lose face for young master." Ling Xiao let Lung Shi stand up with satisfaction, and his gaze fell on Li Kuanghu. Li Kuanghu didn't wait for Ling Xiao to speak before he simply knelt down and said, "Young master, ever since you healed my foot, I've decided to follow young master for the rest of my life. Even if I have to work like an ox or a horse for young master, I have no regrets." Li Kuanghu had always been a stubborn person. His gloomy days in the Purple Sky sect had almost driven him crazy. Fortunately, he met Ling Xiao, and it was Ling Xiao who gave him a new life. In his heart, he had long recognized Ling Xiao, this young master. "The 3 of you are the people I trust the most, but your strength is still weak. Go and improve your strength. When we reach the desolate mountain range, I will let you consolidate your strength. Hee hee." Ling Xiao let out a faint sneer. Ling Zhao's smile caused the three of them to shiver uncontrollably. They thought to themselves, young master can't be thinking of taking us deeper into the mountains, right? A few days later, 13 people gathered in front of Ling Zhao. They were by Yushi, Wei Dai, Solitary Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Lung Shi, and the 8 generals. Among this group, there were already 5 people with the strength of mid-stage king rank. Although their realms weren't very stable, their aura was not the same as before. Although the other 8 generals were very envious of the strength of the 5 people, they also knew that they were the first to obtain the young master's approval. Moreover, they had also obtained the strength of big fortune. Therefore, there was only envy in their hearts, not jealousy. They had decided in their hearts that they must perform well in the future and strive to obtain the young master's approval. In the future, they would definitely not lose to anyone. On this trip to the desolate mountain range, I have a request. All of you listen carefully. I will only say it once. Ling Zhao revealed the dignity of a leader and said faintly. He looked around at everyone and said, when we enter the mountain range, all of you will act separately. Each of the 8 generals must kill at least 23rd grade low-grade spirit beasts, 10 3rd grade mid-grade spirit beasts, and 5 3rd grade high-grade spirit beasts. As for the rest of you, you must kill at least 15 4th grade spirit beasts. If you feel that you can't do it, then you can withdraw. However, don't think about following me to the central region. Just stay obediently in Meteorite City from now on. When the 13 people heard Ling Zhao's words, their expressions became unsightly. None of them expected that Ling Zhao's request would be so high. It must be known that under the same rank, spirit beasts were stronger than human cultivators. They felt that it was too unrealistic for Ling Zhao to set such a high request for them. Ling Zhao seemed to be able to guess their thoughts. He coldly glanced at them and said, "Do you think that my request for you is too high? Humph! Don't think that the things I gave you a few days ago were for nothing. You have high-grade profound weapons, high-grade profound skills, and healing elixirs. If you can't even meet these requirements, then you are not worthy of following me." Everyone was immediately stupefied. That's right, Ling Zhao had improved their strength and given them the best things. If they couldn't even complete this challenge, then they would be letting down everything that Ling Zhao had bestowed upon them. Then, they would lose the qualifications to follow the young master. In fact, they couldn't blame Ling Zhao for being so harsh on them. They didn't know what kind of trouble they would cause if they went to the central region. That was the holy land of martial arts, but at the same time, it was a killing ground. If they didn't even have the ability to protect themselves, then Ling Zhao would only be a burden to them. Chapter 499. You guys don't have to worry. I've given you guys plenty of time. Let's use a month as the deadline. Ling Zhao said with a faint smile. This time, everyone's expression became even uglier. A month's time limit meant that they had to kill 1 or 2 spirit beasts every day. Didn't that mean that they didn't even have time to rest and had to think about completing the mission every day? They all exclaimed in their hearts, "Young master is too ruthless." In the past, they would enter the desolate mountain range together. Once there was a spirit beast, they would surround and kill it together. Once they encountered a spirit beast that was too high level, they would retreat. Although their training could improve everyone's ability to cooperate, there was a limit to how much they could improve their individual combat ability. Therefore, Ling Zhao was carrying out a personal combat training for them. At the same time, he wanted to see if these people were worth nurturing. Wei Dai tugged at the corner of Bayushi's clothes and said in a low voice, "This guy doesn't know how to be tender to the fairer sex." Bayushi disagreed. "I think that young master must have a reason for doing this. He is doing this for us to improve our strength. Moreover, I don't want to be a burden to young master anymore. I want to stay by young master's side forever." A few years ago, she was brought to a brothel and was almost sold. If it wasn't for Ling Zhao who saved her, she would have been finished. After that incident, she decided that she would not be a burden to young master anymore. She wanted to become young master's helper. Therefore, she did not have any objections to Ling Zhao's arrangements. Wei Dai curled her lips and did not say anything else. She only thought to herself, "This girl is too deeply poisoned." Just as Ling Xiao was about to set off with everyone, a hearty voice came from behind. Wait, I want to join in as well." As soon as the voice fell, the figure appeared in front of Ling Xiao. "Father, you're here to join the fun too?" Ling Xiao asked in surprise. The visitor was actually Ling Xiao's father, Ling Zhan. "Of course, although my strength has increased, it hasn't been consolidated yet. Since you guys are going out to train, why don't I come along as well? With my strength, it shouldn't be a problem for me to help you guys kill a few fourth-grade spirit beasts." Ling Zhan patted his chest in high spirits. For a moment, everyone's expression was a little strange. "What? You don't welcome me?" Ling Zhan asked. "Father, if you insist on participating, then you have to do as I say. Otherwise, it's better if you don't go," said Ling Xiao. "What's so great about it? Tell me, your father isn't old yet. If you can do it, I could do it too," Ling Zhan said unhappily. No matter what, he was a mid-stage king rank expert now, and his strength wasn't inferior to any of them. Not to mention that he cultivated in several attributes at the same time, so he was confident that it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight two people at the same cultivation realm by himself. However, he didn't seem to be very welcome when he suggested joining them a train. Could it be that they were afraid that he would drag them down? "Father, listen to me first. This time's training is different from the past. After entering the mountain range, everyone will have to split up and hunt spirit beasts. For example, Solitary Eagle, Kuang Hu, and the others will have to kill 15 fourth-grade spirit beasts. If you really want to go in, you will have to kill at least 20 fourth-grade spirit beasts. The time limit will be 1 month," said Ling Xiao. When the people beside him heard Ling Xiao's words, they all revealed puzzled expressions. They didn't understand why the young master was even more ruthless towards his father. He actually wanted to kill 20 fourth-grade spirit beasts. Could it be that the young master wanted the old master to back off? I thought it was something amazing. So what if it's 20? Who knows? I might even be able to kill a few more. Ling Zhan replied without even thinking. Of course, he knew why his son had such high expectations of him. It was because his combat strength was higher than others. Ling Xiao praised in his heart. "As expected of my father." Thinking back to a few years ago, he was a cripple just like his father. When the two of them were able to cultivate again, his father began to compete with him. Both of them wanted to surpass him as soon as possible. Unfortunately, no matter how hard his father tried, he was still weaker than him. Thus, when Ling Xiao saw his father agree so straightforwardly, he also knew that his father's competitive nature had not been erased. With Ling Zhan's participation, the others also became full of fighting spirit. They didn't want to disappoint their young master because they wanted to go with him to the central region to create a world that belonged to them. In the desolate mountain range, there was a stretch of lush greenery. Trees towered into the sky. Spirit flowers and herbs were everywhere. Spirit birds flew everywhere, and hundreds of beasts roared. This was the largest mountain range in the northwest, and it passed through dozens of cities. There were abnormally strong spirit beasts inside, and ordinary people didn't dare to enter. Most cultivators would only hunt spirit beasts and look for spirit herbs in the outskirts. As for those cultivators who tried to enter, not many of them were able to come out alive. Ling Xiao led a group of people directly towards the mountain range. Revisiting this old place, Ling Xiao was extremely happy. It was here that he found his first spirit beast to protect himself, and coincidentally obtained the mysterious remnant of the soul-controlling art and the pill-refining art. If it weren't for these two divine arts, he definitely wouldn't have achieved so much. It was also here that he met his most beloved woman, Yin Mingqi. All the things that happened in the past kept replaying in his mind, as if it had only happened yesterday. At this time, Wei Dyer walked to his side and hugged his arm. "Do you still remember the illusion valley in front of us?" Ling Xiao was slightly stunned, but then he smiled. "Of course I remember. That is the place where I made a promise with my sister." "Go to hell. Who made a promise with you?" Wei Dyer blushed and patted Ling Xiao lightly. Then she said in a coquettish voice, "My good brother, You asked me to hunt 15 rank 4 spirit beasts. Isn't this mission a bit too heavy? At the same time, Wei Dyer did not forget to use her towering chest to rub against Ling Xiao's arm a few times. Ling Xiao, who was enjoying it, smiled and said, I also feel that this mission is a bit heavy. Wei Dyer was overjoyed and said, Then shouldn't you lighten the burden for me? Look at me, I am a beauty. Do you have a nerve to ask me to fight and kill? This is detrimental to my image. If I get hurt, don't you feel sorry for me? That's true. Elder sister is such a delicate beauty. I can't bear to see you get hurt. How about this? If you can find 15 rank 4 spirit herbs, then this task will be considered completed. Picking spirit herbs shouldn't be a bad thing to do, right? Ling Xiao's eyes turned, and he pretended to be very sympathetic. After hearing this, Wei Dyer's face fell. Ling Xiao said again, What's wrong? Sister, do you think that picking 15 spirit herbs is a little too little? Then let's make it 20. Wei Dyer was so angry that she said, You are really my good brother. You are ruthless? After saying that, she angrily retreated to the back. Places with high-level spirit herbs would usually be accompanied by high-level spirit beasts. On the surface, Ling Xiao did not want Wei Dyer to hunt spirit beasts, but he wanted her to pick spirit herbs. In fact, that was just an excuse. Ling Xiao revealed a faint smile and said, You want to go through the back door? That's impossible. I'm not someone who will be easily tempted. After passing through the illusory valley, they arrived in front of an abyss. Looking at the huge abyss in front of him, Ling Xiao felt an unusual sense of familiarity. This was the primitive land that made him stronger, and the innate Yin Wind bead was also obtained here. After passing through the abyss, it was the inner area of the desolate mountain range. There were very powerful spirit beasts inside, and there were a lot of them. If they were the slightest bit careless, they might be eaten by the spirit beasts. Ling Xiao stopped, and everyone stopped as well. Let's split up here. We will gather here in a month's time. I hope you will not disappoint me. Ling Xiao said faintly as he looked into the depths of the forest. Most of them did not waste any time. Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Lung Shi, and the 8 generals quickly plunged into the mountain range. They looked like they were making every second count. Ling Zhan also flew into the air and said in a clear voice, Son, just you wait and see. Your father's spear is not old yet. 20 rank 4 spirit beasts will be easily obtained. After saying that, he turned into a gust of wind and flew into the depths of the forest. Godfather is really full of fighting spirit. Bayushi praised. Then she said to Ling Xiao, Young master, I will definitely complete the mission. Ling Xiao gently stroked Bayushi's hair and kissed her on the cheek. Yes, young master has high hopes for you. You must return safely. Bayushi nodded lightly and waved to Wei Dyer. Sister Dyer, I'm leaving. See you in a month. Bayushi turned into a pale blue smoke and disappeared in front of the two of them. Sister, you should go too. Otherwise, you won't have enough time to pick those 20 spirit herbs. Ling Xiao smiled at Wei Dyer. Wei Dyer stomped her feet angrily and took 2 steps forward. Ling Xiao took 2 steps back and revealed a fearful expression. Sister, what are you doing? What am I doing? Of course I'm going to do you. Wei Dyer revealed a fierce expression like a wolf meeting a sheep. Then she pounced towards Ling Xiao. The two of them immediately rolled on the grass. Sister, don't. Ling Xiao hugged his chest and revealed a pleading expression. Hee, go ahead and shout. Even if you shout until your throat breaks, no one will come to save you. Wei Dyer rode on Ling Xiao's lower abdomen and said with a smile. Then she kissed Ling Xiao crazily and tore at Ling Xiao's clothes with her hands. She looked very anxious. In the end, Ling Xiao was completely naked. Yo, I didn't know that your body is so tough. Wei Dyer raised her orchid finger and slowly drew it across Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao was already aroused to the point that his lower body was already erect and ferocious. Wei Dyer's beautiful eyes were filled with affection, and she licked her lips lightly. She grabbed Ling Xiao's ferocious part with one hand and moved her body slowly. Finally, she aimed her perky buttocks at that part and sat down slowly. Ah! Following a loud moan, a scene of a female pervert pushing down a ram played out in the grass. Half a day later, Wei Dyer walked out of the grass in high spirits. The flush on her face did not recede. She glanced at the man lying in the grass and smiled. Don't think that sister is easy to bully. Let's see if you dare to bully me again in the future. Looking at her proud look, it seemed that she had really taught Ling Xiao a lesson. Ling Xiao said to Wei Dyer with a gloomy face, I won't dare to do it again. Chapter 500. Ling Xiao looked at Wei Dyer, who had a satisfied smile on her face as she left. He felt that this girl's battle prowess was truly formidable. She had actually fought a few hundred rounds with an expert like him, and now she had gone into the forest to hunt spirit beasts. This kind of battle prowess was truly admirable to Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao could feel that Wei Dyer had completely returned to the bold and passionate woman from before. It seemed that her strength had already caught up to his, which was why she had let go of her state of mind. Prodigal brat, I'm coming for you. Ling Xiao shook his head and looked towards the depths of the forest as he muttered. When he returned to the desolate mountain range, he felt a familiar aura, as if something was calling out to him. Back then, he had met the Fire Qilin here. Later on, he had established a deep friendship with the Fire Qilin, but it had left after he obtained the Blue Demon Fire Pearl. Ling Xiao knew that it must have returned to its god race to do what it was supposed to do. After being separated for a few years, it was time for Ling Xiao to visit his old friend. The Golden Wolf King had once said that the Fire Qilin was the prince of their beast race, and the Beast Emperor was in the depths of this mountain range. Therefore, if he wanted to find the Fire Qilin, he had to go to the depths of this mountain range. It was unknown how many terrifying high-level spirit beasts there were in this mountain range. Even an Earth Emperor wouldn't dare to go too deep. However, Ling Xiao didn't care that much. If he wanted to do something, even 9 bulls wouldn't be able to pull him back. Xiaolong, Xiaojin, come out. Ling Xiao summoned his spirit beasts. A miniature version of a blue flood dragon stared at Ling Xiao's waist as if it was acting as a belt for him. A golden white wolf king howled at the sky, looking extremely majestic. This was also the Golden Wolf King's old haunt, and it was obviously very happy to return to a familiar place. Following its cry, the howls of wolves rang out nearby as well. Ling Xiao jumped onto the wolf's back and patted its head. Stop being horny. Bring me to the Beast Emperor's territory. The Golden Wolf King cried out, Master, I'm not horny. Whoosh! A golden shadow turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed forward. The depths of the mountains seemed endless. Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King had been running for 5 days, but they still had a long way to go. Along the way, Ling Xiao had witnessed the terror of the mountain range. Currently, just the outermost part of the inner circle was already filled with spirit beasts ranging from the 3rd to the 5th rank. Occasionally, they would even discover the presence of beast hordes. Ling Xiao didn't have the time to kill and train here. Most of the time, he let the Golden Wolf King release its powerful aura to scare away the spirit beasts. When it encountered rank 5 spirit beasts, the blue flood dragon would come out. With them around, Ling Xiao had a lot less trouble, and at the same time, he also harvested a lot of 3rd to 5th rank spiritual herbs. One must know that there were many resources in the depths of this mountain range that had yet to be excavated. Even though some experts from various sects had gone there to mine for resources, how much could they gain from the high-rank spirit beasts that were constantly coming and going? The deeper they went, the stronger the spirit beasts they encountered. On the 6th day, 6th-rank spirit beasts often appeared. If it wasn't for the blue flood dragon, the Golden Wolf King would have run away in fear. The Golden Wolf King, which had always been majestic, was now slowly moving forward with Ling Xiao on its trembling legs. Ling Xiao scolded, With your appearance, this young master's face has been completely lost by you. The Golden Wolf King looked around with fear in its eyes. Moss. Master, there's a lot of powerful auras. Forget it, you coward. Go back and rest. Ling Xiao knew that when low-rank spirit beasts faced high-rank spirit beasts, they wouldn't be able to hide their fear. He decided that he had to increase the Golden Wolf King's strength as soon as possible. At this time, the blue flood dragon that was tied to Ling Xiao's waist let out a roar, and its large eyes revealed a vigilant look. Cold sweat slowly dripped down Ling Xiao's forehead. His mental power had already scanned the area with a few spirit beasts that were no lower than rank 6. "Oh my, it seems like we can only escape by flying," Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Then he patted the blue flood dragon's head. The blue flood dragon understood and roared. Then it instantly grew to tens of meters long. Ling Xiao quickly jumped onto the dragon's back and shouted, "Xiaolong, let's go." The blue flood dragon immediately soared into the sky, causing the nearby trees to sway. After the blue flood dragon flew up, a few strange sounds were heard. Then a few beasts suddenly appeared behind them. Fortunately, the blue flood dragon was faster, and the rank 6 spirit beasts didn't go all out, so they were able to avoid a disaster. Ling Xiao sighed a breath of relief, but he noticed that the blue flood dragon seemed to be in a panic. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless, so he spread his mental power in all directions like a tide. However, before he could search, a hoarse and unpleasant voice was heard. "Damned human, how dare you trespass into my territory? You're courting death." The hoarse voice was very harsh, and it made Ling Xiao's eardrums feel like they were being cut. The blue flood dragon was frightened by the voice and stopped in its tracks. Then it let out a shocking roar. Dragon's Tenbin divine ability appear. Along with the roar, the nearby trees were shaken to the point of collapse and flying. At the same time, a huge bee shadow appeared 300 meters in front of them. Seventh rank, yellow-winged mantis. Ling Xiao exclaimed. In front of Ling Xiao was a yellow-winged mantis. It was more than 20 meters long, with a green body and yellow wings. The green and yellow color made it look very special, and its tail seemed to be equipped with something, which was much larger than the rest of its body. Its green eyes emitted a cold and bloodthirsty light, and the two huge sickle claws it waved were even more threatening. The aura of the Dragon God clan, but it's still a little weak. You guys leave quickly, or even if you're a descendant of the dragons, I'll still kill you. The yellow-winged mantis stared at the blue flood dragon and said. It seemed to not put Ling Xiao in its eyes at all. Although the yellow-winged mantis was of a higher rank than the blue flood dragon, the blue flood dragon's bloodline was more noble than its own. It was the bloodline of the Beast Clan's God Clan, and it did not want to offend the dragons as a last resort. It was already at the 7th rank, and its thinking had long been different from that of ordinary spirit beasts. The blue flood dragon kept hissing, but Ling Xiao felt that it wanted to retreat. Brother Mantis, don't be so unreasonable. Your Prince Qilin and I are brothers, and I'm here to find him. You can help me. Ling Xiao said to the yellow-winged mantis. Lowly human, how could you know my prince? If you dare to say another word, I'll immediately make your blood splash on the spot. How could the yellow-winged mantis believe Ling Xiao's words? In its eyes, Ling Xiao's strength was pitifully weak. So how could it be possible for him to know their prince? Ling Xiao stared at the yellow-winged mantis that refused to retreat, and he could only shake his head and say to the blue flood dragon, Xiaolong, let's go back. Looking at Ling Xiao and the blue flood dragon disappearing into the distance, the yellow-winged mantis once again disappeared into the jungle. Ling Xiao did not leave. How could he give up at this time? He descended and put away the blue flood dragon, but there was a pair of gorgeous boots on his feet. This pair of wind boots was taken from the heavy sword Sek's wind shadow, and now it came in handy. Ling Xiao certainly did not think that he could escape the yellow-winged mantis's pursuit by relying on this pair of wind boots and his wind attribute. He also had the concealing breath technique to rely on. He had long cultivated the concealing breath technique to great success. As long as he hid his breath, he believed that no one or anything could catch him, unless he encountered a person who was proficient in spiritual force like him. It was possible. Ling Xiao turned into a gust of wind and shuttled through the jungle. Wherever he went, there was only a slight sound of the wind, so it was really difficult for any spirit beast to detect his abnormality. When approaching the yellow-winged mantis's territory, Ling Xiao became more careful. He did not dare to get too close to the big guy, so he circled far away, hoping to avoid the yellow-winged mantis's detection. However, he did not disturb the yellow-winged mantis, but he found a spirit herb that tempted him. Yellow-tongue orchid, a 6th-grade high-tier spirit herb, was an extremely rare earth attribute spirit herb. It exuded a faint yellow halo, and its leaves were especially like a tongue. There were a few dewdrops on the leaves, like saliva slowly dripping down. Although Ling Xiao did not have the earth attribute, there were people in the 8 generals who did. Even if he did not use it, he could still keep it and take it to the medicine cauldron to exchange for the spirit herb he wanted. Good, I absolutely can't let it go. Ling Xiao revealed his greedy nature and said while licking his lips lightly. Then, Ling Xiao used his spiritual force to scan the vicinity of 100 meters and found no danger. Ling Xiao rushed out without thinking, and his speed was simply extremely fast. Got it! Ling Xiao picked up the yellow-tongue orchid in his hand, and in an instant, he was 100 meters away. Then the yellow-winged mantis's angry voice sounded, "Damn human, I'll kill you." The yellow-winged mantis flapped its 4 wings, and the yellow aura cut the nearby trees, sending them flying. Damn, I've been discovered. Ling Xiao did not care so much and instantly used all his strength to escape. The yellow-winged mantis seemed to swear to destroy the damn human. Its pair of strong and sharp front claws waved, and 2 huge yellow blade lights cut towards Ling Xiao. If he was hit by this aura, Ling Xiao would definitely be blasted into slag. Fortunately, Ling Xiao took an S-shaped escape route, so the aura did not hit him. Instead, the ground near him was blasted into a huge, deep pit, and he was also pained by the soil and trees. Damn, I'll fight. Ling Xiao stuffed 2 more speed-enhancing pills into his mouth. This time, his speed increased by more than 7 or 8 times. Whoosh! Only an afterimage was left in his original place, and he was already 1,000 meters away. This speed would even make an Empyrean-level powerhouse speechless. Who would have thought that a king-stage powerhouse could actually have such a terrifying speed? The yellow-winged mantis was worthy of being a 7th-ranked spirit beast. No matter how fast Ling Xiao was, it could still catch up with him, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. It also did not understand how this damn human could run so fast. Seeing that it was about to catch up with Ling Xiao, it stopped and looked ahead with fear in its eyes, no longer daring to take even half a step forward. Chapter 501. Ling Xiao trembled as he walked a few dozen miles. Although he seized the yellow-tongued orchid, he went from the territory of a yellow-winged mantis to the territory of another powerful spirit beast. This was also the reason why the yellow-winged mantis did not chase after him. Ling Xiao withdrew all of his aura and slowly walked forward. He did not know what kind of high-ranked spirit beast would appear next, but a spirit beast that could make the yellow-winged mantis fear would definitely be much stronger than it. This time, Ling Xiao caught a glimpse of 1 or 2 stalks of 6th-ranked spirit herbs from afar, but he learned his lesson this time and did not dare to have any more thoughts. Damn it, I can only look but not take, it's really unbearable. Ling Xiao muttered in his heart in a bad mood. Every stalk of 6th-ranked spirit herb's effect was very obvious and would have a great temptation for anyone. However, Ling Xiao could only watch helplessly and did not dare to move again. Once he moved, he absolutely did not have the confidence to escape this place. I'll endure again. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and decided not to look at the 6th-ranked spirit herb anymore. He then quickly left this place. However, the deeper he went, the more high-ranked spirit herbs he discovered. 4th and 5th-ranked spirit herbs could not be said to be everywhere, but they could be seen frequently. As for 6th-ranked spirit herbs, there would be stalks of them every once in a while. Ling Xiao's eyes were glued to this place. This was simply an unexplored land of treasures. Unfortunately, he could only look from afar and could not touch it in the slightest. Ling Xiao looked at the strange flowers and grasses, and his heart was filled with grief and resentment. Ling Xiao silently chanted in his heart, "Don't be happy with material gains. Don't be sad for yourself." He tried to calm himself down as much as possible. However, right in front of him appeared a touch of brilliance that made his eyes light up. Ling Xiao slightly narrowed his eyes and fixed his eyes on the front. His mouth opened wide, and he could not help but exclaim, "Metal! Metal spirit fruit!" 10 meters away from Ling Xiao was a golden fruit tree with 7 golden fruits on it. The fruit wasn't very large, only the size of a thumb. It was golden and dazzling, and its bright flesh emitted waves of intense temptation. The metal spirit fruit was a precious low-rank 7th-grade spirit fruit. It was a metal-type spirit fruit and had a very powerful effect on metal-type humans and spirit beasts. To an alchemist, it could be used to refine a 7th-tier elixir, the gold spirit elixir. It could help any earthly sovereign break through to the heavenly venerable tier. Furthermore, there would be no bottlenecks after reaching the heavenly venerable tier. As long as one had enough energy, they could directly reach the peak of the heavenly venerable tier. The gold spirit elixir could also help a metal attribute high-level heavenly venerable increase their chances of breaking through to the mystic arch tier by 50%. Even if they failed to break through, their cultivation level would not be affected. From this, one could see how precious the metal spirit fruit was. This kind of fruit tree took 2,000 years to grow and another 3,000 years to mature. Only after maturing could it bear golden flowers and another 5,000 years to bear fruit. Normally, a metal spirit fruit would bear 5 fruits, but this metal spirit tree had borne 7 metal spirit fruits, which was extremely rare. Based on Ling Xiao's initial judgment, these 7 metal spirit fruits were definitely more than 10,000 years old and above. Ling Xiao's saliva almost flowed out as he stared at them. His heart sank into an extreme dilemma. He kept thinking to himself, should I pluck them or not? He would never believe that such a high-grade spirit herb did not have a spirit beast guarding it. Once he plucked them, he would not be able to withstand the wrath of that high-grade spirit beast. He was afraid that the spirit beast could destroy him with a single breath. Ling Xiao peeked at the metal spirit tree from behind a tree trunk. Other than envy, there was nothing else he could do. It was like seeing a naked beauty in front of him. He really wanted to pounce on her and pluck her. Unfortunately, this was usually a fatal temptation. Ling Xiao rubbed his hands, and his heart became more and more anxious. It was impossible for him to give up on the 7 metal spirit fruits in front of him, but he could not think of a better way. This made him extremely depressed. Damn it, in for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. I might as well pull back the entire metal spirit tree. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and made a crazy decision. Originally, plucking the metal spirit fruits was already his limit, but Ling Xiao actually wanted to pull back the entire tree. It had to be said that Ling Xiao was truly skilled and daring. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and muttered, "Elder Lu, it's time for you to come out and share my burden." Just as he finished speaking, a green shadow appeared in front of him. Lu Wang had not changed at all. He was still that old man covered in green. "Young friend, why must this old man take action? This old man's old bones still haven't recovered enough." Lu Wang spoke in a very displeased manner. During these days, he had already recovered a lot of his essence energy in Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge. Gradually, he wanted to stay in Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge and not come out. "Elder Lu, you've stayed in there for so long. You should come out and exercise a bit. It's better for your body and mind." Ling Xiao revealed a crafty smile. Elder Lu understood Ling Xiao's temperament, and he knew that if he didn't do something, Ling Xiao would once again try to squeeze out his essence energy. "Speak, what do you want this old man to do? As long as it doesn't harm this old man's essence energy, everything is negotiable," Lu Wang replied. Elder Lu is truly straightforward. Ling Xiao flattered. He then pointed at the metal spirit tree and said, "I want that fruit tree. I hope that Elder Lu can use a bit of your divine ability to drive away the big fellow guarding the fruit tree. This shouldn't be a problem." Elder Lu looked at the metal spirit tree, and his expression became somewhat unsightly. The one guarding it is a 7th-ranked spirit beast. You want me to deal with it? Aren't you trying to kill this old man? I won't go. Elder Lu, how can you be like this? Normally, I don't bother you when there's nothing going on. But now that I'm asking you to do something so trivial, you're making all sorts of excuses. You're not a good friend, Ling Xiao said with an unhappy expression. If this old man was at his peak, then I might be able to deal with that fellow. The problem is that I haven't even recovered half of my strength. So there's no way I can deal with it. Lu Weng explained. Elder Lu is too serious. I only want you to attract its attention. Once I obtain the fruit tree, we'll meet up. I'm sure you'll be able to find me at any time, Ling Xiao said. Lu Weng became somewhat silent. Ling Xiao was somewhat worried that Lu Weng wouldn't agree. So he continued, Elder Lu, you should be able to sense the dense spiritual energy in this mountain range. I'm sure you'll be able to find the source of your essence energy here. If you help me this time, I'll cooperate with you and help you seize what you want. Lu Weng's eyes brightened, and he directly asked, Are you serious? I'm known for being honest, cute, handsome, and elegant, Ling Xiao said cockily. But before he could say anything, Lu Weng couldn't help but interrupt him. Fine, I'll believe you. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Didn't I just say it? You go and draw that fellow away. There's no need to fight it head on. Once I've obtained it, you can think of a way to escape, Ling Xiao said. All right, you have to keep your word. Later, we'll go find what I want together, Lu Weng straightforwardly replied before flying off into the distance. Then 1 kilometer away, a series of rumbling sounds rang out. A mountain peak had been smashed down by a huge tree trunk. Following that, a powerful golden figure soared into the sky. An explosive sound rang out. What thing dares cause trouble in Grandpa Ox's territory? The gigantic golden one-horned bull beast flew towards the source of the sound. Gulp! Ling Xiao looked at the mountain-like golden unicorn and gulped. His back was drenched in cold sweat. He was glad that he hadn't acted rashly. Such a large creature was a powerful mid-7th-ranked spirit beast. Don't be fooled by its bulky stature. Its speed wasn't slow at all. Furthermore, its horn could unleash incomparably swift attacks. With his current ancient Emperor Divine arts, his defenses wouldn't be enough. Ling Xiao didn't think too much about it. If he didn't pull out the tree now, then when? Ling Xiao transformed into a gust of wind and instantly arrived in front of the metal spirit tree. His tiger-like eyes were filled with excitement. You're mine! Ling Xiao snorted and immediately grabbed the tree trunk and pulled it up. This kind of 10,000-year-old spirit tree had very deep roots. Ling Xiao had already pulled it 5 or 6 meters off the ground, but the roots still hadn't been completely pulled out. Ling Xiao knew that time was of the essence and was about to use a wind blade to cut off the roots. At that moment, he suddenly felt a sense of danger and hurriedly descended with the metal spirit tree. Xiao! A streak of golden light swept past his head. Ling Xiao saw the golden light and broke out in cold sweat. He didn't hesitate to cut off the roots of the metal spirit tree. Just as he was about to run away, a golden one-horned bull blocked in front of him. Its bell-like eyes were filled with anger, and its nostrils were spewing out golden gas. It was obvious that it was very angry. However, this golden one-horned bull wasn't the big guy from before. It was a smaller version of it. It should be a golden one-horned bull that was in its growth stage. Fortunately, Ling Xiao lightly patted his chest. He could roughly guess that this golden one-horned bull should only have the strength of a 4th-ranked spirit beast. It didn't pose much of a threat to him, so he heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, the golden one-horned bull's horn launched several attacks at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was wearing the wind boots, so it was easy for him to dodge the attacks. He didn't dare to stop and quickly fled forward. The golden one-horned bull knew that it couldn't catch up with the human in front of it. It raised its head to the sky and let out a strange cry. Oh my God, it can't be calling for help, right? Ling Xiao's forehead was covered with fine sweat. He only hated that he was born without 2 legs. Damn, who bullied my son? After Ling Xiao ran far away, he heard a roar. Ling Xiao quickly concealed his breath and continued to flee. He swore that this was the fastest escape he had ever run in his life. Rumble. Several mountain peaks behind him were flattened by the powerful golden one-horn bull. It was enough to show how angry the golden one-horn bull was. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had learned the concealing breath technique. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape the pursuit of the golden one-horn bull. After reaching a safe area, Ling Xiao directly lay down on the grass and gasped for breath. He looked indescribably miserable, but his face was rippling with an excited smile. Chapter 502. After dealing with the metal spirit fruit, Ling Xiao felt a kind of satisfaction he had never felt before. Just now, he had been plucking at the bull's mouth. Just how dangerous was that? Fortunately, Lu Wang had attracted the attention of the old bull, and he had successfully dealt with the metal spirit fruit and the metal spirit tree. After resting for a while, Ling Xiao's condition had recovered quite a bit. He looked in the direction he had just left. That old fellow couldn't have been killed, right? Why hasn't he returned yet? Just as he was puzzled, a small tree that was half a meter tall was running towards him at an extremely fast speed. When Ling Xiao saw this, he almost wanted to laugh out loud. This was too comical, too funny. This was the first time he had seen a tree that could run. It had to be said that this world was truly full of strange things. The small tree had taken human form, and its originally very green face became even greener as it grumbled at Ling Xiao. "You brat, you almost made me lose my life here. Haha, old Lu, you can't say that. I saw that you were running quite fast just now. At your age, you should run more. Otherwise, when your body ages and you can't move anymore, you'll regret it," said Ling Xiao with a smile. "Old Lu, you can't say that. This old man owes you. Now, quickly accompany me to find the source spirit grass." Lu Wang didn't have the time to argue with Ling Xiao, so he immediately changed the subject. Ling Xiao stood up and patted his, but as he promised. All right, this young master definitely won't shirk his promise. Ling Xiao and Lu Wang continued to walk deeper into the forest. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had already been here for 8 days. The deeper Ling Xiao went, the more strange treasures he saw, causing him to be dazzled. Unfortunately, Lu Wang was no longer helping him draw away those frightening spirit beasts, and he didn't dare to take the risk to snatch them himself. His heart was truly dripping blood. At this moment, Lu Wang finally found what he was looking for. It was an unremarkable vine that looked like it had withered. There was nothing special about it. Who would have thought that such a withered vine was actually a spirit grass that was stained with the origin source? Ling Xiao stared at that withered vine very seriously. In the end, he finally distinguished that this was actually a rank 7 high rank false withered grass. The so-called pseudo-withered grass was just like its name. It looked like a withered grass, and it didn't emit any spiritual energy fluctuations. Ordinary people would generally treat it as an ordinary withered vine. In fact, it contained a rich life force and was one of the most valuable spirit herbs of the wood attribute. He didn't expect Lu Wang to be so powerful that he could recognize one of the most difficult spirit herbs in the world. This type of spiritual herb was usually accompanied by a type of 7th grade spirit beast, known as the false grass snake. We finally found something good. Let's split the work like last time. I'll draw away that little snake, and you help me get the false withered grass. Lu Wang's eyes flashed with excitement. No problem. Ling Xiao nodded excitedly. Lu Wang looked at Ling Xiao's excited expression and said, "You won't keep it for yourself after obtaining it, right? Am I as bad as you make me out to be? Since you don't believe me, then forget about it." Ling Xiao rolled his eyes. "All right, then let's begin." Lu Wang nodded. Afterwards, it turned into a large tree, and vines began to spread out. When he saw this, Ling Xiao recalled the situation in the Illusion Valley. At that time, he had almost died. Under Lu Wang's strange actions, a snake that wasn't very large appeared. This snake was only 2 meters long, and its body was only as thick as an arm. Its entire body was green, and only its eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty light. If it didn't move, then no one would be able to detect its existence. Its color was no different from the weeds. Lu Wing used a large number of vines to bind the false grass snake, and then quickly dragged it in a certain direction. Since the false grass snake was a high-rank 7th-rank spirit beast, it naturally wouldn't be so easily restrained. With a hiss, its body suddenly swelled up, and from a small snake that was as thick as an arm, it became so large that 2 people couldn't even wrap their arms around it. The vines binding it were instantly torn apart. Not only that, but it actually opened its bloody mouth and bit at Lu Wang's tree branch. Lu Wang didn't even think about it, and quickly fled. Ling Xiao originally thought that the false grass snake would immediately chase after him, but unfortunately, he and Lu Wang were wrong. The false grass snake didn't fall for their trap, and instead looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was originally hiding under a large tree, and he thought that he was absolutely safe. Unfortunately, when he felt the false grass snake's cold gaze, he felt a chill run through his body. Damn, it can't have discovered me, right? Ling Xiao said while patting his chest. At this moment, he wanted to immediately flee. That's right, the false grass snake had indeed discovered Ling Xiao's existence. Spirit snakes were different from other spirit beasts in distinguishing things. They didn't rely on auras to detect the existence of living beings, but rather on the auras emitted by their bodies. Even though Ling Xiao had restrained his aura, his body had long since been covered in the smell of sweat from the continuous days of fleeing. The false grass snake had sensed him the moment he arrived in its territory. It just didn't pay attention to him. Many high-rank spirit snakes were very arrogant, and in its eyes, Ling Xiao's strength was very weak. He was like an ant that wasn't worthy of its attention. Of course, if a living being wanted its spirit herbs, then it wouldn't let it go. Damned human, come out, or I'll eat you, the false grass snake said. When Ling Xiao heard this voice, his legs went soft, and he anxiously thought, oh no, I've really been discovered. What should I do? Ling Xiao knew that it was impossible to escape now, so he could only brace himself and walk out from behind the tree with a smile on his face. He then cupped his hands towards the false grass snake and said, "Aha, hello, brother snake." If one didn't know the situation, they would think that Ling Xiao and the false grass snake were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. The false grass snake shrunk its body and stared at Ling Xiao as it asked, "Human, you aren't afraid of me? Why would I be afraid of you? Humans and animals and spirit beasts are friends. It's fate that we met," Ling Xiao said with a smile. He looked calm on the surface, but if one paid a little attention, they would notice that his legs were constantly trembling. The false grass snake sneered, "Ha! Humans and spirit beasts are natural enemies, but you actually say that they are friends? Do you think the snake monarch is easy to deceive? Ha! Brother Snake is really smart. It seems that I can't deceive Brother Snake anymore. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave now. I've disturbed Brother Snake. Please forgive me." Ling Xiao laughed a few times and retreated step by step. Hiss! Just as Ling Xiao was about to escape, a long tongue spat towards him. Ling Xiao was so scared that he jumped to the side and shouted, "Brother Snake, if you have something to say, say it slowly. Don't be rough. It will affect Brother Snake's handsome image." The false grass snake coldly snorted, "Humph, you can stay here and be my human pet. For thousands of years, no human has dared to step into my territory. You are the first, so I won't eat you." "Brother Snake, that won't do. Your Qilin Prince and I are friends, good brothers. I've come to find him, so if he finds out that you've captured me to be your human pet, you'll be in trouble." Ling Xiao repeatedly waved his hand. In his heart, he shouted, "Damn Lu Wang, hurry up and save me. Ha! How can my prince know a lowly human like you? If you dare lie to me again, I'll immediately eat you." The false grass snake disdainfully laughed. The beast race valued bloodlines, so how could their prince, who had a noble status, know such a lowly human? Therefore, it simply didn't believe Ling Xiao's words. At this time, Lu Wang's rescue came. The green vines transformed into spiritual snakes and wrapped around the fake grass snake. "Damned stinky tree, you're courting death. I'll definitely eat your essence." The false grass snake was enraged, and its body grew larger once more. Its body flipped a few times and immediately broke the green vines. It then spat out a thick green liquid from its mouth towards Lu Wang. This time, Lu Wang didn't retreat. It instantly formed countless leaves to block the green liquid. Sizzle. The green liquid actually had a strong corrosive nature, and it directly pierced through the leaves. Lu Wang let out a strange cry and hastily retreated once more. Ling Xiao had long since fled when Lu Wang attacked the false grass snake. Unfortunately, the false grass snake seemed determined to capture Ling Xiao and bring him back to be its human pet. It gave up on chasing Lu Wang and arrived in front of Ling Xiao in a few leaps. Its tail lightly whipped. Bang! Ling Xiao's body flew far away like a kite with a broken string. Blood sprayed all over the ground. Let's see how you escape now. The false grass snake arrived in front of Ling Xiao and used its body to tie him up. Ling Xiao's entire body was in excruciating pain. His waist had been broken, and he was now being strangled by the false grass snake. He was already exhaling more than he was inhaling. Seeing that he was about to be stuffed into the snake's stomach, Ling Xiao fought back with all his might. Blue demon flames instantly ignited on his body. Sizzle. Hiss. The heavenly flames burned the snake's body, causing it to feel pain. It had no choice but to let go of Ling Xiao. The false grass snake didn't expect that this lowly human would be able to fight back even though he was about to die. It continuously rolled its body in an attempt to extinguish the heavenly flames on its body. Unfortunately, once it came into contact with heavenly flames, it wouldn't be so easy to extinguish them. However, the false grass snake was also quite amazing. In order to save its life, it instantly shed its snake skin. After shedding a layer of its skin, the false grass snake's vitality was greatly damaged. It was also extremely angry. Damned human, I'm going to eat you. Just as it was about to bite the dying Ling Xiao, a figure descended from the sky. That person arrived behind the snake's body, grabbed its tail, and lightly swung it. The false grass snake was unexpectedly flung far away uncontrollably. Damn it! Who dares to ruin the snake sovereign's business? The false grass snake stopped moving and loudly cursed. However, when it returned to its original position and saw that person clearly, its eyes revealed a deep fear. Then it crawled on the ground and respectfully said to that person, "Greetings, Lord Flaming Tiger." Chapter 503. Standing in front of Ling Xiao was a brawny man who was more than 3 meters tall. This brawny man was very burly, and his eyes were filled with arrogance. His upper body was bare, and the distinct muscles on his body seemed to be filled with infinite explosive power. His lower body was wrapped in tiger skin, and a tiger tail as thick as an arm was coiled around his waist. From the outside, he looked no different from a human, but if one paid a little attention, they would be able to see the differences between him and a human. His tail was too obvious, and the fluffy chest hair on his chest was too thick. His pointy ears were all revealing the characteristics of his original form. Rank 6 spirit beasts could fly, rank 7 spirit beasts could speak, and rank 8 spirit beasts could transform into human form. This guy in front of them was not a human, but an Earth Flaming Tiger, an 8th rank spirit beast. The Earth Flaming Tiger ignored the fake grass snake and looked at Ling Xiao, who was about to die on the ground. It muttered, "This human is so weak. How could he be a friend of His Royal Highness? This is really strange." When the fake grass snake heard this, its body trembled nonstop. Is this human really a friend of His Royal Highness? At this moment, Ling Xiao's body was suffused with a rich golden light, and a noble aura was emitted. The Earth Flaming Tiger's eyes revealed a look of shock as it said, "He actually has the aura of the Dragon God clan. No wonder he could be a friend of His Royal Highness." Even the pseudo-grass snake, who was standing at the side, was surprised. Although it did not use its full strength in that attack, even a rank 5 spirit beast would be smashed to death. However, not only did this human not die, his aura seemed to be gradually recovering, and he even had the aura of the dragons. This made it a little afraid. If this person was really a human friend of His Royal Highness, then it would be terrible. The ancient emperor's divine technique was a god-level technique. After Ling Xiao had absorbed the nine-headed dragon snake's dragon's bloodline, he had already set the technique right. Its power was also obviously several times stronger than before. Moreover, after more than a year of concentrated cultivation, the fourth transformation of the ancient emperor's divine technique had already reached the intermediate level, and its recovery ability had also been greatly enhanced. Ling Xiao had not suffered such a serious injury for a long time. Now, it was the perfect time to display the true healing effect of the ancient emperor's divine technique. Ling Xiao was now completely unconscious. In addition to the ancient emperor divine technique, the three parts returning to origin Qi was also quietly circulating, and the healing speed was not too slow. With the two divine arts working in tandem, it would be hard for Ling Xiao not to recover, even if he didn't want to. Gradually, Ling Xiao regained his senses. He didn't even think about it, and immediately used the ancient emperor's divine art to heal as fast as possible. 2 hours later, Ling Xiao could finally sit up. Looking at the tower-like man and the miniature grass snake in front of him, Ling Xiao felt a strong sense of threat. He could tell at a glance that the iron tower-like man was definitely not a human, but a spirit beast that had taken human form. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao had the urge to pass out immediately. Sigh, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have taken this risk. Ling Xiao thought regretfully. He thought that it wouldn't be difficult for him to enter the depths with his own abilities, but now he realized that he was wrong. The high-rank spirit beasts here were more terrifying than he had imagined. The most depressing thing was that Lu Wang, that old man, was actually so afraid of death that he even abandoned him and slipped away. "Human, are you all right?" The Earth Flame Tiger asked with a loud and clear voice. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before he replied, "I won't die for now." He couldn't understand what this fellow was doing. Could it be that he wanted him to be a human pet as well? Thinking of this, his hair stood on end. This fellow was obviously male, and he was also a man. The thought of two males together made Ling Xiao have the urge to vomit. "It's good that you're fine. I'll take you to see His Royal Highness," the Earth Flame Tiger said. "His Royal Highness? Ha! I told you that Zizai wouldn't forget this big brother." Ling Xiao jumped up happily and shouted, "Ah!" As soon as Ling Xiao jumped up, he couldn't help but exclaim because of the injuries on his body. Seeing that Ling Xiao was about to fall to the ground, the fake grass snake instantly scuttled behind Ling Xiao and acted as a meat cushion. Ling Xiao felt that he was on top of the snake's meat, so he immediately jumped up and said vigilantly, "Brother Snake, are you going to eat me?" The fake grass snake hurriedly said, This is all a misunderstanding. I didn't know that you were His Royal Highness' friend. If His Royal Highness found out that it bullied his friend, it would probably lose its life." Brother Snake, what you said is wrong. Didn't I just tell you that I was His Royal Highness' friend?" Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying. Spirit beasts wouldn't lie, but the fake grass snake was about to cry. How could it have imagined that the noble prince would be friends with a lowly human? "Honorable guest, I was wrong. I thought you were lying," the fake grass snake explained. However, the Earth Flaming Tiger coldly snorted and took 2 steps forward to grab the snake's tail. It roared, "How dare you disrespect His Royal Highness friend? How dare you?" After saying that, he threw the fake grass snake towards the ground. Bang, bang. The fake grass snake was continuously smashed into the ground by the Earth Flaming Tiger, making a series of strong vibrations. The ground was smashed into several cracks, and it was obvious that the Earth Flaming Tiger wanted to kill the fake grass snake. Ling Xiao couldn't bear to see it, so he said, forget it. As the saying goes, those who don't know are innocent. Let go." Humans and spirit beasts were natural enemies. Ling Xiao had rashly come to the other's territory and wanted to pick the fake grass snake, so the other would definitely respond. The Earth Flaming Tiger coldly snorted and smashed the fake grass snake's entire body into the ground. Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva and thought to himself, "Will that snake die just like that?" However, just as this thought emerged, it was like a snake's head had popped out. There was blood at the corner of the fake grass snake's mouth, and it looked weak. It seemed like it had just suffered a serious injury. This was a high-rank 7-spirit beast, but it was beaten to the point that it didn't even dare to breathe loudly. If such a spirit beast were to be born, the vast Northwest and Southern Territory would probably face a disaster. Ling Xiao now deeply felt that his strength was still far from being able to compete with them. "Let's go, honorable guest." The Earth Flaming Tiger ignored the fake grass snake and said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and was about to leave with the Earth Flaming Tiger. However, at this moment, the fake grass snake opened its mouth and said, "Honorable guest, wait. Is there anything else?" Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the pitiful fake grass snake. The Earth Flaming Tiger glared at the fake grass snake and said, "Haven't you been beaten up enough? Do you want me to eat you up before you're satisfied?" "No, Lord Flaming Tiger, I have something to give to the honorable guest," the fake grass snake hurriedly explained. Then it gently swayed its body and pulled the nearby pseudo-withered grass over. "I'll give this little thing to the honorable guest. I believe it will be of some use to you," the fake grass snake said respectfully. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and said, "How can I accept this?" Although he said he was embarrassed, in reality, his hand had already impatiently reached out to receive the pseudo-withered grass. The pseudo-withered grass was a good item, and it was a precious spirit herb to wood-attribute martial artists. It would be strange if Ling Xiao didn't want it. With the fake grass snake respectfully sending off Ling Xiao and the Earth Flaming Tiger rushed towards the depths of the mountain range. Originally, the Earth Flaming Tiger requested to fly with Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao rejected it. He used his injuries as an excuse and chose to walk instead of flying. The Earth Flaming Tiger also said that it could carry Ling Xiao on its back. However, Ling Xiao rejected it once again, saying that he wasn't used to riding on someone else's back. When the Earth Flaming Tiger saw Ling Xiao's insistence, it didn't say anything else. Who didn't know that Ling Xiao was secretly laughing? With the Earth Flaming Tiger as his escort, he could properly plunder this place. Once Ling Xiao discovered a high-grade spirit herb, he walked over without hesitation and said, "If this kind of weed is left in nature, it will pollute the environment. As a peace-loving emissary who loves to protect the environment, I have the obligation to exterminate it." Ling Xiao spoke with a strong sense of righteousness and collected all the stalks of high-grade spirit herbs. The spirit beasts guarding the area didn't dare to make any moves. Who asked him to have the existence of the Earth Flaming Tiger by his side? After a day of walking, the injuries on Ling Xiao's body were mostly healed. At the same time, he also harvested a large pile of 5th and 6th level spirit herbs. He also obtained a few stalks of 7th level spirit herbs. Each stalk was simply priceless. The Earth Flaming Tiger saw all of this, but it didn't care. Since he was a friend of His Royal Highness, then he was a friend of the beasts. Naturally, it wouldn't be stingy with these spirit herbs. After harvesting for a day, Ling Xiao didn't delay any further. He told the Earth Flaming Tiger that his injuries were healed and he could fly. Then, Ling Xiao summoned the Blue Water Dragon. The Blue Water Dragon didn't dare to make a sound when facing the Earth Flaming Tiger, but it didn't lower its proud head. After all, it had the noble bloodline of dragons in its body. While flying, Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask, "Brother Tiger, why didn't your Royal Highness come to welcome me personally?" With his friendship with the prodigal, if the prodigal knew that he was coming, he would definitely come personally. Could it be that the prodigal had changed? The Earth Flaming Tiger replied, "I don't know. I was only ordered to come and pick you up." "I see," Ling Xiao replied, but his heart was filled with doubts. The two of them flew quickly for a day and arrived in a dense red forest. This dense forest was filled with a strong fire attribute. Even an Earth Sovereign would be vaporized by the high concentration of air. Even a heavenly venerable wouldn't dare to go near easily. The Blue Water Dragon let out waves of uncomfortable cries. Ling Xiao could only keep it. His entire body was covered in heavenly fire, isolating the heat from the flames outside. However, at this time, the blue demon fire pearl in his sea of knowledge showed signs of wanting to leave his sea of knowledge again. Trying to steal food again? Stay here obediently, or I'll cripple you. Ling Xiao ordered the blue demon fire pearl. The blue demon fire pearl had such a strong urge, so Ling Xiao was sure that there was an extreme yang flame inside. Otherwise, the blue demon fire pearl wouldn't be so excited. All right, esteemed guest, I'll send you here. You can go in. The earth flaming tiger said to Ling Xiao. Its eyes were filled with respect as it looked at the fiery forest in front of him. Flaming tiger, come in with him. A faintly discernible voice leisurely rang out from the dense forest. Chapter 504. Hearing that voice, the earth flame tiger's body trembled lightly, unable to conceal the excited expression on its face. This place was the beast race's most mysterious and most sacred place. It was the place where the beast emperor, as well as a group of imperial family members resided. Miscellaneous spirit beasts originally did not have the qualifications to enter. Now that it heard that it was summoned inside, how could it not be excited? For a moment, the earth flame tiger's gaze when looking at Ling Xiao was greatly different again. The two descended for a while, and the earth flame tiger brought Ling Xiao and walked into the dense forest. Facing the feeling here, Ling Xiao felt that the situation here was similar to the blazing valley previously. It was just that the situation here was much more terrifying and vile than the blazing valley. There were intense flames everywhere here. Although these flames were not as ferocious as the earth-rank fire, they were much more terrifying than ordinary flames. If an ordinary alchemist could collect some of the fire seeds here, it would be enough for them to enjoy for a lifetime. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the protection of the heavenly fire. Otherwise, how could he withstand such high temperature here? Looking at the stalks of fire element spirit trees and spirit herbs in the surroundings, Ling Xiao was endlessly tongue-tied. These were all good stuff above Tier 5 or 6. There were even quite a number that had already reached Tier 7. Burning lotus flower. Ling Xiao inadvertently caught a glimpse of a fire-colored spirit flower. This spirit flower was very special. Its petals were swaying like flames, vivid and lifelike. It made people deeply attracted at a glance. Even the earth flame tiger by the side was attracted by that spirit flower. The thick longing in its eyes was not concealed at all. This was a Tier 8 fire attribute spirit flower. This kind of spirit flower of this rank was already considered a rare supreme grade in the world. To any fire attribute person or spirit beast, it was filled with utmost temptation. Ling Xiao suppressed his impulse and followed the earth flame tiger through several mountain peaks, arriving in the middle of a turf. Could it be here? Ling Xiao looked around and did not discover anything special about this turf. However, when he and the earth flame tiger stepped into the center of the turf, a smear of brilliance bloomed. By the time Ling Xiao reacted, he discovered that he had already arrived in another world. This heaven and earth made Ling Xiao stupefied on the spot. This was definitely the most beautiful paradise he had ever seen in his life. The spiritual mountain was misty, and it looked very handsome. The lush green trees gently swayed in the wind, as if they were nodding to welcome guests. Many spiritual birds were playing in the air, looking as if they had nothing to do with the world. The upside-down waterfall made a cheerful sound, which brought the trickling stream endless power and source. The spiritual grasses and flowers on both sides of the stream gave off a fresh smell, making people involuntarily take a deep breath. Not far away, there was a hut that looked very simple and crude, but it gave off a natural and refined sense of beauty that separated them from this world. Ling Xiao couldn't wrap his head around it. This is the territory of the divine beast Qilin. Ling Xiao's heart was filled with doubts. Welcome, honored guests, to my humble abode. A benevolent old man who looked like a neighbor had appeared in front of Ling Xiao and the earth flame tiger and said with a faint smile. The earth flame tiger trembled, and immediately knelt before the old man, calling out respectfully, "Greetings, Elder Wuxia." Elder Wuxia. Ling Xiao almost laughed out loud in his heart. This old man actually had such a name. He really had a personality. However, he still held back and bowed to the old man. "Greetings, Elder." Not bad, not bad. I haven't seen you for a few years, but your strength has advanced quickly. The old man praised Ling Xiao with a smile. "Elder, you've seen me before?" Ling Xiao asked, somewhat puzzled. He had no impression of this old man. "That's not important. What's important is that you can come here." The old man kept him in suspense. Then he made a leading gesture and said, "Let's go to my humble abode and have a seat." Ling Xiao nodded and could only follow the old man. The earth flame tiger fell behind them and followed respectfully from behind. The hut that was built with thousand-year-old bamboo appeared very quiet, and the simple furnishings appeared very elegant. Looking at the ordinary tea and fruits on the table, Ling Xiao had the urge to cry. Why did he feel like he had returned to a commoner's home? Wasn't this the Beast King's territory? What was placed in front of him should be top-grade nectar and high-grade spirit fruits. How could it be such ordinary goods? The old man poured a cup of tea for Ling Xiao and said, "Please have some tea." Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up the teacup and drank the tea. In any case, he was currently in a fog and couldn't figure out the situation, so he might as well let nature take its course. When the tea flowed into his organs, Ling Xiao only felt a sense of comfort. All the tension and fatigue in his body and mind immediately disappeared. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a good tea!" The old man stroked his beard in satisfaction and said with a faint smile, "It's good that you like it." Ling Xiao couldn't help but pour himself another cup, but when he drank it again, he didn't feel the same as before. Drinking a cup of tranquil tea every day is enough. Drinking more is useless, the old man said with a smile. Ling Xiao smiled awkwardly and put down the teacup. Then he went straight to the point and said, "I'm here to look for Zizai. I wonder if I can see him." "Zizai is a good name. I remember you used to call him the prodigal," the old man said. Ling Xiao laughed dryly and said, "That was just a joke. Just a joke." What a joke. If he was willing to call him that in front of the prodigal's elder, even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. However, he really couldn't understand why this old man seemed to know everything about him. "I think you deserve this name. That little fellow is indeed a prodigal," the old man replied unexpectedly. Ling Xiao was a little stunned, but he didn't reply. "Before he sees you, I have something to say to you," the old man said with a serious expression. "Go ahead," Ling Xiao replied. "My Qilan celestial race has existed since the beginning of the world. We used to dominate a region and formed a balance of 9 legs with the other celestial races. Later, with the rise of various foreign races, the position of the 9 celestial races was severely challenged, and the world began to fall into disputes. At that time, your human ancestors were still very weak and were not taken seriously by the various celestial races. However, you humans gradually grew stronger and eventually became the dominant race in this world, while our celestial race gradually declined due to the years of disputes. As a result, the bloodlines of the various races withered, and our inheritance was almost lost," the old man said faintly. He paused for a moment and took a sip of tea before continuing. "Because of this, the various celestial races all retreated into seclusion to recuperate and strive to restore their prosperity as soon as possible. However, our Qilan celestial race's reproduction ability is too weak, so after hundreds of thousands of years of recuperation, we are much weaker than the other celestial races." When the old man said these words, his expression was more or less desolate. Ling Xiao was very puzzled. He really didn't know why the old man was saying these things to him. "In order for our race to become strong again, we have placed all our hopes on Zizai. He is the future emperor of our race," the old man emphasized. "Yes, I believe that Zizai has this ability." Ling Xiao nodded in response. He recalled the battle between the wastrel and the lunar wind beast. The wastrel's tenacious character was still vivid in his mind until now. Even so, it's still not enough to rely on just himself. The old man changed the topic and said, "Then, old man, what countermeasures do you have?" Ling Xiao followed the old man's words and asked. The old man said, "Our Qilin race has a total of 5 major races, namely the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth races. Before our 5 races retreated into seclusion, there was internal strife that caused the 5 races to split up. If our 5 races can be united again, our Qilin race will definitely not be inferior to the other celestial races. You want Zizai to be the emperor of the 5 races?" When Ling Xiao heard the old man's words, he immediately understood what he meant. The old man smiled in satisfaction and said, "Talking to you humans is really convenient." "That's right, that's the reason. Zizai's responsibility is not light. And can I see him now?" Ling Xiao asked with a sigh. "Of course, but before you see him, you must promise me one thing." The old man said, "Tell me about it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely not refuse," Ling Xiao replied. "Straightforward. I know that your relationship with Zizai is not ordinary. This time, I will allow Zizai to go with you, but you must help Zizai unify our Qilin race." The old man slapped his thigh and said. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's face turned green. The Qilin race were all divine beasts, and every single Qilin had extraordinary battle strength. What qualifications did he have to participate in their internal strife? However, for the sake of his good brother, he could only brace himself and say, "Junior's strength is meager. I'm afraid that even though I have the heart, I don't have the strength." "You don't need to worry about that. Since you are the person chosen by our clan's prince, then you have the qualifications to do this." The old man refuted. "I can promise you this, but I can't guarantee that I will be able to do it. When the time comes, you can't blame me." Ling Xiao spoke the ugly words first. "Of course, if you can help Zizai accomplish this, then you will be a true friend of our Qilin race. No matter what difficulties you encounter, our Qilin race will stand by your side." The old man promised. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's spirits were lifted. If he could obtain the help of the Qilin race, then it would be no problem for him to move unhindered throughout the world. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's heart soared. "All right, I will take you to see Zizai now. I believe that he will be very happy to know that you have come," the old man said. Ling Xiao nodded and followed the old man out. When Ling Xiao arrived outside the thatched cottage, the old man grabbed his hand. Before he could understand what the old man wanted to do, he had already arrived in another region. Looking at the deep sea of flames in front of him, Ling Xiao felt as if he had arrived at the 18th level of purgatory. This was simply the scene of the end of the world. Everywhere was filled with lava, and the temperature was frighteningly high. The demon blue fire bead in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness was becoming more and more eager to charge out. Ling Xiao clearly felt that the flames here were even more terrifying than the earth-rank flame-brown nether flame he had seen before. Chapter 505. A sea of fire lingered, and fire-attributed spiritual energy soared to the sky. In the middle of this sea of fire, there was a palace. This palace was majestic and magnificent, and at the same time, it did not lose the traces of the passage of time, giving people a feeling of all-encompassing mysteriousness. "This is the cultivation place of our Fire Qilin clan," the old man said lightly. Ling Xiao looked at the palace, and his heart was filled with shock. He really did not expect that the Qilin clan would actually build this kind of palace. He could feel a strong sense of oppression from where he stood, and he could sense that this palace was surrounded by an extremely powerful restrictive formation. If he rashly approached it, he would probably be blasted to pieces. In addition, although the demon blue fire bead was suppressed by him and did not fly out, waves of dense fire-attributed spiritual energy were constantly surging towards him. For a moment, with him as the center, there was a continuous stream of flames burning towards him. The blue flames on his body automatically emerged and engulfed those flames. After a while, Ling Xiao felt a large amount of fire-attributed spiritual energy enter his sea of consciousness, and a small amount of fire-attributed spiritual energy entered his whirlpool dantian, strengthening his body's energy. Ling Xiao almost laughed out in joy. He felt that if he cultivated here, he would probably have a new breakthrough very soon. The old man looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment, and then lightly waved his hand in front of him, and the sea of fire immediately split into two. "Let's go." The old man looked at Ling Xiao, who was absorbing the fire-attributed energy, and said. Ling Xiao returned to his senses and hurriedly followed the old man in. In the palace, there was a tens of meters tall statue of a fire qilin. This fire qilin faced the sky and let out a long roar. It was majestic, and there was no doubt that it was a divine beast. Ling Xiao and the statue's eyes met, and he only felt his body and mind tremble. It was as if he saw an ancient divine beast pouncing towards him, and it opened its mouth to bite down on his head. He only felt as if his legs were filled with lead, and he could not move at all. He could only flaunt his might. In front of it, he seemed to become so insignificant, so weak that he could not withstand a single blow. His strength was of no use at all. "Boss, is that you?" A clear young voice rang in Ling Xiao's ears. Ling Xiao shuddered, and all the illusions in his mind disappeared, but his back was drenched in cold sweat. Ling Xiao looked in the direction of the voice and saw a handsome young man with a bare upper body walking towards him. This youth looked to be no more than 17 or 18 years old. His facial features were extremely beautiful, and his face was filled with determination. His flame-like hair gave him a wild attitude, and his bronze-colored muscles were filled with unlimited energy. "You're prodigal?" Ling Xiao looked at the friendly young man in front of him and asked curiously. "It's me." "Boss, why are you here?" The young man's face lit up as he pounced towards Ling Xiao. The two of them hugged each other tightly. "Good boy, you're much cooler than me now." Ling Xiao pushed the prodigal away and punched him in the chest. Although the prodigal had turned into a human, Ling Xiao could still feel that familiar feeling. "Boss, you must be joking. I'm not used to this appearance," the prodigal said shyly as he scratched his head. "All right, if you want to catch up, you have to leave this place first," the old man beside him said. "Greetings, third grandpa." The prodigal then remembered to greet the old man beside him. "Good. Seeing that your strength has improved greatly, your first grandpa and second grandpa will definitely be very happy," the old man said as he stroked his beard. Then he said, "Now that your boss is here, it's time for you to go out and explore." I can really leave?" the prodigal asked happily. From the looks of it, he did not want to stay here. "Of course, you've already received the patriarch's inheritance. Actually, I should have let you go out long ago. It's just that the people outside are sinister, and I was afraid that you would be taken advantage of. Now that your boss is taking care of you, your grandpas and I can rest assured," the old man replied. "Haha, I can finally go out. I've been here for 3 years, and I'm almost out of my mind." The prodigal laughed maniacally. Then he said to Ling Xiao, "Boss, you're really my lucky star. I want to find you earlier, but I didn't expect you to come first. This is great." Ling Xiao looked at the excited prodigal and patted his shoulder. "We haven't seen each other for a few years. I thought you didn't remember boss anymore. Now it's time for us two brothers to go out and conquer the world." "Of course, but boss, you're still a little weak now. But don't worry, I'll protect you in the future. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll eat him up," the prodigal said with a sense of brotherhood. A few black lines appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Among the human warriors, people of his age and strength were already rare. Yet he was still called a little weak by the prodigal. It really made him want to cover his face and cry. The three of them left the Qilin's land of inheritance and returned to the paradise filled with bird song and fragrant flowers. Ling Xiao was placed in the old man's hut, and the old man brought the prodigal to bid farewell to his elders. A day later, the prodigal appeared in front of Ling Xiao, dressed in human clothes. Seeing the prodigal dressed in fiery red clothes, Ling Xiao almost laughed his teeth out. A originally handsome young man was actually turned into a beautiful young lady. It had to be said that the Chilean race had a deep understanding of human culture. Boss, why do I feel uncomfortable all over? The prodigal said as he shrugged his body. It's okay. You'll get used to it if you wear it more, Ling Xiao said as he held back his laughter. He was thinking that if he brought this beautiful little girl out, who knew how many livestock he could attract. All right, you can leave now. When you're done with your business, come back here again, the old man said from the side. Third grandpa, please tell the other grandpas that I will definitely not let them down, the prodigal said very seriously. That's good. This trip is full of danger. You must take care, the old man said with concern. Then, Ling Xiao and the prodigal left the paradise. At this time, Ling Xiao only knew that this was another world separated by the Chilean race using spatial power. No wonder it was different from the outside world. Just outside, the flaming tiger immediately knelt down and bowed to the prodigal. Your Highness! The prodigal glanced at the flaming tiger and said lightly, Get up. Elder Hua Sha asked me to escort your Highness out, the flaming tiger said. The prodigal ignored the flaming tiger and said to Ling Xiao, Let's go, boss. Ling Xiao nodded and left with the prodigal. The flaming tiger followed behind. When they were about to leave the fiery forest, Ling Xiao said to the prodigal, Zizai, boss wants to pluck some fire-type spirit herbs from here. It should be fine, right? Ling Xiao would not forget about those high-level fire-type spirit herbs. The prodigal did not care about those and said, Boss, if you like, just pluck them. It's a waste for them to grow there anyway. Ling Xiao was overjoyed and immediately plucked those 5th-level to 7th-level spirit herbs. Of course, he did not forget to pluck the burning lotus as well. The flaming tiger at the side stared blankly. After harvesting close to 100 fire-type spirit herbs, Ling Xiao was so happy that he almost went crazy. With the prodigal's protection, he could not help but think of plundering on the way back later. It had to be said that Ling Xiao was really an insatiably greedy person. At the same time, with these spirit herbs, he could exchange them for the spirit herbs he needed in the 2nd level of the medicinal cauldron. All right, Zizai, what's your strength now? Ling Xiao asked the prodigal. Spirit beasts could only transform at the 8th level. He did not believe that the prodigal had reached such a high level in just a few years. I just reached the low level of the 6th level, the prodigal said dejectedly, as if he was not satisfied with his current strength. Ling Xiao was speechless. He remembered that when the prodigal left him, he was only at the mid-level of the 4th level. Now, he had actually reached the low level of the 6th level. This speed was so fast that even he felt envious. You can transform into a human at the 6th level, Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. I can after eating the transformed grass, the prodigal replied. I see. I thought you had reached the 8th level. All right, I'll keep this for you, Ling Xiao said suddenly. Then he took out a few pieces of supreme-grade fire mystic crystals and handed them to the prodigal. The prodigal was overjoyed and took them without hesitation. Boss is still the best to me. Then he directly threw the supreme-grade fire mystic crystals into his mouth and ate them. The flaming tiger at the side revealed a greedy look again. He was also of the fire attribute, so he needed these supreme-grade pure energy crystals very much. In just a moment, the few pieces of fire mystic crystals were destroyed by the prodigal, and his body emitted a fiery aura. It's delicious, but it's a pity that there's still some left. Boss, do you have any more? The prodigal said with a chuckle. Ling Xiao's heart was bleeding. He had forgotten that this fellow was born to be a prodigal. These few pieces of supreme-grade fire mystic crystals were gone, just like that. He had thought that he would save some to eat. Now, a few pieces of supreme-grade fire mystic crystals were not even enough for him to eat a meal. If he took these pieces of supreme-grade fire mystic crystals out to exchange for spirit herbs, he could at least exchange for a few stalks of 5th or 6th level spirit herbs. No more. I didn't get many back then, Ling Xiao said as he spread his hands. He would never admit that he still had more, or else there would definitely not be any left. Forget it, then I'll just eat these indigestible essences. The prodigal did not pester him. 2 6th level beast cores appeared in his hands, and he threw them into his mouth like candy. Ling Xiao was not surprised. He knew that the prodigal needed an extremely large amount of energy to advance. Do you have any fire attribute beast cores? Ling Xiao asked the prodigal. Yes, the prodigal answered, and a few fire attribute beast cores appeared in his hands. Do you have any that are 8th level and above? Ling Xiao took a look and said unhappily, Boss, you're too ruthless. There aren't many 8th level ones in stock. The prodigal took out more than 10 of them, a little embarrassed. Ling Xiao was speechless. This was not many. Ling Xiao took 2 and handed them to the flaming tiger beside him. Brother Tiger, this is for you. The flaming tiger's body trembled. This? How can this be? Boss told you to take it, so just take it. The prodigal said from the side. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, boss. The flaming tiger thanked him happily. Chapter 506. This was the territory of the Qilin divine beast, a dreamlike paradise. 3 elders who seemed to be over 100 years old were sitting together and drinking tea. These 3 were the 3 great elders of the Qilin clan, and they were the great elders Huagan, Huakuan, and Huaxia. These 3 were the pillars of the Qilin clan, and they were all old monsters that had existed for over 10,000 years. Their strength could only be described as unfathomable. Second brother, I don't understand why you allowed Lin to follow that weak human. Wuxia looked at Huakuan in confusion. Huakuan stroked his beard and smiled. It's the right time and fate. Second brother, you're acting mysterious again. Aren't you making me anxious to death? Huaxia's attitude was completely different from when he had received Ling Xiao, and he no longer had the slightest bit of calmness. Third brother, don't be anxious. It's not like you don't know second brother's personality. He likes to imitate the human race and be genteel. Huagan smiled. Huakuan shook his head. Now that the human race has taken over the world, even if our 9 great god clans were to reappear, we wouldn't be able to change this fact. That is, unless our 9 great god clans were to cooperate. However, that is almost impossible, so we can only go with the flow. Although Lin has the hope of unifying our clan, the various branch clans have definitely made preparations over the past tens of thousands of years. Who can be sure that Lin will be able to rise above them? Huagan said, second brother is right. The metal and earth branches have always protected each other, and they're also the strongest. It will be extremely difficult for Lin to obtain their approval. As for the water and wood branches, they have always maintained a neutral position. But now that the 9 great god clans are about to reappear, they will definitely want to become our clan's leaders. It's impossible to restrain them according to the agreement from back then. That's true, but what does this have to do with that human? Wuxia still didn't understand. Huakuan revealed a solemn expression. I have a premonition that that human brat might become a supreme god king in the future. What? How is this possible? Huagan and Huaxia were shocked. As you all know, my premonitions have always been accurate. A few years ago, the human brat was so weak, but now he has already grown so much. Furthermore, he has 2 heavenly jewels on him, and Lin has followed him wholeheartedly. That is more than enough to prove that this little brat's future is limitless. Lin will definitely be the right choice to follow him to train. Furthermore, whether or not Lin can unify our tribe will depend on that human. Furthermore, the fate of our tribe will be closely tied to him, Huakuan continued. Huagan and Huaxia revealed expressions of disbelief. They all knew that Huakuan possessed Tenbin's divine ability, premonition, so they trusted his words. It was just that they found it hard to accept this fact. In the desolate mountain range, Ling Xiao brought the prodigal and the earth flame tiger to harvest spirit herbs in the territories of various high-level spirit beasts. Ling Xiao had been grinning from ear to ear for the past few days. Ling Xiao's heart was blooming with joy as he looked at the stalks of precious spiritual herbs in his hands. With these spirit herbs, he wouldn't have to worry about refining any pills in the future. If he encountered a spirit herb that he didn't have on hand, he could go to the second level of the alchemy cauldron to exchange for it, which was much more convenient. Not only that, but Ling Xiao also planted some immature high-level spirit herbs into the alchemy cauldron. Although he couldn't use them now, he would be able to use them in the future when they matured. It had to be known that the second level of the alchemy cauldron had level 6 soil, which could accelerate the growth of the spirit herbs. In the blink of an eye, the 1-month deadline was almost up. All right, we're already outside. Flaming Tiger, you can go back, the prodigal said to the Earth Flame Tiger. The Earth Flame Tiger bowed and said, Your Highness, the Elder has ordered me to follow you. Please take back your order. There's no need. This king is with boss, so no one can threaten us, the prodigal said bluntly. The Earth Flame Tiger didn't know how to respond. Although the elder had given the order, he didn't dare to disobey the prince's words. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Zazai, Brother Tiger has good intentions. If you chase him back, you'll be making things difficult for him. Why don't you just let him follow you? Ling Xiao advised from the side. How could Ling Xiao let such a strong helper go back? In the future, when they reached the central region, there would be many experts there. If he didn't have any protection, it would be difficult. Boss, it won't be fun if he follows us, the prodigal said. The Earth Flame Tiger looked at Ling Xiao for help. He couldn't go back. Ling Xiao said again, Don't worry about this. I have a plan that satisfies both sides. However, Brother Tiger has to listen to my instructions. Boss, just call him Flaming Tiger. He doesn't have a right to call us brothers, the prodigal said. Yes, boss, just call me Flaming Tiger. As long as I can follow the prince, I'll listen to everything you say, the Earth Flame Tiger nodded. Thus, Ling Xiao told him about the plan that satisfied both sides. That was to let the Earth Flame Tiger listen to his orders and store it in the medicine cauldron. If the prodigal encountered any danger, he could summon it to protect the prince. This way, the Earth Flame Tiger wouldn't have to return and could be considered a prince that would follow him at all times. Ling Xiao would have another great helper. This was a perfect plan for both sides for Ling Xiao. The prodigal listened to Ling Xiao the most, so he naturally didn't have any objections. Anyway, he didn't want the Earth Flame Tiger to follow him. The Earth Flame Tiger hesitated for a while, but still agreed. He only thought of protecting the prince in the future. Then his status in the clan would rise, so he definitely couldn't give up on this escort mission. After discussing everything, as a low-tier 8th-level spirit beast, he could only listen to Ling Xiao's orders and enter the medicine cauldron to cultivate. At this time, the prodigal thought of the Golden Wolf King and said, "Oh right, boss, where's my little brother? Let come out, I have something to give it to eat." Your little brother? You mean Xiao Jin? Ling Xiao asked. Of course, that kid's strength is too weak. I feel embarrassed to say that he's my little brother. I've already prepared good things from the clan for him, the prodigal said. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and summoned the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King was already a mid-tier 5th-level spirit beast, but compared to the Blue Water Dragon and the prodigal, it was still much weaker. When the Golden Wolf King saw the prodigal, it immediately lay on the ground and bowed to him, its mouth continuously howling. Your strength increased so quickly, and you even activated the Bloodline Tenbin, the prodigal said in surprise. It's following boss. Of course it won't be treated badly, Ling Xiao said from the side. That's true, boss. Help it keep these gold and wind element essence. Let it eat more and quickly level up. The prodigal had over 100 5th level and 6th level gold and wind element beast cores floating in front of him. Ling Xiao was worried about the lack of wind element beast cores. Now that the prodigal had taken out so many, it would be enough for the Golden Wolf King to advance to the peak of the 6th level. Xiao Jin, hurry up and thank Zizi, Ling Xiao said as he patted the Golden Wolf King's head. The Golden Wolf King walked in front of the prodigal and lightly licked his heel, looking very intimate. At this moment, the prodigal patted the Golden Wolf King's head and said, "If I had known, I would have gotten a shape-shifting grass from the clan for you. Forget it. It's better for you to cultivate faster in your original form." After another 2 days, Ling Xiao brought the prodigal back to the abyss in the mountain range. This was the meeting place that Ling Xiao and the others had agreed to meet. There were still 3 days left until the 1-month deadline. At night, Ling Xiao walked to his side alone, then glanced in a direction and said faintly, "The old man has followed me all the way. It's time to come out." Just as he finished speaking, a small tree that could move quietly appeared not far from him. A green shadow materialized. Wasn't this Lu Wang who had escaped earlier? "I say, old man, why are you still following me?" Ling Xiao looked at Lu Wang unhappily. He really hadn't expected that this old fellow would escape by himself just as he was about to die. This was really disappointing. Lu Wang chuckled as he stroked his beard. "Little friend, don't be angry. Aren't you safe and sound right now? This young master's life is a little better, or else I would have long become food in the stomach of a snake." Ling Xiao snorted coldly. He then said, "You can go. I don't need a friend like you who has no sense of loyalty. Back then, I took you in, and you also helped me quite a bit. Now we're even." Lu Wang anxiously said, Don't, little friend. This time it's this old man's fault. This old man hasn't recovered yet, and I'll be in danger at any moment. Whether you're in danger or not has nothing to do with me," Ling Xiao bluntly said. "I originally thought that if little friend was willing to forgive me, this old man would give you 2 drops of 10,000-year tree sap and 2 10,000-year tree fruits. But since little friend isn't willing to forgive me, then I can only keep them for myself. Little friend, take care of yourself." Lu Wang heavily sighed and then turned to leave. Ling Xiao disdainfully thought to himself, "You want to tempt this young master? My willpower is firm. So how could I change my mind for such a trifling thing?" Unfortunately, as he watched Lu Wang gradually disappear into the darkness, Ling Xiao grew even more anxious. Well, the sky is already dark, and it really isn't a good time to hurry. This young master respects the old and loves the young, so I'll let you stay behind, Ling Xiao said. Lu Wang didn't turn his head and continued to slowly walk forward. However, there was a pleased smile on his face as he thought to himself, "This isn't the first time I've met you." Ling Xiao hadn't expected that Lu Wang wouldn't stop, and he became even more anxious. He definitely couldn't let the 10,000-year tree sap and 10,000-year tree fruit slip away from his hands. A spirit grass appeared in Ling Xiao's hand, and he waved it around. What a pity for this pseudo-withered grass. Pseudo-withered grass. Lu Wang instantly stopped, and his ears perked up. He turned around to look at Ling Xiao, and sure enough, he saw that Ling Xiao had a pseudo-withered grass in his hand. Whoosh! Lu Wang teleported back to Ling Xiao's side and revealed a fawning smile. "Since little friend is pitying this old man, then I'll stay behind. Don't. If you want to leave, then leave. This place isn't a shelter." Ling Xiao put away the pseudo-withered grass and refused with his hands clasped behind his back. He thought to himself, "Stinky old man, you dare to play with this young master? You're still too young. Little friend, you can't be so heartless. I'm already so old, so you have to respect your elders. I told you to stay just now, but you were the one who didn't want to. It's this old man's fault. Little friend, if you have any dissatisfaction, just say it. This old man will listen to you." Chapter 507. After Lu Wang's pleading, Ling Xiao revealed a victorious smile and allowed him to return to his knowledge sea. However, the price Lu Wang had to pay was 1 more portion of the original 2 drops of 10,000-year tree milk and 2 10,000-year tree fruits. Seeing Lu Wang's pained expression, Ling Xiao felt very refreshed. Lu Wang was naturally unwilling to let it go like this, so he took the opportunity to ask Ling Xiao for the pseudo-withering grass. Ling Xiao naturally refused to give it to him. Lu Wang said that he had already promised to give him 3 drops of 10,000-year tree milk and 3 10,000-year tree fruits, so what else was there to be dissatisfied with? Ling Xiao said that those were the compensation for his escape, but if he wanted the pseudo-withering grass, he would have to ask for a different story. Lu Wang was furious, but he had no other choice. He could only promise to give Ling Xiao enough benefits in hopes that he would give the pseudo-withering grass to him. With the pseudo-withering grass, he would be able to recover his original strength much faster. This time, Ling Xiao was not so easy to compromise with. In the end, after some haggling, Lu Weng once again gave Ling Xiao double the amount of 10,000-year tree milk and 10,000-year tree fruits. Ling Xiao was obedient this time. Last time, when he had Lu Weng absorb the 10,000-year stone milk, Lu Weng had not fulfilled his promise. Thus, this time, Ling Xiao wanted Lu Weng to hand over everything he owed him. He did not want to keep it with Lu Weng. If this fellow ran away again, he would suffer a great loss. In the end, Lu Weng could only helplessly hand over 10 drops of 10,000-year tree milk and 10,000-year tree fruits to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao immediately put away these treasures. It had to be known that these items were all life-saving treasures. At the same time, they were also very useful for martial artists of the wood attribute. Ling Xiao handed the pseudo-withering grass to Lu Weng, who immediately hid in Ling Xiao's knowledge to absorb it. There was still 1 day left until the 1-month deadline. Ling Zhan, who had entered the mountain range to train, was the first to appear. Most of his clothes were damaged, and many wounds were exposed. The bloodstains on his body had not been cleaned off yet. Haha, this daddy here is still the first one to return. While Ling Zhan looked to be in a sorry state, he was still full of energy as he landed cleanly in front of Ling Xiao. After a month of killing, his aura had become more exuberant, as if he was always carrying a strong, murderous aura. Ling Xiao looked at his excited father and guessed that his father must have successfully completed the task. "Dad, how is the harvest?" Ling Xiao asked. Ling Zhan proudly replied, "I killed 23 4th-grade spirit beasts and harvested quite a number of spirit herbs. Not bad, not bad." "You're much stronger than I thought," Ling Xiao replied. "Yeah, who's this little brother?" Ling Zhan's gaze landed on the prodigal. "He's my sworn brother, the prodigal." "Dad, you should have met him before," Ling Xiao introduced. The prodigal cupped his hands towards Ling Zhan and said, "Greetings, uncle." "Prodigal? He's that?" Ling Zhan asked in surprise. Before he could finish, Ling Xiao nodded and interrupted, "Yes, that's him. Call him Zazai from now on." Ling Zhan nodded his head, and the way he looked at the prodigal became more fearful. Ling Zhan didn't dare to imagine what kind of power a Qilin mythical beast would have. 1 day later, the people who had gone out to train came back. The first to come back was Lone Eagle, the second was Li Kuanghu, and the third was Long Shi. When the day was almost over, the people who had gone out to train had basically all returned. Only Bai Yushi was nowhere to be seen. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. "Xiao, should we split up and look for her?" Wei Dyer asked worriedly. She and Bai Yushi had been like sisters for the past few years, and she didn't want anything bad to happen to her. "Let's wait a little longer. I believe she will come back." Ling Xiao shook his head and said. He understood Bai Yushi. Although she used to be a weak girl, she had become strong after experiencing some things. He believed that she would definitely come back with her own strength. If she really couldn't come back, then it was her fate. When the sun set and the last ray of sunlight shone on the other side of the mountain, Bai Yushi came back. She didn't come back alone. She was carrying a cute little thing in her arms. The little thing seemed to be injured. When Ling Xiao saw the figure, his heart was finally at ease. "Young master, come have a look. This little fox is injured." Bai Yushi carried the little thing in her arms and hurriedly ran towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao greeted her. When he saw the little thing in Bai Yushi's arms, his face showed a surprised expression. It was a pure white fox. White foxes weren't rare, but foxes with 5 tails were especially rare. This was a descendant of the saint beast, the 9-tailed fox. Unfortunately, it was still in the growth stage and only had 5 tails. It should be a 5th-rank, 9-tailed fox. This white fox's breath was very weak. Its lower abdomen seemed to have been pierced by a hard object. The blood on its lower abdomen had already solidified, adding some color to its snow-white fur. "It's so pitiful. Xiao, hurry up and save it," Wei Dyer said sympathetically. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He asked Bai Yushi, "How did you get it?" 9-tailed foxes weren't kind. They were born very fast and cunning. They were good at confusing the minds of humans and taking advantage of the opportunity to kill their enemies. They were a proud and aloof high-level spiritual beast. Since they didn't need to be fed by their parents, they would grow up alone. They wouldn't associate with anyone of their own kind until they grew into a real nine-tailed fox. If it wasn't for the fact that the wound on the nine-tailed fox's abdomen was real, Xianxia would have killed it immediately. "Young master, please save it first. It was injured because it was trying to save me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to see all of you." Bayushi's eyes were misty. "It was injured because it was trying to save you?" Xianxia asked doubtfully. Then, he nodded and took the white fox. Then, he gave a look to the prodigal who was not far away. The prodigal understood and walked to Xiao's side. He stared coldly at the white fox. Xiao crushed some precious healing herbs and applied them on the white fox's body. Then, he took out a 10,000-year blood coral and stuffed it into the white fox's mouth. The 10,000-year blood coral could not only purify one's bloodline, but it was also the best spiritual medicine for replenishing blood. Then, Xiao passed the unconscious white fox to the prodigal. Xiao then looked at Bayushi and asked, "Yushi, tell me, how did it save you?" Thus, Bayushi gave a brief account of the events that transpired. It turned out that on the 10th day of Bayushi's training in the dense forest, she killed a 4th-rank white-winged horse and obtained 2 3,000-year white lingji. It was when she was retrieving the white lingji that the white fox appeared in front of Bayushi. Bayushi fell in love with the cute little fox at first sight, so she threw one of the white Ganoderma to the white fox to eat without thinking. The white fox was not satisfied after eating one and continued to stare at Bayushi. Bayushi didn't think of it as a 5th-rank spirit beast. She thought it might be hungry. Hence, she threw the other white lingji to the white fox. The white fox left immediately after eating the white lingji. Bayushi felt that it was a pity that she couldn't catch it and make it her pet. After the 1-month deadline was up, Bayushi wanted to fly back to the gathering place. Unexpectedly, she encountered the attack of a 5th-rank intermediate stage 2-headed black eagle. Bayushi was only at the mid-stage king stage. Naturally, she was no match for the 2-headed black eagle. She could only choose to escape. But the 2-headed black eagle chased relentlessly. Just when Bayushi was about to fall into extreme danger, the white fox actually appeared entangled with the 2-headed black eagle. In the end, the white fox actually killed the 2-headed black eagle, but it was also seriously injured because of it. After understanding the whole story, Xiao was also relieved. He was very afraid that Bayushi had picked up the white fox out of sympathy. If she saved the white fox and was bitten by the white fox instead, it wouldn't be worth it. "Bayushi, do you want to stay by your side forever?" Xiao asked. He thought that if he could subdue this future holy beast, it might not be a bad thing for Bayushi. Bayushi nodded repeatedly. "Of course, but it doesn't seem to like me." "Idiot, if it doesn't like you, why would it save you?" "All right, when it wakes up, I want it to follow you forever," Xiao said as he scratched Bayushi's nose. At this moment, the prodigal's voice sounded, "White fox, don't even think of escaping from my palm." Not far away, the prodigal was pinching the neck of the white fox that was about to escape. At the same time, he emitted the aura of a divine beast to suppress the white fox. The white fox seemed to be able to feel the prodigal's divine beast aura. Its final struggle turned into a low cry of begging. "Don't hurt it!" Bayushi ran over and shouted. "Yushi, don't be anxious," Xiao said as he walked over. Then, he said to the white fox, "White fox, if you accept her as your master, I will let you go. In the future, I will help you become a 9-tailed holy fox. Otherwise, this day next year will be your death anniversary. Young master, don't make things difficult for it. It's so pitiful." Bayushi pleaded from his side. Xiao ignored Bayushi and only stared coldly at the white fox. The prodigal pinched the white fox and shook it a few times. "Quickly, do as my boss says." The white fox's eyes were filled with anger and despair at first. Finally, it became sad and melancholic, giving people the urge to let it go. It was a pity that the prodigal was a divine beast and not a human. Naturally, it would not be bewitched by it. Only Bai Yushi, who was at the side, felt extremely pained. After all, she had already regarded it as her savior. Make up your mind quickly. I'm only giving you a chance because you saved Yushi. Otherwise, you would be dead now, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Dealing with such a cunning and changeable spiritual beast, one could only be ruthless. He did this for Bai Yushi. In the end, the white fox could only choose to compromise and spit out the beast core. Without saying a word, Ling Xiao pierced Bai Yushi's finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the white fox's beast core. The white fox became Bai Yushi's protective spiritual beast. Chapter 508. A month's time wasn't long, but a month of continuous battles was enough to make anyone exhausted. Ling Zhan had the most kills in this trip, proving that he was the strongest among them. After that, it was Duing who killed 20 rank 4 spirit beasts, followed by Li Kuanghu, who killed 18 rank 4 spirit beasts, followed by Leng Shi, Wei Daier, and Bai Yushi. They had also completed the mission of killing 15 spirit beasts. The 8 generals had exceeded the quota, but they had also paid a great price. Each of them had more or less some scars on their bodies, which added a bit of tyrannical aura to them. Very good. You all didn't disappoint me. You all have the qualifications to follow me to the central region. Ling Xiao looked at the group of people in front of him with satisfaction. Right now, he wanted to nurture his own team in order to make preparations to dominate a region in the future. Everyone returned to Meteorite City. After returning to Meteorite City, Ling Xiao stayed at home for another month. During this month, Ling Xiao asked little Ling Tian to accompany his grandmother. Otherwise, he didn't know when he would be able to see her again. The day of departure was getting closer and closer, and the smile on Meng Shiyun's face was getting fewer and fewer. Her son was going on a long journey, and she was going to be separated from her only grandson. How could she be happy? On this day, Ling Xiao gathered his people. It was time to leave. Listen up, from today onwards, we will be leaving Meteorite City. Those who regret not going can step forward. There are many powerful martial artists in the outside world that you can't imagine. Don't think that kings are the strongest. They're just ordinary martial artists in their eyes. Only earthly sovereigns have the ability to protect themselves, and heavenly venerables are the true experts. It's inevitable that there will be conflicts when we venture outside. Sometimes, it's either you die or I die. So I hope that you can seriously consider it. Once you're willing to go with me, there's no turning back, said Ling Xiao solemnly. Ling Xiao had to get the ugly words out of the way first. He needed subordinates who would always be loyal to him. He needed subordinates who would trust him with their backs. He didn't need people who were afraid of death. We pledge our lives to follow young master. The people in front of Ling Xiao knelt down and shouted in unison. Ling Xiao nodded his head in satisfaction. Good, I didn't misjudge you. In the future, you will definitely be proud of today's decision. Parting was always sad. Looking at Meng Shiyun's eyes, Ling Xiao felt very uncomfortable. When you're outside, you have to be careful. I don't want you to have any great accomplishments. I just want you to be safe. When you have time, come back to see this old woman. That way, your mother will be satisfied. Meng Shiyun caressed her son's face. Which mother would be reluctant to let their son go on a long journey? Which mother would be worried about him every day? Mother, don't worry. Once I've established myself in the central region, I'll immediately bring you over. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and solemnly promised. Grandmother, don't be sad. I'll look after father for you. Little Ling Tian innocently said to Meng Shiyun while in his mother's embrace. My obedient grandson is still the most sensible. Don't forget grandmother in the future. Meng Shiyun looked at her adorable grandson and felt her heart ache even more. 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. Grandmother, don't cry, don't cry. Tian feels terrible, sob sob. Little Ling Tian waved his hands. Seeing his grandmother cry, he couldn't help but cry as well. Aya, your son is only leaving temporarily. Don't make it seem like we're going to be separated forever. Son, you should go. Take care of yourself. Ling Zhan hugged Meng Shiyun as he spoke to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "You all have to take care." After saying that, Ling Xiao decisively turned around and led everyone out of Meteor City. As soon as they left Meteorite City, Ling Xiao called out to them. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. "Relax your wills and listen to my orders. I'm going to put you all into my spatial ring. There are enough rations and water inside, and the spiritual energy is very abundant. You can cultivate inside for a while," Ling Xiao said. No one had any objections to Ling Xiao's words. However, they were all curious about what kind of spatial ring their young master had that could even store people inside. After they relaxed their nerves, they received Ling Xiao's consciousness and were transported to another place. The spacious space and a misty world made people feel like they were in a dream. However, the spiritual energy here was much denser than the outside world, and everyone felt extremely comfortable. "Where is young master taking us to?" Didn't young master just say? "We're in his spatial ring." But how can a spatial ring have such a large space? I feel like I've arrived at an illusory city. Enough nonsense. The spiritual energy here is very dense. Hurry up and cultivate. I want to break through to the king rank as soon as possible. Just as everyone was about to sit down and cultivate, Li Kuanghu looked in a direction, and his pupils instantly widened. Lung Shi noticed Li Kuanghu's abnormality and walked over to pat his shoulder. "Brother Kuanghu, what's wrong? You look over there." Li Kuanghu pointed in a direction and cried out in horror. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. They saw a huge wolf beast staring at them with its sharp fangs. For a moment, the 8 generals became nervous. They could feel the terrifying aura of this wolf king. "Everyone, don't be nervous. Xiao Jin, is that you?" Bayushi felt that this wolf king was very familiar and immediately called out to it. "Yes, it's young master's mount." At this time, Solitary Eagle also exclaimed. This time, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Young master's mount is really powerful. It's at least at the 5th rank, Ling San praised. Young master's strength is not something we can imagine. Everyone, calm down and cultivate. Solitary Eagle was the leader of the group, so he stood up and said, just as everyone was about to split up to cultivate, Li Kuanghu's expression became strange again. His body trembled uncontrollably as he pointed upwards and stuttered, There's a dragon there." This time, everyone's hair stood on end, and they looked in Li Kuanghu's direction again. This time, their bodies began to tremble. This was the first time they had seen such a powerful spirit beast. A 6-clawed dragon. What kind of existence was that? The white fox in by Yushi's arms bared its fangs, and its white fur stood up, entering a state of alertness. The blue dragon coiled its body in midair and looked down at them, its eyes filled with contempt. "Everyone be on guard. Once it descends, immediately attack," Solitary Eagle ordered. His aura rose to the maximum, ready to fight at any time. The others gathered together and held their own high-grade, profound weapons in their hands. At this time, the blue dragon really did descend towards them. "Attack!" Solitary Eagle didn't hesitate and roared, leading his subordinates to attack. The others didn't dare to delay and chose to attack at the same time. Rumble, rumble. Colorful spiritual energy blasted towards the blue Jiao dragon. The all-out attack of 5 mid-stage kings and 8 high-stage soul masters was comparable to a low-stage Earth Emperor's all-out attack. Unfortunately, it wasn't even worthy of making an itch for a rank 6 dragon. When the smoke dissipated, the blue dragon stared at them and scathed. Too powerful, were no match for it. Wade Dyer cried out in horror. "Everyone, prepare to escape," Solitary Eagle suggested. In the face of absolute power, all methods were useless. It was best to escape as long as one could. However, at this time, a wolf's howl rang out. A woo! The 3-eyed Wolf King instantly rose to a height of more than 10 meters, its third eye shooting out a demonic ray. The blue dragon didn't move, but a blue light screen appeared around it, isolating it from the demonic ray. The Wolf King had already pounced near the blue dragon, its powerful claws clawing at the dragon's back. At this time, the blue dragon moved and swept its tail towards the Wolf King. The Wolf King didn't have any room to resist in midair and was hit by the dragon's tail. Bang! It let out a hiss as it was smashed 100 meters away, heavily smashing into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Not far away, everyone's eyes were glued to the scene. The Wolf King didn't give up just like that. It got up from the ground and pounced towards the blue dragon. The blue dragon seemed to be on the defensive. Every time it swept its tail, the Wolf King would be sent flying far away. The difference in strength between the two was obvious. "Oh no, what should we do? It killed Xiao Jin. We won't have a good time." Bai Yushi said worriedly. "Don't worry. Let's call the young master immediately. He must have a way." Li Kuanghu said after calming down. "That's right. Let's inform Xiao and ask him to let us out." Wei Dyer said with an ugly expression, just as they were about to sense Ling Xiao. A 3-meter-tall iron tower came out of nowhere. "You two little guys, stop messing around. I still need to meditate," the Iron Tower said to the Blue Dragon and the Wolf King. As soon as he finished speaking, the Blue Dragon and the Wolf King stopped fighting. The next moment, the Blue Dragon and the Wolf King pounced towards the Iron Tower man at the same time, as if they were going to tear him apart. Just when everyone thought that the Iron Tower man was going to be in trouble, they heard two sounds. Bang bang. The Blue Jiao Dragon and the Wolf King were both sent flying far away by a single punch from the towering man. This time, the Blue WRM and the Wolf King climbed up with great difficulty. They looked at the towering man with fearful eyes and didn't dare to provoke him again. Everyone nearby was shocked by this scene. They had attacked the Blue Dragon with all their strength, but they didn't do any damage to it. But this Iron Tower man had sent the Blue Dragon and the Wolf King flying with 2 punches. What kind of strength was this? They will be your sparring partners from now on. If you don't want me tortured, then work hard. Ling Zhao's voice sounded in everyone's mind. Everyone shuddered when they heard this. Chapter 509. Ling Xiao and Feng Xianyun quietly returned to Purple Sky City. After arranging for Feng Xianyun and his son to stay in his own courtyard, he returned to Wooden Flag Peak. He had to tell his master that he was leaving, not to mention that he still had some good things to give to his master. Ling Xiao gave 3 drops of 10,000 years tree milk to Mu Huai, one of which was naturally Mu Huai's, and the other 2 were for his martial uncle and grandmaster. With these 3 drops of 10,000 years tree milk, it would not be a problem for the 3 old men's strength to increase by another level. Ling Xiao also gave Mu Huai a portion of the family property that he had copied from the Heavy Sword sect, asking him to offer it to the sect. Even though Yun Xiong was his father-in-law, he did not have a good impression of Yun Xiong, so he did not show off. After Ling Xiao explained everything, he was about to leave with his disciple Xian Li, but Mu Huai was unwilling to let Xian Li leave his side. His disciple had already left. How could he not leave a grand disciple for him? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, and also felt that it was not appropriate to take Xian Li away now. After all, his strength was still weak, and it was inconvenient to bring him along, so it was better to let his master help him teach. In any case, he had already handed over the purple tier beheading moon sword art to his master. As long as Xian Li was willing to work hard, his future achievements would not be too low. After making the decision, Ling Xiao warned Xian Li, telling him to follow Mu Huai and cultivate well. In the future, when he came back to pick him up, if he did not achieve the goal he set, then he would be punished. Although Xian Li wanted to follow his master, he also knew that his strength was low and that he would only be a burden if he followed, so he very seriously promised that he would work hard to cultivate and live up to Ling Zhao's expectations of him. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with Xian Li's attitude. Then, he rushed to Ji Beixin's residence. A burst of clear and melodious sound of a zither came from afar. The sound of a zither was melodious and pleasant to listen to, causing people to easily fall into intoxication. The sound of the zither contained a faint sense of melancholy, causing people to have a feeling of empathy. Ling Xiao was reminded of the sadness of parting by the sound of the zither. His tiger-like eyes had the urge to tear up. Ling Xiao landed in front of Ji Beixin and said with a faint smile, "Exine, your zither music has already reached the realm of using your thoughts to enter the zither. Even I almost couldn't control myself." "Xiao, you're back." Ji Beixin quickly bounced up from her seat and plunged into Ling Xiao's embrace. Ever since Ling Xiao went to annihilate the Heavy Sword sect, he had not returned for a year and a half. Day after day, Ji Beixin's longing grew deeper and deeper. Looking at the little woman who had been waiting for him all this time, Ling Xiao felt a surge of guilt. Ling Xiao gently stroked her hair and lightly said, "Exener, I'm sorry. I'll take you away now. From now on, you can stay by my side." "Really? Can I?" Ji Beixin asked with tears like pear blossoms. She had been waiting for these words for a long time. She really wanted to see Ling Xiao often. She didn't want to wait like this forever. "Of course, as long as you're willing to part with Grandpa," Ling Xiao replied as he lightly kissed her forehead. "Young people should go out more. Don't worry about my old bones. Anyway, I have many years to live. Just come back and visit me when you have time." G2 said as he walked out from not too far away. These days, every time he listened to his granddaughter's zither music, as a grandfather, he could naturally feel the longing. However, he couldn't help much in terms of feelings, and he couldn't say anything about Ling Xiao's kindness. He could only sigh in his heart. This was all the child's life. Now that Ling Xiao had said that he wanted to take Ji Beixin away, as a grandfather, he would of course give his blessings. How could he stop him? In his heart, his granddaughter was his everything. As long as his granddaughter was happy, he was willing to do anything. "Grandpa." Ji Beixin threw herself into G2's embrace. She was unwilling, but she could only make one choice. "Don't worry, Grandpa. Once I find a place to stay, I'll bring you over," said Ling Xiao. Now that he had successfully taken away his granddaughter, Ling Xiao naturally had to give G2 some benefits. That included a king advancement pill, and some would attribute spirit grasses to help him speed up his cultivation. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave with Ji Beixin, Xianxia and the other elders appeared at the same time. Looking at the innocent-looking Mu Huai, Ling Xiao didn't say anything. "Elder Ling is leaving?" Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao and asked. He felt a bit bad inside. If he hadn't arranged for people to keep an eye on Wooden Flag Peak, he probably wouldn't even have known that Ling Xiao had returned. "Yes, I'm planning on taking a stroll in the central region. Furthermore, Meng Qi is also there, so I naturally have to go," replied Ling Xiao. "Youngsters should also go out and temper themselves. With Elder Ling's talent, you'll definitely be able to raise the prestige of my Purple Sky sect," said Xianxia. "That's right. Elder Ling is a genius. Even if he goes to the central region, he'll definitely be able to become famous." "That's right. Ling Xiao is a dragon among men, and he'll definitely be able to make a name for himself. Us old fellows will also be able to bask in his glory." "That's right. Senior apprentice Brother Mu's eyes are truly sharp to be able to take in such a good disciple. If I had known this would happen, I would have also tried to snatch him away." Those elders' respectful words almost made Ling Xiao want to vomit. He really didn't expect that this group of old men, who were usually high and mighty, would actually say such words. It was really shocking. Ling Xiao didn't know how much of a commotion he had caused by destroying the Heavy Sword School. Even if these people had some strength, they still wouldn't dare go against the Heavy Sword School. But Ling Xiao had used his own strength to destroy the Heavy Sword School. The destruction of the Heavy Sword School had become the greatest tragedy in the Northwest in the last 1,000 years, as well as the most suspenseful tragedy. One of the 3 rank 7 sects in the Northwest had been destroyed. Just how big a matter was that? If others were to find out that it was Ling Xiao who had done it, then their Purple Sky sect would probably have the qualifications to sit on the throne of a rank 7 sect. However, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to oversee the Purple Sky sect. The people of the Purple Sky sect naturally wouldn't dare announce that it was their disciple who had done it. Otherwise, they would become the biggest laughingstock. All right, everyone calm down. Yin Xiong lowered his voice and then said to Ling Xiao, Elder Ling, there's no hurry to leave. Elder Kuang recommended you to be our sex guardian elder, and all of us have also passed it. Do you think you should wait until the ceremony for the guardian elder to be held before leaving? Ling Xiao didn't even think about it and waved his hand. Sectmaster Yun, elders, I appreciate your good intentions, but I don't know when I'll be back from the central region, so I absolutely won't accept the position of guardian elder. Please give it to someone else. How can this be? Yin Xiong didn't know what to say for a moment. At this time, Mu Huai said from the side, I think we should forget about it. This child can't be controlled. If something really happens to the sect, he will definitely take action. Let's forget about the position of guardian elder. How about this? Since Elder Ling doesn't accept this position, then I announce that senior brother Mu will take over the position of guardian elder. Yin Xiong's mind worked quickly. Since Ling Xiao didn't accept this position, then he would pass it on to Mu Huai. Mu Huai's strength had already reached the peak of the high-level king step, and his strength could be considered high among the elders. More importantly, he was Ling Zhao's master. As long as he became the guardian elder, if anything happened to the Purple Sky sect in the future, would Ling Xiao, as a disciple, stay out of it? With Ling Zhao's loyal and filial character, this was obviously impossible. Everyone present with the slightest bit of brain could think of Yun Xiong's idea, and everyone immediately expressed their approval. Even the unwilling Su Jiannan had nothing to say. Mu Huai hurriedly declined, but he couldn't resist the enthusiasm of everyone, and in the end, he could only accept this heavy responsibility. Ling Xiao also took the opportunity to bring Ji Beixin to Medicine Peak. When they arrived at Medicine Peak, Ling Xiao directly went to find Hua Xiaogui. Boss, you're back. Hua Xiaogui was naturally overjoyed to see Ling Xiao, and then he bowed to Ji Beixin and called out, Xiaogui greets sister-in-law. Ji Beixin was thin-skinned, and when Hua Xiaogui called her like this, her face immediately became rosy. You're not bad, kid. You've actually reached the king's step. Ling Xiao glanced at Hua Xiaogui and immediately saw through his current cultivation level. This is all thanks to boss. Hua Xiaogui scratched his head and smiled. Previously, Hua Xiaogui had the 10,000-year stone emulsion and the dark brown flame that Ling Xiao had given him, and his strength had long since reached the peak of the Spirit Master level. Now, after more than a year of cultivation, he had already reached the low-level king's step. At the same time, he was also a third-grade alchemist and was highly respected in the sect. Hua Xiaogui's gratitude towards Ling Xiao could no longer be expressed with words. Little turtle, I plan to go to the central region. Do you want to come with me? Don't worry. No matter what you choose, boss will always be your boss. I won't blame you, said Ling Xiao very seriously. Ling Xiao had already treated Hua Xiaogui as a brother. He wanted to go to the central region and establish his own power, so he naturally needed a team. Hua Xiaogui was his brother and also an alchemist, so he could be his helper. The central region was a holy land for martial arts that all cultivators yearned for. Of course, it was also a paradise for alchemists. So he naturally wanted Hua Xiaogui to come with him because he hoped that Hua Xiaogui's horizons would be broadened and he wouldn't be restricted to this small northwest region. Of course, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't force him to go. Hua Xiaogui didn't hesitate at all and immediately nodded heavily, saying, I'll go. I wanted to go with boss for a long time, but I'm afraid of dragging boss down. Since boss came to find you, he naturally isn't afraid of you dragging me down. But if you still can't improve in the future, then don't blame boss for looking down on you, said Ling Xiao. Boss, don't worry. I'll definitely work hard. I definitely won't lose face for you, said Hua Xiaogui as he clenched his fist. In fact, he had long since wanted to go out with Ling Xiao to experience the various regions. Unfortunately, he knew that his strength was too low, so he was too embarrassed to ask Ling Xiao for help. His goal was different from Ling Xiao's. He wanted to become a high-rank alchemist that was respected by tens of thousands of people. It was said that there were many high-rank alchemists in the central region, and he would naturally be able to experience the methods of those alchemists. It would definitely be beneficial to him. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he naturally had to cherish it. Chapter 510. Before Hua Xiaogui left, he spoke to his master, who was also his adoptive grandfather, Nangong Changle. He originally thought that Nangong Changle would stop him, but who would have thought that not only did Nangong Changle not stop him, but he also strongly approved of it. He only urged him to follow Ling Zhao's footsteps. Nangong Changle was currently regretting his past actions. Such an outstanding disciple had slipped away from his hands. Therefore, he absolutely could not let Hua Xiaogui follow his footsteps. He firmly believed that as long as Hua Xiaogui followed Ling Xiao, with Ling Zhao's loyal character, he would definitely help Hua Xiaogui reach a higher level. After obtaining Nangong Changle's approval, Hua Xiaogui was just about to leave with Ling Xiao, but he suddenly thought of something he was worried about, so he went to the Jade Spring Pavilion. Wuxia was still as elegant and moving as before. She was wearing a light green satin dress that thoroughly seduced her exquisite figure. Her beautiful eyes flickered with joy, making people feel very comfortable. Every time he saw Wuxia, Hua Xiaogui's heart would beat nonstop. Although she had already given him the opportunity to pursue her, his heart was still so disappointing. Xiaogui, you were looking for me? Wuxia lightly jumped in front of Hua Xiaogui with her hands behind her back and asked, looking at the woman in front of him that he was always worried about. Hua Xiaogui's complexion was slightly red as he said, "Little Shui, I have to leave. Are you going back to your clan?" Wuxia's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness as she asked. Although the person she liked when she first came to the Purple Sky sect was Ling Xiao, after she found out about Ling Zhao's feelings, she gradually gave up. In addition, Ling Zhao's excellence caused her to shrink back a little. Later, when she was with Hua Xiaogui in the training ground, Hua Xiaogui disregarded everything and stood up for her, almost losing his life. Her heart was moved by Hua Xiaogui. Although Hua Xiaogui wasn't that handsome, he was a true man. Therefore, she made a 3-year agreement with Hua Xiaogui. As long as Hua Xiaogui became a third-grade alchemist within 3 years, she would date him. In the end, Hua Xiaogui really fulfilled the promise she made with her. Not only that, her strength had increased tremendously, and she had already revealed her outstanding talent among the younger generation. Although Hua Xiaogui told her that it was all because of Ling Zhao's help that she could achieve what she had today, but she knew that the Tinbin and realm of refining medicine wasn't something that others could help with. Now, she had already developed feelings for this persistent man. Now that she heard that Hua Xiaogui wanted to leave, she felt as if her heart had been hollowed out. She felt a little suffocated and uncomfortable. Unknowingly, he had occupied a rather important place in her heart. Hua Xiaogui waved her hand and said, "I'm not going back to the family. I'm going to the central region with Boss. I don't know when I'll be back, so I came to say goodbye to you." All these years, he only had her in his heart. Even though he had never held her hand or kissed her lips, he still clung to the feelings in his heart. "You're going to the central region?" Wuxia asked with a slightly surprised expression. Hua Xiaogui nodded and clenched his fist. "Yes, Boss wants me to broaden my horizons. I also feel that I should go out and gain more experience. Only then can I become stronger. Yes, a man should have this kind of drive. I support you." Wuxia clenched her fist and encouraged Hua Xiaogui. "Xiao Shui, you support me?" Hua Xiaogui asked happily. "Of course I support you. In the future, you must become a 4th-rank alchemist, not a 5th rank or above," Wuxia said with a smile. "As long as Xiao Shui believes in me, I can definitely do it," Hua Xiaogui replied with a slightly bashful tone. Wuxia smiled and didn't say anything else. Hua Xiaogui didn't know what to say for a moment. The two of them just stood there, not daring to look at each other. Their faces were both filled with bashfulness. Then I'll be leaving. You take care." In the end, Hua Xiaogui still couldn't say what he was thinking and said with a fawning tone, "Oh, then take care too," Wu Sixue said with a forced smile. Hua Xiaogui nodded and turned around to leave. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance wafted over, and he was hugged by a delicate body. Hua Xiaogui's body and mind froze. Xiao Shuiyu. Hua Xiaogui only felt that his brain had stopped working, and he couldn't even speak. "No matter how long I wait, I will definitely wait for you to come back," Wu Sixue said with tears of reluctance in her beautiful eyes. Then, she pushed Hua Xiaogui away, turned around, and ran away. Hua Xiaogui quickly turned around and looked at the gradually fading figure. His whole body was filled with happiness and energy. He shouted in Wu Sixue's direction, "Xiao Shui, I love you. You must wait for me to come back." At this moment, he finally let go of the shyness in his heart and bravely said what he had always wanted to say. Not far away, Wu Sixue wiped her tears and put on a happy smile. Ji Beixin left with Ling Xiao. Hua Xiaogui also left with Ling Xiao. They stepped on the teleportation array to the 1000B city and from the 1000B city to the Southern Sky City. After a few more transfer points, after more than a month, they finally arrived at Goose City. After arriving at Goose City again, Ling Xiao was almost shocked by the scene here. Looking at the people coming and going, looking at the spirit beasts coming in and out, looking at the lively scene here, Ling Xiao almost thought that he had come to the wrong city. "Xiao, is this the ancestral land of our clan?" Feng Xianfeng asked. "I think it should be." Ling Xiao nodded and replied. Thinking back to the lifeless atmosphere here, it had only been almost 2 years, and it had become so lively and prosperous, which made Ling Xiao a little incredulous. There were martial artists coming and going from all over the place, and occasionally people of the Gu clan could be seen walking around here. Obviously, the high priest and cruel leopard had successfully brought their clansmen to Gu City. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao led the few people to the Castellan's mansion. After becoming the Castellan's mansion, this place had also changed. There were 2 strong men standing at the door, looking very mighty, making others not dare to approach easily. When Ling Xiao and Feng Xianyan approached, one of the strong men guarding the door shouted, "Who are you?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Please inform your Castellan that Ling Xiao has come to visit." Ling Xiao did not know the guard guarding the door, so he spoke to him politely. The strong man guarding the door showed a surprised look and said, "Are you really Lord Ling Xiao?" Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes, I am Ling Xiao. I know your Castellan." "Greetings, Lord Ling Xiao." The 2 waited for Ling Xiao to finish speaking and immediately bowed to Ling Xiao. One of them said, "The Castellan has instructed that there is no need to inform Lord Ling Xiao when he returns. I will bring you in now." Ling Xiao didn't expect that Kai Shiyue had already instructed him, so he immediately smiled and walked in with Feng Xianyan. When they arrived at the Castellan's hall, Kai Shiyue, Poison Scorpion, and the High Priest were all there. "Castellan, Lord Ling Xiao is back." The man guarding the door stepped forward and bowed. Kai Shiyue instantly jumped up from her seat and looked excitedly at Ling Xiao, who was walking in from the door. Ling Xiao smiled and nodded to her, then walked to the High Priest's side and greeted, "Grandpa, Yin'er, and I are back." "Haha, I was just talking about you guys. I didn't expect you to come back. Come, let me see my good grandson." The High Priest seemed to be in a good mood. At this time, Poison Scorpion immediately stepped forward and bowed to Ling Xiao. "Greetings, young master, young madam." Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction and said, "Old Poison, you guys did a good job. I thought I came to the wrong city just now." "This is all thanks to madam," Poison Scorpion replied. Afterwards, the High Priest brought Feng Xianyan and little Ling Tian back to the room to talk, and Poison Scorpion tactfully retreated. Kai Shiyue immediately threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms. "Husband, I missed you so much." It had been almost 2 years since they last met, and Kai Shiyue's longing for Ling Xiao was getting deeper and deeper. Ling Xiao hugged the mature woman in his arms, and a ball of heat rose. I missed you too, Ling Xiao said hurriedly, and his thick lips immediately kissed Kai Xiaoyue's jade lips. The two of them turned their thoughts into dry firewood and raging flames, and they groped each other. Husband, carry me back to the room. Kai Xiaoyue's beautiful face was about to bleed. Her strong desire was aroused, and she couldn't wait to speak to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't reply, but used his actions to respond to Kai Xiaoyue's words. The two of them returned to the room, no longer having any worries, and both of them shook off their clothes. The two of them quickly blended together, and their loud voices echoed in the room. After an unknown period of time, the sound gradually subsided. Kai Xiu nestled in Ling Xiao's arms like a little woman and said with a satisfied smile on her face, "Husband, I don't want to leave you anymore." Ling Xiao replied softly, This time I'll bring you with me. We'll go to the central region and establish our territory." "Really, that's great. No matter where you go, I'll be with you," Kai Xiu said excitedly. Ling Xiao caressed her coquettish face and said pitifully, It's been hard on you." Although he had snatched this woman, it would be a lie if he said he didn't like such a beautiful woman, especially since she still liked him so much. Of course, he wouldn't let her down. "Husband, why do you say that?" Kai Xiu asked in confusion. "If it weren't for you, Goose City wouldn't be where it is today." Ling Xiao replied, This is not my credit, but yours." Kai Xiu said with a smile. "What do you mean?" Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and asked. Thus, Kai Xiu explained it to him. It turned out that Ling Xiao had established a relationship with the Tang family, the Nangong family, the Xian family, and the Tai Lei tribe. It was also because of the help of these three forces that he had achieved what he had today. In addition, the 4th and 5th rank medicinal pills that Ling Xiao had left for auction immediately attracted many major forces in the southern region to come and bid. Therefore, in the past 2 years, Gu City had instantly returned to its former glory. Now that the Gu race had returned, everyone in the southern region knew that the Gu race had not gone extinct. As the number one force in the southern region, their influence was naturally extraordinary. Therefore, the rise of Gu City was inevitable. Chapter 511. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. During this month, Kai Xiu handed over the affairs of the city to the high priest. The high priest was old, so of course he no longer managed the city. However, there was no lack of capable managers in the Gu race. Someone immediately sorted out everything clearly. During this month, Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Lung Shi, and the others were released to experience the prosperity of the Gu race. This was the first time they had seen the scenery of a foreign land, so it was only natural that they were amazed. At the same time, Ling Xiao sent someone to escort Xian Li's cousin, Sun Xiaonan, to the Purple Sky sect. He didn't bring Xian Li to the central region, so he naturally couldn't bring Sun Xiaonan as well. Therefore, he could only let the two of them cultivate in the Purple Sky sect and lay a foundation. During this month, the 8 generals had all become mid-stage king-level cultivators thanks to Ling Xiao's medicinal pills. Thus, Savage Leopard was the strongest among them, a low-stage heavenly venerable. Poison Scorpion was the second strongest, a peak earthly emperor, followed by Kai Xiu and Feng Xianyun, both mid-stage earthly emperors, followed by Ling Xiao, who was a high-stage king. The others, including Ji Beixin and Hua Xiaogui, were all mid-stage king level. Just as everyone was about to leave, another person was added. This person was actually the Tang clan's young master, Tangwada. Tangwada was only 27 years old, but he was already a low-stage king level. This strength was extremely outstanding among the younger generation. However, when he saw the lineup brought by Ling Xiao, he immediately lost his confidence. Everyone here was a mid-stage king level expert. The youngest among them, Ji Beixin and Hua Xiaogui, were only in their early 20s. They were much younger than him, but their strength was higher than his. This was a huge blow to him. If he knew that Feng Xianyun was a mid-stage earthly emperor, who knew what kind of expression he would have. "Don't look so sad. This is for you," so that I won't lose face in the central region." Ling Xiao handed a king advancement pill to Tang Wuda. Ling Xiao wasn't surprised by Tang Wuda's arrival. Ling Xiao had gone to the Tang family 2 years ago to ask the Tang family's teacher to refine the ice and fire sword. At the same time, he hoped that the Tang family could support the auction in Gu City. It was also at that time that Ling Xiao hooked up with Tang Wuduo, because he knew that Tang Wuda was the most outstanding 5th-tier armament master in Tang family's new generation. Before he left Tang family, Ling Xiao had chatted with Tang Wuda for an entire night. That night, Ling Xiao told Tang Guigua about his goals and ideals. Tang Guigua didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a big goal. He actually wanted to establish a force in the central region. At first, he didn't think much of it, because the waters of the central region were very deep, and any power was an extremely powerful existence. Even though Ling Xiao's potential was extraordinary, he was too young. Wanting to rely on this bit of strength to wander about in the central territory and establish a force was undoubtedly a fantasy. However, when Ling Xiao told him about his identity as a 5th-grade alchemist, Tang Wuda was moved. Tang Guigua knew that the appeal of any high-grade alchemist was extremely terrifying. After a moment of hesitation, Ling Xiao fanned the flames from the side and said that young people shouldn't be short-sighted and should set their sights further. One day, they would attain a height that everyone looked up to. In the end, Tang Guigua agreed to head to the central territory with Ling Xiao. So, when Ling Xiao returned to Gu City, Tang Guigua rushed over after receiving the news. Tang Guigua immediately revealed a delighted expression when he received Ling Xiao's medicinal pill. However, he didn't consume it immediately, because he was already at the peak of the low-stage king rank now. He wanted to break through to the mid-stage king rank by himself, and then consume the medicinal pill to break through to the high-stage king rank in one go. When everyone was gathered, Ling Xiao led everyone and left. The Central Territory was the sacred land of martial arts in Mystic Spirit Continent. Experts were numerous like the clouds, sects were dense like a forest, and there were countless great clans there. The Central Territory was vast, and it occupied 2/3 of the continent. It was the cradle and sacred land that all martial artists yearned for. To travel from the Southern Territory to the Central Territory, one had to pass through a dangerous place. This dangerous place was the only stronghold between the Southern and Northwestern Territories to the Central Territory. The Blood Demon region was a famous dangerous place in both the Southern and Northwestern Territories. The area it occupied was also quite vast. Spirit beasts roamed freely in that place, and spirit flowers and rare herbs could be seen everywhere. One of the most commonly seen ferocious spirit beasts there was called the Bloodwind Eagle. There was also an extremely rare high-stage spirit herb called the Devil Emperor Flower. Once you see the Bloodwind Eagle, you will be dyed in the rain of blood. Once you see the Devil Emperor Flower, you will become an emperor. These two sentences pointed out the reason for the name of the Blood Demon region. The Bloodwind Eagle was a high-stage, 5th-stage spirit beast. They always traveled in groups and were extremely bloodthirsty and belligerent. Once they set their eyes on their prey, they would not stop until they were dyed in blood. It was a type of spirit beast with extremely high combat tenbin. Many forces wanted to control this type of spirit beast with extremely high combat strength as a mount. Unfortunately, the Bloodwind Eagle was wild and difficult to tame. The Devil Emperor Flower was a high-stage, 6th-stage spirit herb. It was comparable to an ordinary 7th-stage spirit herb. It was a spirit herb with no attribute. Anyone who obtained and consumed a Devil Emperor Flower would be able to break through to the high-level Earth Sovereign realm without any bottlenecks. In other words, martial artists who consumed the Devil Emperor Flower would have no barriers below the Earth Sovereign realm. As long as they accumulated enough strength, they could smoothly break through to the next level. If the Devil Emperor Flower fell into the hands of a high-stage alchemist, it could be refined into a top-notch 6th-stage pill, the Supreme Emperor Pill. It was a precious pill that could allow any heavenly venerable to directly break through to the next level. It was precisely because of the existence of this beast and flower in the Blood Demon region that the stronghold leading to the Central Territory was called the Blood Demon region. It was also because of this that it became the territory of many powerful forces. Who didn't want to subdue a group of Bloodwind Eagles and build a powerful battle team? Who didn't want to try their luck and obtain the Devil Emperor flower to become an emperor or venerable in one go? After more than 2 months of traveling, Ling Xiao and the others finally arrived at the entrance of the Blood Demon region. Poison Scorpion had been to the Central Territory before, so it would indeed save them a lot of trouble with him leading the way. Young Master, Bloodwind Eagles often appear in the Blood Demon region, so it's not suitable for us to fly. That'll easily attract their attacks. If we want to pass through here, we'll have to walk, Poison Scorpion explained. How many days will it take to pass through here? Ling Xiao asked. If we're fast, it'll take a month. If we're slow, it'll take a month and a half, Poison Scorpion replied. That long? Ling Xiao asked. If we have a mount and don't get attacked by spirit beasts, then we should be able to pass through here in 20 days, Poison Scorpion explained. According to what you're saying, there will be many unknown dangers along the way. Yes, aside from the Bloodwind Eagles, there are also many high-tier spirit beasts in the Blood Demon region. They're not the type to stay put. However, as long as we don't leave the main passage, we'll rarely be attacked by spirit beasts. Ling Xiao frowned as he looked ahead. He really wanted to reach the Central Territory as soon as possible. He could use the medicine cauldron to store everyone and then use the blue flood dragon to fly across. However, according to Poison Scorpion's introduction, the high-tier spirit beasts in the Blood Demon region were not much inferior to the Desolate Mountains. If he provoked any high-tier spirit beasts, he would have to bear the consequences. Old Poison, what are they doing over there? Kai Xiayue pointed to a group of people not far away and asked Poison Scorpion. Madam Yu, those are mercenary groups taking on business, Poison Scorpion replied. Taking on business? Kai Xiayue was stunned. Puzzled expressions flashed across the others' faces. Poison Scorpion explained, it's not very far from here to the Central region, but there's no lack of danger along the way. Many merchants and individuals don't dare to go there easily, so they hire mercenary groups to escort them. There are also some people who want to go to the Blood Demon territory to find some kind of spirit herb, and they'll also hire mercenaries who are familiar with the area to escort them. Of course, this is risky work, and the pay is high. I see. Everyone came to a sudden realization after hearing Poison Scorpion's explanation. Let's go, don't delay, Ling Xiao said faintly. With their strength, they naturally didn't need anyone to escort them. If they couldn't even pass through the Blood Demon region, then what was the point of going to the Central Territory to establish a force? However, when he arrived here, Ling Xiao remembered what G2 had told him. If there was a day when he could go to the Blood Demon region, he would help him find his missing son, Ji Xiaozhen. According to G2, Ji Xiaozhen had come to the Blood Demon region more than 20 years ago, looking for an opportunity to break through to the King stage. Unfortunately, once Ji Xiaozhen left, he would never return. In the end, a woman came to Purple Sky City and sent Ji Beixin to Ji Tuesday. G2 didn't know whether Ji Xiaozhen was alive or dead, and this was the biggest regret in his heart. Let nature take its course. Ling Xiao glanced at Ji Beixin and sighed in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't want to help G2, but other than knowing that Ji Xiaozhen had gone to the Blood Demon region, there were no other clues. How could he find Ji Xiaozhen? What's more, there were high-level spirit beasts in the Blood Demon region. Maybe Ji Xiaozhen had already been eaten by the spirit beasts. Just as everyone was about to enter the Blood Demon region, an old voice sounded from behind them. Everyone, are you going to enter the Blood Demon region? Ling Xiao and the others turned around and saw a white-haired old man walking over with an extremely beautiful young man. When Poison Scorpion saw the old man, he immediately sent a sound transmission to Ling Xiao. Young master, this person is not simple. He has the strength of a mid-stage Earth Emperor, and that young man has the strength of a mid-stage king stage. When Ling Xiao heard this, he didn't bat an eyelid. He only looked at the old man and the young man who was as beautiful as a woman. "What can I do for you, sir?" Ling Xiao asked as he cupped his hands. "Little brother, are you going to enter the Blood Demon region? We, grandfather and grandson, also want to go in. Can you give us a ride?" "We will definitely reward you," the old man said. This old man had the strength of a mid-stage Earth Emperor, and with a single glance, he could tell that Ling Xiao's group was not ordinary. At the same time, he also mistook Ling Xiao's group for a mercenary group, and there were definitely many people in their group who emitted a powerful aura. Therefore, he wanted Ling Xiao and the others to escort them. "Sir, this might not be convenient," Ling Xiao replied. When outside, one had to be careful of everything, so Ling Xiao naturally couldn't have any sympathy. The old man could tell that Ling Xiao was worried, so he said, "Little brother, you don't have to worry about us being bad people. We only need you to escort us halfway. How about I give you 50,000 Xian crystals?" Just as Ling Xiao was about to say something, another unfamiliar voice sounded. "Old man, our Blood Serpent mercenary group will accept your business." Chapter 512. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man who seemed to be in his 40s. He had the strength of a high-level king. There was a hideous scar on his face that made people feel a chill down their spines. His arms were like two iron pillars, and there were two lifelike serpents drawn on them. The deep fangs that were revealed made people feel fear, as if the two serpents could jump out and bite at any moment. This person had an evil look on his face, and a strong, murderous aura emanated from him. At a glance, one could tell that this person spent his days in slaughter. There were more than a dozen people behind him, all of them above the king level, and two of them were low-level Earth Emperors. If such a force was in the northwest or the southern region, it would be comparable to a ninth-rank sect. They were all members of the Blood Serpent mercenary group. The Blood Serpent mercenary group could be said to be the third largest mercenary group in the Blood Demon region. The leader, Blood Serpent, had the strength of a half-step exalt, and the middle-aged man who spoke was Blood Serpent's younger brother, Green Serpent. Originally, it was an equal and voluntary transaction for a merchant to hire a mercenary group to escort them. However, the Blood Serpent mercenary group never followed the rules. They were a group of thugs, and forcing people to buy and sell was something they often did. Once they set their sights on a fat sheep, very few would be able to escape from their palms. Right now, the old man and the beautiful young man had already become the fat sheep in the eyes of the Blood Serpent mercenary group. The old man turned around and looked at Green Serpent and the group behind him. He revealed an amiable smile and said, "Big brother, we have already contacted someone. There is no need to trouble you." Green Serpent didn't look at the old man directly. Instead, his gaze fell on Ling Xiao and the others. A trace of surprise flashed across his face, but it was quickly drowned out. In the end, his gaze landed on Ling Xiao, the young man who didn't have the slightest aura of a martial artist. "You dare to steal the business of our Blood Serpent mercenary group?" Green Serpent narrowed his eyes and said to Ling Xiao, "Young master, the Blood Serpent mercenary group is the local snake here. Their group is extremely powerful, and their leader, Blood Serpent, has the strength of a half-step Empyrean." Poison Scorpion hurriedly transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. After hearing this, Ling Xiao did not show any emotion. He ignored Green Snake and turned to leave with his men. At this time, the old man rushed forward and said to Ling Xiao, "Little brother, just bring us grandfather and grandson. We won't cause any trouble for you." "You've already caused us trouble," Ling Xiao said calmly. "How can you be like this? Why have we caused you any trouble? Grandpa Wei, let's find someone else. You really don't know what's good for you." That beautiful young man finally couldn't help but speak up. His voice was actually mixed with the soft and delicate voice of a woman. Anyone with a discerning eye would immediately suspect that he was a woman. However, Kai Shiyue directly told Ling Xiao, this is a little beauty. Look, she doesn't have an Adam's apple. Ling Xiao had long since sensed this, but it was not appropriate for him to cause any trouble when he was outside. He immediately said, "Then please leave." Seeing Ling Xiao and the others about to leave, the old man anxiously looked at his young master and said, Young master, didn't I say not to let you speak? I just can't stand his attitude." The young woman stomped her feet and said angrily. The old man sighed and did not say anything more. At this time, Green Snake walked over and said, "Young master, do you want to vent your anger? It will only cost 100,000 low-grade Xian crystals for one head." Green Snake had seen many soldiers, and he could tell at a glance that this beautiful young man was a female and would be easily hooked. "My apologies. Our young master is immature. We won't hire anyone for now." The old man hurriedly pulled the young woman away. There's no way you can leave. Whether you enter the Blood Demon region or not, you must take out 50,000 mid-grade Xian crystals. Otherwise, you too can stay here." Green Snake coldly snorted. Green Snake had heard the old man mention the reward to Ling Xiao. 50,000 mid-grade Xian crystals was not a small amount. It was equivalent to 5 million low-grade Xian crystals. Green Snake had his eyes on this sum of Xian crystals, so he naturally would not let it slip away. "Are you making things difficult for me?" The young woman shouted at the Green Snake. That's right. I'm going to force you to do something you don't want to do. Hurry up and take out the glazed crystal. Otherwise, I'll reward you, a tomboy, to my brothers." Green Snake glanced at the young woman and said with a wretched look. Just as the young woman was about to get angry, the old man had already grabbed the young woman's hand and quickly rushed into the entrance of the Blood Demon region. Green Snake raised his eyebrows and was about to lead the group to chase after them. At this time, a low-level Earth Emperor came to his side and said, "Green Snake, don't be impulsive. That old guy just now might be a mid-level Earth Emperor." "What? That old guy is that strong?" Green Snake was surprised. "My senses can't be wrong. He's stronger than me," the low-level Earth Emperor replied. At this time, another low-level Earth Emperor said, "The two of us will keep him busy and then capture that tomboy as a hostage. I'm not afraid that he won't give in." "That's right. We have to go anyway. Let's get rid of that old guy first and then settle the score with the group from before. There are a few beautiful girls there. We definitely can't let them go." Green Snake revealed a sinister smile. "I have no objections, but we have to wait for Flaming Snake to meet up before chasing after them." "The other group is not so easy to swallow," a low-level Earth Emperor replied. The Blood Demon region was the only way to the central region from the southern and northwestern regions. A safe path had long been opened up here by the ancestors. This road of safety was the result of countless journeys. Along the way, they tried to avoid the territories of high-level spirit beasts. As long as ordinary people did not provoke those spirit beasts, they would not take the initiative to attack them. Of course, it was a different story if they encountered the Bloodwind Eagle. Within the lush forest of the Blood Demon region, the roars of spirit beasts could be heard continuously. A thick, bloody aura left behind from the years of killing made people feel extremely irritated. Savage Leopard, who had been keeping a low profile, sent a voice transmission to Ling Xiao. "Young master, the murderous aura here is very heavy, in case there are vengeful spirits roaming about." "Yes, I know," Ling Xiao replied indifferently. He then said to everyone in a clear voice, "Everyone, pay attention. There are many tyrannical spirit beasts here. Without my orders, no one is allowed to leave the group." "Yes, young master," everyone replied in unison. The prodigal waved a gun and played like a naughty child. He turned his face to Ling Xiao and said, "Boss, what are you afraid of? With me here, they won't dare to attack us." Not many people present knew the identity of the prodigal. They just thought that he was bragging and didn't care about it. Ling Xiao patted the prodigal's head and said, "I know you're strong. Don't show off in front of boss." At this moment, Poison Scorpion said, "Those two are following us." Ling Xiao did not turn his head and said, "Let's go, we'll be fine. Don't bother with them." Without guessing, Ling Xiao knew what the two of them were planning. However, this road was not opened by him after all, so he just followed them. The group walked for a day, and night gradually fell. The old and young man behind Ling Xiao and the others were still following at a leisurely pace. At this time, Ling Xiao asked everyone to sit down and rest. It was not suitable to travel at night because many fierce spirit beasts would choose to ambush at night. Ling Xiao and the others chose a place to sit down. The old and young man did not continue on their way and also chose a place not far away to sit down. Bai Yushi cannot bear to say to Ling Xiao, "Young master, there are only two of them. Why don't we? Why not what?" Ling Xiao looked at her and asked, "Why don't we let them come with us?" Bai Yushi pinched the corner of her clothes and said in a low voice. Before Ling Xiao could say anything, Kai Shiyue had already grabbed Bai Yushi's hand and said, "Life is dangerous. We can't trust others so easily." Wei Dyer also said from the side, "Yushi, Sister Yu is right. When we go out, we have to be careful in everything we do." After a few months of getting along, the five women, Feng Xianyan, Kai Biyue, Ji Beixin, Bai Yushi, and Wei Dyer, had already become sisters. They all truly loved a man and knew that their man did not like them to have any unhappiness behind his back. Therefore, the women were very tactful and did not cause any trouble for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the woman beside him with a gratified expression. He then caressed Bai Yushi's hair and said, "Yushi, you're just too kind, but I just like your kindness." Bai Yushi's delicate face was suffused with shyness when Ling Xiao said this in front of everyone. Ling Xiao stood up and walked in front of the old man and the young woman. The young woman glared fiercely at Ling Xiao and said, "What are you doing here?" Ling Xiao ignored her and looked at the old man instead. A jar of strong wine appeared in his hand, and he handed it to the old man. "Sir, would you like a drink?" The old man smiled and took the jar of strong wine. He said, "Thank you, little brother. I've caused you trouble. We've already caused trouble. There's no point in saying anything more. Cheers." Ling Xiao raised the wine in his hand and said to the old man. The old man and Ling Xiao clinked glasses, and both of them drank the wine. The young woman said angrily, "It's fine if you don't escort us, but when did we cause you trouble? You're so unreasonable. Little brother, don't lower yourself to her level. It was our fault, but I'll still say it. If you can escort us to the other side, we'll definitely reward you generously," the old man said from the side. "You're from that side?" Ling Xiao asked. "That's right. We just came back to visit our relatives, but we ran into some trouble. Now it's just this grandpa and granddaughter." The old man nodded. Ling Xiao naturally knew that the old man wasn't lying, but he didn't expose him. He just nodded and said, "All right, since you're from that side, I'll escort you." The old man was a little excited. "Thank you, little brother. Grandpa, he definitely doesn't have good intentions. We don't need them to escort us anymore," the young woman said unhappily. "What do you know?" The old man glared at the young woman. Ling Xiao smiled and ignored the young woman. He then looked in the direction he came from and said faintly, "What will come will come. I'll let you take care of this old man, and we'll be responsible for her safety. How about it?" Chapter 5:13. Before the old man could speak, the young woman spoke first. "Who needs your protection?" "Grandpa Wei, we'll leave now. Don't bother with this madman." "Don't worry. You wait here. Grandpa will be back soon." The old man didn't listen to the young woman's words and immediately rushed into the forest ahead. "How can you be like this? If there's trouble, why don't you go and block it? Why do you want my grandpa to go?" The young woman glared at Ling Xiao and shouted, then chased after her grandfather. Ling Xiao flashed in front of her and said, "With the old man's strength, he'll be back soon. Don't worry. Get out of my way." The young woman roared at Ling Xiao, and a long whip appeared in her hand. This long whip emitted a strong fire attribute light, as if there were countless thorns piercing out. This was actually a low-tier 6 spirit artifact. Ling Xiao slightly raised his eyebrows and said, "Be good and stay here. Don't look for trouble. Although your strength is not bad, compared to others, you're not even dregs." None of your business, the young woman shouted, then swung the spirit whip in her hand at Ling Xiao. However, before her whip could hit Ling Xiao grabbed her wrist. Are you done? Ling Xiao glared at the brainless woman and shouted. The young woman didn't expect Ling Xiao to react so quickly, but she had always been a proud daughter of heaven. So how could she be controlled like this? She quickly kicked out, unexpectedly aiming for Ling Xiao's lower body. What a ruthless woman! Ling Xiao muttered and used his other hand to slap the young woman's foot. Ah! The young woman screamed in pain, and Ling Xiao released her other hand. She staggered a few steps back and fell to the ground. At this moment, a few screams were heard from a short distance ahead. Little brother, quickly take my grandson away. They have a large number of people rushing over. A fast figure appeared not far away and cried out in alarm. This person was the old man who had just entered the forest to kill. At this time, the old man finally saw his grandson sitting on the ground, looking extremely angry. I'll kill you. The young woman jumped up from the ground, and the spirit whip in her hand attacked Ling Xiao like a spirit snake. Before Ling Xiao could do anything, the old man blocked in front of the young woman and said anxiously, "Stop messing around and run. The blood serpent mercenaries have a large number of people rushing over." Then the old man turned to Ling Xiao and called out, "Little brother, let's run." "Don't worry, father-in-law. They can't do anything to us," Ling Xiao said calmly. Since he had agreed to escort these two to the central region, he wouldn't go back on his word. The reason he changed his mind to escort these two people was naturally because he wanted to understand the current situation in the Central Territory from them. Moreover, he just arrived in the Central Territory and needed a place to settle down. So these two people had become the key. Since there were people who had come to die, he might as well let the others have a taste of this kind of life of slaughter. Of course, the old man could tell that Ling Xiao's side was strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked for help from Ling Xiao and the others. However, the blood serpent mercenaries weren't to be trifled with. Once the battle started, the night would be dyed with blood. His mission was to escort the young miss back, and if anything happened to her during the battle, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. However, the blood serpent mercenaries weren't to be trifled with. Once the battle started, the night would be dyed with blood. Ling Xiao saw the old man's anxiety and said, "If you think that we don't have the ability, then you two can go first. Grandpa Wei, let's go." The young woman was extremely ruthless towards Ling Xiao and immediately called out to the old man. The old man hesitated for a moment and said, "Since little brother is confident, then this old man will stay and lend you a hand." The old man really wanted to leave with his young miss, but that was equivalent to going back on his promise. If Ling Xiao and the others won, then it would be difficult for them to find someone to escort them. He decided to bet his and his servants' lives on this young man in front of him that he couldn't see through. Although this young man didn't have any energy fluctuations, there was no lack of secret techniques in the central region that could hide one's aura. Moreover, he had a group of experts following behind him. One could guess that this young man was either rich or noble. Perhaps he was the son of some great clan on their side. If they could befriend him, it would be a great fortune for them. You will feel that your decision was correct. A charming smile appeared on Ling Xiao's handsome face. However, in the young woman's eyes, it was the evil smile of a demon, and it made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Ling Xiao returned to his people and said faintly, "Everyone, keep your spirits up. Someone is here to give you practice. In a while, either you die or I die. I hope you can properly experience this game of death." Since they had already decided to wander in the central region, it would definitely be a journey of slaughter. Now that they had a taste of this kind of life of slaughter, it would also let them clearly see how cruel the rules of survival in this continent were. In less than half an hour, a group of people gradually appeared in the night. Needless to say, this group of people were from the Blood Mercenary Group. There were a total of 70 to 80 people, and all of them were filled with a strong killing intent. They were all people who had lived by licking knives for a long time. They were all experts in fighting in the jungle. completely different from the other weak mercenary groups. Flaming Snake was the most powerful person in this group. He had the strength of a high-level Earth Emperor, and he was the vice leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary group. His killing methods were extremely cruel and terrifying, and he was also famous for being a lecher. He had defiled at least 800 women, if not 1,000. Flaming Snake was tall and mighty, and he was the kind of person who would make people feel pressured just by standing in the crowd. On his back was a pair of heavy hammers that were emitting intense flames. The double hammers didn't look very big, but they weighed 1,000 kilograms. This weight would be very heavy for an ordinary martial artist, but for Flaming Snake, it was as light as a feather. Beside him was Green Snake, another middle-stage Earth Sovereign, and 2 low-stage Earth Sovereigns. The rest of the team members were all above the King's stage. Second brother, those people are right in front of us, and there are quite a few beautiful women among them. We 2 brothers are going to be lucky tonight. Green Snake and Flaming Snake were the same kind of people, and he rubbed his hands as he spoke to Flaming Snake. Flaming Snake and his big brother, Blood Wolf, were sworn brothers, so Green Snake called Flaming Snake's second brother. Hee, let's talk about it after I see it. You brat, you always say that the goods are the real goods. I hope you don't disappoint me this time. Flaming Snake laughed sinisterly. Of course not. If you don't believe me, you can ask Old Cow and the others. They are all drooling when they see them. Also, that old man and young man are big fat sheep. The moment they open their mouths, they want 50,000 mid-grade mysterious crystals. If we capture them, we can have more time to have fun this month, Green Snake said excitedly. It was as if he could already see Ling Xiao and the others falling into their hands. From their posture, it seems like they're waiting for us. Flaming Snake glanced at the dozen people in front of him and said in surprise. Then, his pupils shrank, and a look of fear appeared on his face. Green Snake thought that Flaming Snake was stunned by the beauty of those girls, so he immediately laughed and said, Second brother, what do you think of these girls? It would be worth it to capture all of them and make them our wives. Green Snake, stop talking. Let's go. Flaming Snake shouted and quietly retreated. The members of the Blood Serpent mercenary group were all dumbfounded. Why was the vice captain, who had always been fearless, running away before the battle had even begun? Green Snake was even more confused. He said to Flaming Snake, Could it be that second brother is afraid that these girls will eat you? Don't worry, we will let them eat their fill tonight. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't leave, then I will. Flaming Snake roared and finally retreated. Since you are here, then stay, Ling Xiao said indifferently. His figure flashed and appeared next to Green Snake. Green Snake did not expect Ling Xiao's speed to be so fast. When he wanted to counterattack, he was ruthlessly punched in the face by Ling Xiao. A piece of trash like you want to touch this young master's woman? This young master will personally send you on your way. Ling Xiao grabbed Green Snake and coldly snorted. He lifted Green Snake's body and smashed it into the ground. The continuous attacks stunned Green Snake, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Fuck! Just as Green Snake was about to resist, a flash of light appeared and Green Snake's head actually disappeared. In Ling Xiao's hand, there was an additional demonic longsword that was surrounded by the aura of ice and fire. At this time, the others also began to move. More than a dozen people released their aura, causing the surrounding trees to shake incessantly. You actually dare to kill Green Snake. Everyone attack. Another mid-stage Earth Emperor of the Blood Serpent mercenary group was relatively calm. He roared and immediately summoned his mid-stage, 5th stage Yellow Python. Dozens of Wind group members of the Blood Serpent mercenary group also summoned their snake spirit beasts. For a moment, dozens of terrifying snakes appeared on the official road, causing people's scalps to go numb. Seeing this situation, Solitary Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Lung Snake, Bai Yushi, Wei Dyer, Jibeixin, Hua Xiao, Tanghua, and the 8 generals felt that the opponent's lineup was too big and the gap between them was too obvious. They all felt that this battle was a bit like throwing an egg against a stone. At this time, Kai Banyue took the lead and shouted, Kill! She also summoned the five-color divine bird, and one person and one bird charged towards the mid-stage Earth Emperor. The others could only grit their teeth and attack together. That mid-stage Earth Emperor of the Blood Serpent mercenary group really did not understand why Flaming Snake did not fight and instead fled. They clearly had an overwhelming advantage, so why were they afraid of the opponent? At this moment, there was no time for him to think about it. His leader's brother Green Snake was dead, so he had to avenge Green Snake. Otherwise, if the leader blamed him, only death awaited them. Zazai, you guys go and eliminate those snakes so that they don't have to worry too much. Yin'er, I'll leave the two Earth Emperors to you, Ling Xiao ordered indifferently. All right, boss, watch me. Prodigal Family was the most battle-hungry. He responded and immediately jumped into the battle. Feng Xianxia nodded lightly and immediately chased after the two low-stage Earth Emperors. The flames of war instantly spread. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.